Chapter 241, I Owe You a Favor. Katya is a very common name. In the northern part of the Lying Empire, many young girls are nicknamed this. Solun didn't sense any malice from her and patiently began to negotiate. However, the girl did not seem to be lacking money. Instead, she was more interested in the 2 rings. I can pay you more ransom to redeem these 2 rings. Sorry, Mr. Nicholas, it's not about the money. I am an astrologer, though still an apprentice. I need to study a lot of tedious knowledge, and these rings can give me a lot of help. Losing them would be very troubling for me. You know, I got these items from the black market, so I'm not sure who their owner is. Sorry, I don't mean to question you. It's just that, if it's just like this, it would be very difficult for me. Can I exchange them for something else? I have some manuscripts by Master Arnold about astrology that you might have heard of. The record of star signs? I have a printed set at home too, sorry. Solun himself thought that the girl's reasons were logical. The goblin communicator wasn't a problem, it had a blood pact, and as long as Solun was alive, it was useless to others. But the other ring, Sarai's blessing, was very useful to alchemists, especially those who needed to do a lot of reading and studying. It was somewhat of a divine artifact. Although it was their first meeting, through brief interactions, Solun could tell that the freckled girl was well educated. She seemed to be very polite and obviously well brought up. Moreover, as an astrologer, she truly had a massive demand for knowledge, and her unwillingness to part with the rings was understandable. Moreover, bartering wasn't feasible, her family seemed quite affluent, and it sounded like she had collected quite a few valuable items. Perhaps she was a high-ranking noble on a discreet visit? Yet, her politeness and willingness to patiently haggle with an unknown commoner struck Solun as unusual. Apart from those sealed items he couldn't bring out, he felt like he didn't have anything interesting to offer her. This was quite problematic. However, Solun was patient and willing to talk slowly, though his inner negative emotions were not absent. Just as they were talking, suddenly, Solun heard a whisper by his ear. A flash of red light swept through his eyes, and an uncontrollable irritability surged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if a demon was urging by his ear, "Kill her. Kill her and you can take your things back." Solun realized something and abruptly closed his eyes, trying to forcefully suppress that dam-bursting desire with his willpower. The moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to see a towering sea of blood in front of him, ready to devour his entire inner world. Onlookers saw him still sitting there, but under that clown mask, his face was filled with ferocity. He would not become a slave to his emotions. He pulled out a tranquilizer and injected himself with it. Everyone actually harbors some demonic thoughts deep inside, those nearly primal instincts: murder, possession, mating, greed, jealousy. They are suppressed by reason, which is human nature. Solun's spiritual power was now distorted, making those primal desires exceptionally powerful, overpowering his reasoning. After the potion was administered, he finally felt a trace of clarity. Forcibly suppressing those negative emotions was like locking a wild beast in an iron cage. Using all his strength, his body slightly trembled. With a crack, he forcefully broke off a corner of the wooden chair. Barely containing his murderous intent, Solun gritted out a word from his throat: "Leave." This was a roar refusing to let desires control his body. The scene, strange like a drug addict experiencing a bout of addiction, visibly made the girl named Katya tremble. She looked at Solun, and sensing something, she didn't flee but asked with slight concern, "Mr. Nicholas, you don't look very well." Hearing the sound from outside, Solun managed to suppress his restlessness and came back to his senses that they were still negotiating. As if he had been through a fierce battle, his back was unaware soaked with cold sweat. He had guessed that this might be an aftershock from using Death's Phantom to kill the poison frog boon earlier. Solun took a deep breath, finally snapping out of it, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I scared you." After a pause, he continued, "As you can see, there is indeed a slight problem with my body, which is why I must retrieve my 2 rings." Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered across Katya's face. "Oh." Thinking it over, she took out a small silver sphere and placed it on the table, saying, "I know some healing techniques. I can see, sir, that you seem to have some minor spiritual issues. This starry charm I've made can soothe and calm the mind. You might keep it close, perhaps it will offer some negligible aid." Her words were spoken modestly, filled with goodwill. Solun glanced at it, identifying its properties. Starry charm. Details: made from cold star meteoric iron, a charm that can calm one's demeanor. Although the rune engraving technique is somewhat crude, it's undeniable that this is a very rare material that can carry spiritual power. Looking at the charm, his expression grew complicated in an instant. The runes were crude, clearly the work of an apprentice. However, the material was truly rare. Meteoric metals like these are extremely scarce resources, typically used in forging high-tier weapons and specific alchemical products, and the price has always been exorbitantly high. A large piece of this cold star meteoric iron that could carry spiritual power was tough to price. This item, if it met someone in need, could be extremely valuable. Like for Solun himself. With a slight modification of the runes, its effect in suppressing spiritual distortion wouldn't be inferior to the clown mask on his face. He looked at the charm and then at the freckled girl in front of him, not hiding his thoughts, and directly asked, "Miss Katya, this charm would indeed be very useful to me. May I ask, what price must I pay to purchase it?" Just having this item on the table helped soothe his restless emotions. Kept close, in case of emergencies, it might even have a life-saving miraculous effect. "If you need it, then it's yours," she said. Katya shook her head, sporting an innocent and exuberant smile, almost as if proud. "Our teacher taught us that stars are gifts from nature to mankind, and even we astrologers are just temporary guardians. It will find those who need it. For me." Upon hearing this, Solun felt he shouldn't take the charm. Unexpectedly, he hadn't redeemed his belongings, yet she was offering something else? Could this mean an exchange? If it were someone else, Solun might suspect ulterior motives. But this girl, whose eyes seemed to hold brilliant stars, stirred no malice in him. "Yes." Katya, as if without any guard, revealed to a stranger, "This time I came to the far north ice field for training, in fact, to search for meteorites here. In the vast expanse of snow, they are easier to spot." Her attitude made Solun at a loss for words. The goblin communicator must be retrieved, and the Assyria's blessing, if it wasn't a gift from his teacher, he might have considered exchanging it for the charm at this moment. Solun also made his stance clear: "No, in an alchemist's eyes, all things have their equivalent value. I'm sorry, Miss Katya, we are strangers, please name your price. Otherwise, I cannot accept your gift." "Really, it's not necessary, look, I have many," she said nonchalantly. Saying so, she took out a box like a naive landowner's daughter. Opening it revealed at least a dozen large and small meteorites of various colors: blue, purple, fluorescent, pitch black. This box of stones, if taken to an auction house, could be worth more than a box of top-grade gemstones. Solun looked on, his eyes devoid of much fluctuation. But he could also see that this girl truly wasn't lacking in money. Seeing that he seemed unmoved, Katya thought for a moment and then said, "Well, if you really want to pay, then give me a gold coin." She then took out 2 more rings. Although the freckled girl seemed somewhat reluctant, she generously said, "Sir, you need these 2 rings more, so they should return to their rightful owner." Solun hadn't expected to get the items so easily. He felt that talking about money now was meaningless. After thinking about it, he took out a gold coin, placed it on the table, and said earnestly, "I owe you a favor, Miss Katyusha. Experience more on Empire." The items were valuable, and his favor was not insignificant. Upon hearing this, Katyusha readily agreed, "Okay." She picked up the gold coin, a naive and radiant smile on her face. Solun left the coffee shop. Meeting this girl named Katyusha and retrieving his items, he felt very at ease. However, he felt more puzzled. In this world, no one is kind to you without a reason. Especially strangers. Either Katyusha truly was like a sheltered flower from a noble family, well-bred and innocently naive. Or it was a display of very sophisticated social skills. Solun, proficient in many peculiar and bizarre kinds of knowledge, leaned more towards the latter. The biggest reason was her soul's fire, flickering and unstable, that he sensed. But no matter his suspicions, the fact was, Solun got his hands on the items, and even gained a charm. This favor was definitely worth it. He also suspected that the other party might have ill intentions. But however he thought about it, he felt this was improbable. The rings falling into the black market was accidental, and Katyusha buying them seemed coincidental. Besides, Solun felt, he wasn't currently worth someone scheming. If it were an enemy, it could only be Duke Raphael or someone from the Lay family. But it did not seem like an enemy's doing. Otherwise, they would not have sat down to negotiate politely and even given gifts. He also guessed that the other party might have noticed he had some special abilities, or perhaps the mystical astrology, or maybe her constantly mentioned teacher. Astrologers have abilities similar to prophecy, to seek benefits and avoid harm. Perhaps she wanted to form a good karma? Solun did not dwell on it. He owned the all-seeing eye, so he was not afraid of tampering with anything. Having acquired the communicator, he walked the streets and immediately called Mr. Jing, "Senior sister, I have a question to consult you about." Soon, the communicator responded, "Are you asking about a distortion in spiritual power?" Yes. Mr. Jing had guessed everything, and Solun was not surprised. The fact that he had Thanatos' death doll was known only to this senior sister of his. Moreover, with the communicator, she could sense the location and life or death of all members of the Jing organization. This saved him much trouble in explaining. After hesitating for a moment, the communicator responded again, "Death dolls, I have seen them used twice before, but ultimately, the outcomes were not good. Distortion in spiritual power is irreversible, difficult to resolve. One advantage of having someone behind you is that they know everything you ask. This thing appeared in the Dawn relic, so it must have been used by someone before. It's troublesome, but not unsolvable." Solun listened patiently. Mr. Jing continued, "If you want to solve it, first, you can come to me for suppression, but that's just a temporary solution, and the problem will grow bigger eventually. Second, find a higher level secret technique of spiritual power. Third, find some special soul cursing items to forcibly suppress it, but those are rare and hard to come by. I will notify other members of the Jing organization to keep an eye out for you. There are also some special ones, like the Spring of Youth that can cure all diseases. You can look at your own situation and consider which option to choose." The Spring of Youth. On a dangerous island in the Western Sea. My father once went there. 1,000 years have passed, and I'm not sure if it still exists. Moreover, I'm not confident about going there, so I wouldn't recommend you go now. Sure enough, coming from a demigod family has its perks. What she hasn't seen, her dad has. What her dad hasn't seen, he's heard of. Upon hearing the first option, Solun heaved a sigh of relief, at least having a backup plan. But the subsequent ones were not very feasible. What he was learning now was the starry sky visualization technique, which was already one of the top spiritual power techniques in the world. Anything higher would be divine arts, which was unrealistic. Those special cursed objects were definitely hard to find. While Solun was still considering which plan was more reliable, suddenly, Mr. Jing asked again, "Oh, right. Are you currently in the north? There's another way. The great druids of the Dalo tribe are skilled in healing, and they might have a way to resolve mental aberrations. However, there might not be any great druids left now. You can ask them and also pass a message from me." Solun asked, "What does great druid mean?" Mr. Jing replied, "Druids of the 7th order or higher." Solun felt that there probably weren't any. If the Dalo tribe had a 7th order powerhouse, they would not be in their current situation, with their whole tribe being captured by slave hunters day in and day out. He roughly understood the methods now, and considering his senior sister had already told him this, there was no need to ask others. Suddenly, Solun recalled the whisper he heard during the negotiation that had almost shattered his spirit, and asked, "Oh, right. Senior sister, I have another doubt I'd like to ask you about." He explained his situation in a few words. Clearly, Mr. Jing seemed surprised. "Your Reaper talent has awakened a second time." "Yes. That's quite impressive. After all, a second awakening of an S-rank talent is very difficult." Mr. Jing complimented him, then returned to his usual tone and explained, "That whispering is different from using a substitute doll. It's the law of death communicating with the cosmos, listening to the whispers of the deceased. It's quite normal, and even to some extent a good thing. But before solving your problem of spiritual aberration, it's best to use that ability sparingly." Oh! Upon hearing this, Solun finally relaxed. Just as he thought there was nothing more to say and was about to end the communication, a calm reminder came from the other end, "Be careful. Contact me if you need anything." Solun responded with a smile, "Yes." His senior sister might sound cold, but she actually cared about him a lot. After ending the communication, Solun had a good sense of his current situation. Having obtained the Star Protector Amulet, he estimated that as long as he didn't recklessly use the ability of the Reaper's Phantom, it should last him a few months. Thinking about it, he planned to go ask the Dolo tribe first. It was quite convenient since many members of the Dolo tribe could be found in the slave market. If there really was a great druid or some solutions left behind, it would be even better to completely resolve his mental aberration issue. Chapter 242. Yuda. The slave trade was one of the pillar industries of Blizzard City, and every major slave merchant in Emperor Ling's empire bred large teams of slavers in the north, specializing in capturing slaves. The three major races of the icy plains, trolls, ice giants, and subhumans, were hot commodities in the slave markets. There were also some rare, smaller tribes, like the tiny beings less than a foot tall with dragonfly-like transparent wings who were enclosed in bird cages known as flower fairies. They were not less intelligent and excelled in simple magic related to flower cultivation. Often, they were treated as pets, kept in the back gardens of grand nobles. Other races, like dwarves, lizardmen, cave dwellers, half-elves, and frost maidens. As long as they were not human, various humanoid intelligent races were targets for slave merchants to capture and sell. These rare slaves were very popular in the upper echelons of Lying society. Blizzard City had specifically planned a large market for the buying and selling of slaves, located in the eastern part of the city. It was a building with a wine-red roof, resembling a massive train station. Solun arrived at the time when the evening market was at its busiest. Continue your adventure with Empire. Stalls displaying various signs for slave vending lined both sides of the street. Each store had large iron cages at the entrance, containing some samples on display. Tags with the prices of the merchandise hung at the entrances. Prime subhumans £10 20W reso each, better prices for bulk purchases. Adult giants from £800,000 reso each. Rare species frost maiden from £5 million each. Here, at the place of origin, the prices listed were much cheaper than those at Gadrant Harbor in Lying. After all, the rate of loss during slave transport was also quite high. Transporting them across the sea to Lying's territory, they might encounter storms, plagues, pirates, and a series of other uncertain factors, and there was also the possibility of complete loss. A survival rate of 50 to 60% was quite good. Apart from the shops, the market also had stalls set up by neutral adventure groups and slaver teams. These scattered slaves were secured with anti-magic chains and lines like livestock and led along the street for sale. The streets were crowded with people, and here one could pick first-hand the most affordable and best slaves. Wealthy gentlemen and ladies in meticulous attire were selecting slaves with their respirator masks on, haggling over the prices. The natives of the icy plains bathed rarely, and the smell of their animal hides was strong. Particularly the trolls, who were hairy and never bathed in their lives, emitted a pungent odor that could be smelled from a distance. There were no toilets for the slaves, they ate, drank, and relieved themselves all within the cages, which contributed to the peculiar smell in the air of the slave market. Solun walked along the street, specifically looking for a shop that sold subhumans. If possible, he also wouldn't mind purchasing slaves of the Dolo tribe. But there were simply too many slaves here, and his financial abilities could not possibly cover the cost. Moreover, a constant stream of slaves was being captured each day. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, buying and selling did not address the root problem. Solun visited many shops, looking for one that could speak the common language, capable of communication, just like the Dolo elder Pasu who had prophesied for him last time. But he found none. Eventually, after quite some time, he arrived at the large-scale slave trading section of the market. Just as he walked over, he saw several overseers from major slave trading firms idly chatting at the entrance of a warehouse. Even without deliberately listening, he picked up some information. Damn it, our guild has had several good slaver teams attacked in Silent Forest recently. Just when they had captured a good number of slaves, those slaves got released by someone. It must have been the work of Fist of Justice Hodge. I heard that guy is now organizing a resistance, opposing the slave trade. I heard he's rallied some different races on the icy plains to resist slave capturing, and many of our guild slaver teams have been ambushed frequently by those people. That damn guy, he should have stuck to being a bounty hunter instead of meddling in the slave trade. This is a legitimate business allowed by imperial law. Oh, those people who decry the slave trade is shameful, do they know how much tax revenue we generate for the empire? Without us, the empire's fleet would be at least 2/10 smaller. 2/10. Yeah, the business is getting harder and harder to run. Solun walked over. A goateed overseer, quick to notice him, immediately approached with a smile. Are you looking to buy slaves, sir? Oh, you've come to the right place. Our Sun slave trading firm has the most comprehensive variety and highest quality slaves. As he spoke, he sized up Solun's scavenger attire, and subtly hinted, Sir, how many slaves do you need? This place was for wholesale, not small trades. Solun remembered the Sun slave trading firm, one of the biggest in the capital. The batch of slaves he had previously bought at Gadrant Harbor had indeed been sold by this firm. He tossed a silver coin as a tip and said, Show me around. I'd like to buy some subhumans. Seeing Solun's lavish tipping, the goateed overseer brightened up. Right away, sir. Please, this way. We have some samples in the shop, and if you're not satisfied, we can go to the warehouse where we have many more. Solun remained silent, following him. The major trading firm held a large number of slaves, housed like in a breeding farm, with slaves categorized and locked in rows of iron cages. To facilitate inspection by customers, many slaves, especially female ones, were only dressed in thin animal skins for display. They shivered in the chill wind, their skin showing signs of frostbite turning purple and blue. Do you have any particular requirements for the humanoid creatures, such as type, skin color, age, gender, height? The goat-bearded manager always flashed a professional smile at Solun. While asking, he pointed to the cage and introduced, If you are looking to buy a maid, I recommend the deer-type humanoids. They are relatively gentle and easy to domesticate. If you want a more pleasant living experience, the rabbit-type and fox-type humanoids are also good. I can guarantee with the reputation of our business that what we sell are top-quality goods and untouched by anyone else. It's not like those inferior goods out there that you don't know how many hands they've passed through. Solun, expressionless, asked, Are there any among the humanoids who speak a bit of common language? The goat-bearded manager showed a troubled expression. Oh, those are very rare. Only a very few humanoids can speak the common language. Usually, they're not easily captured. In a tone full of wealth, Solun stated casually, Price isn't an issue. At these words, the goat-bearded manager's eyes brightened, and he said, I'm not too sure myself. Perhaps, we could go to the warehouse to check. Solun silently nodded. Solun followed the manager around the back of the shop and through a heavily guarded iron door into a large underground warehouse. The lighting was very dim, a sea of cages largely covered with canvas. Solun felt the soul flames, estimating there were probably several hundred people. The sound of rustling emerged from the cages as they heard someone descending. With a clatter, the manager signaled to a worker behind him and lifted the canvas off one of the cages, saying, These were just brought in by the hunting team the day before yesterday, mostly rare snow fox and wolf-type humanoids. Truly high-quality goods. Solun glanced at them. These humanoids were nearly indistinguishable from humans, except for the furry ears on their heads and tails behind them, and they appeared gentle. Their ages also seemed to range from teens to 20s. But he also saw pairs of eyes filled with hatred. Meanwhile, that worker threw a few black loaves into the cage. About 10 people per cage, no scrambling over food occurred, as an older humanoid picked up the bread, broke it into pieces, and distributed them among the group. The small piece of bread they each received was barely a tenth of what a normal person would eat in a day. The manager, catching Solun's gaze, explained, You know, the humanoids we just captured are very wild. We can't feed them too much, otherwise, they'll have the energy to make trouble, which can be very problematic. He had known all along that among this batch, there likely weren't any who spoke the common language. Even if there were, they would hide it, absolutely unwilling to communicate with humans. Bringing Solun down was intended to show him these good quality goods. If he could sell them here, the profits would generally be higher. Of course, Solun was aware of this, and he was thinking about how to select someone who understood common language. He had hoped to try the one sentence of Druidic he knew, like last time. Just then, suddenly from a distance within the warehouse, there came a rattling of chains. It was as if a ferocious beast confined in one of the cages had suddenly awoken and was struggling violently. He sensed that this soul flame was higher than all the other humanoids here, roughly equivalent to a third-level professional. Solun cast a puzzled look, What is that? The manager looked slightly troubled and shrugged, That's a humanoid we caught yesterday. Very wild, very fierce. The hunting team said she seems to be the one who evaded capture when their tribe was taken. She followed all the way and came to Blizzard City. Yesterday she sneaked into the warehouse trying to free these slaves. She almost succeeded. Solun naturally sensed that the warehouse seemed lax in security, but in reality, there were fourth-level guards lurking in the darkness. Upon hearing this, his interest was piqued. Show me. The stronger the individual within the Druid tribe, the more likely they were to speak common language. The manager reluctantly led him to the corner and to the iron cage. Upon lifting the canvas, what was revealed was not a person but a huge beast. It resembled both a fox and a wolf, its body covered in noble white fur which was stained with blood. Rune chains pierced through the limbs of this snow fox, and blood flowed freely. Despite this, she continued to struggle, trying to break free from the chains. Seeing someone approach, she glared ferociously at the two outside the cage, emitting a terrifying growl. This murderous glare made the manager's scalp tingle, and he explained, "I don't know why she still maintains such a beast-like form, she must be a very rare species. To capture her, our company even lost several men." After a pause, he turned to Solun, "Esteemed guest, let's look at the others. This type of slave is very troublesome to domesticate, and if you buy her, it might be dangerous for you." Solun, however, disregarded these words, walked up to the cage, and asked, "Do you speak common language? If you do, I'll buy you." Just as he finished speaking, predictably, the only response from the snow fox was a growl. Seeing this, Solun didn't say more. He turned to glance at the manager and suddenly said, "You're feeling a bit sleepy." The manager, having just made eye contact with the glint in Solun's eyes, hadn't had time to react when his pupils dilated, appearing to freeze in place. This was visual hypnotism. Solun's spiritual power made hypnotizing an ordinary person easier than ever. He didn't bother with it anymore, turned his head toward the cage containing the snow fox, and spoke. This was the only sentence of the Dalo language he knew. As expected, upon hearing this, the snow fox immediately calmed down. Always so effective. Those deep blue eyes looked at the human in front of them, filled with incredulity. Solun didn't delay, and said, "If you can understand the common tongue, just nod your head, I mean you no harm. I know Elder Pasu, if he is still alive." Clearly, the white fox understood. She looked at Solun, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly nodded. She really does understand. Solun was pleased, but knew it was not the time for small talk. Guards hidden in the distance had discovered something. The steward snapped back from his momentary daze, not remembering what had just happened, patted his head. "Oh, where was I just now? Oh, sir, shall we go see something else?" Pointing at the now calm snow fox in the cage, Solun asked, "I like this one, how much is it?" The steward looked troubled, but Solun shook his head, "Just name your price, I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Upon hearing this, the steward didn't say more. Businessmen only care about profit. His mind immediately became active. This is a rare breed capable of complete transformation. At the Imperial Capital's auction house, I think, she could sell for at least 10 million riso. Clearly, he had just blurted out a price just then. Solun didn't want to be taken for a fool, moreover, he didn't have much money on him now. It's precisely because she is a rare breed that I'm a bit interested. A fixed price, 3 million. That's already 10 times the price of an ordinary slave. The steward, with a flicker of shrewdness in his eyes, pretended to be in a difficult position. "I'm sorry, I can't decide on this. I have to ask the boss. Of course, if you can offer 5 million, I think even if I sold her, the boss wouldn't blame me." Solun knew there was still room for bargaining, but didn't want to waste time. "Fine." As he spoke, he took out 2 large bags of coins from the storage ring and handed them over. "Count the money." The steward had never expected the deal to be concluded so briskly and internally cursed himself for quoting too low a price. But the money had already been handed over, and he had no choice but to accept it and count it. Then he said, "Sir, the slave is yours now." Before long, the slave trading company's staff moved the iron cage wrapped in canvas to the warehouse of the Owl and where Solun was staying. After waiting for the people to leave, Solun lifted the canvas and saw the weak-looking white fox inside the cage. The severe injuries, compounded by 2 days without food, had compelled her to feign fierceness at the slave market, evidently using the last of her strength. Solun opened the iron cage and then unlocked the rune chains that pierced through her limbs. The chains contained a toxin that prevented wounds from healing and, due to her previous struggles, were covered in blood. When he pulled out the chains, a large pool of thick blood followed. The white fox appeared even weaker. Showing her his ring engraved with the Isaac family crest, Solun introduced himself while removing the chains. "My name is Solun. I need a little help from you. It would be better if we could meet with the Grand Druid of the Dalo tribe." The heir of the Isaac family asked me to relay a few words. After hearing this, the last trace of tenseness in the white fox's eyes relaxed. She spoke in human language, her voice very weak. "I am Yuta, a druid of the White Wolf tribe." Solun nodded, signaling her not to say too much. Yet, looking at her 4 to 5 meter long white fox body, he frowned. It wasn't going to be convenient to enter the inn in this shape. He asked, "By the way, can you transform back into human form?" No sooner had he spoken than the white fox seemed to want to say something, her eyes dimmed, and she suddenly fainted. Then the huge beastly body visibly shrank, and a tide of snow-white fur receded, transforming into a sleek human form. This was a sub-human female with short snow-white hair and a red inverted triangle totem on her face. Seeing Yuta curled up in the corner of the cage, Solun sighed softly. Too weak, after all, she couldn't hold on. The warehouse of the inn was very cold and not a place to treat injuries. He took out a cloak, wrapped it around the white-haired girl, and then picked her up. He cleaned the bloodstains in the cage with a potion, carried the girl, and went up the stairs of the inn. He then arrived at room 303 on the 3rd floor. The room was warm, with heating. After entering the house, Solun laid the person on the bed. The wound was still bleeding, quickly soaking a large area of the snow-white sheets in red. If not treated quickly, the injury could cost her life. Solun didn't delay, took out a potion to treat the wound, carefully cleaned her wound, and then, with an 8-armed spider spear, manipulated surgical instruments that rapidly stitched up the wound. He multitasked efficiently, equal to an entire medical team by himself. A not too complicated surgery was basically resolved in half an hour. Yuta was still feverish, and he injected another dose of healing medicine. Being a different species from humans, Solun wasn't sure if human medicine would work on the Dalu. But after observing for a few minutes, the injury was improving, seemingly effective. Solun cleaned the bloodstains on the bed, covered Yuta with a blanket, and hid her graceful figure. No wonder the Dalu were so highly sought after in the slave market by the wealthy, with their appearance and figures leaving little to be desired. Their limbs and torsos were powerfully toned, indeed possessing a wild beauty different from human females. However, Solun was also curious about exactly what subspecies Yuta belonged to. Earlier while tending to the wound, he noticed her hair was a high-quality snow white, she had a pair of furry pointed ears, and a soft tail attached to her coccyx. Other than that, she resembled a human. Solun wasn't sure if she was from the fox tribe or the wolf tribe. Listening to her breathing stabilize, he finally relaxed completely. Outside, it was already dark, and night had fallen. Snow piled thick on the windowsill, and looking out, he could see the orange glow of lights and the smoke rising from the chimney of the house opposite. It might still take a while for Yuta to awaken. Having found the right person, Solun was no longer in a hurry. He sat by the window and started messing with the witch's hair. The 8-armed spider spear took out a micro-engraving knife and began to carve runes. Now that he had advanced, facing enemies above the 3rd rank, the untreated witch's hair clearly wasn't enough. Like when he had killed Poison Frog Bon, the thread had easily been corroded and broken by the toxin. He needed more durable hair. Fortunately, after killing that guy, he stripped almost a complete 4th-tier water elemental law. The rune inscription after wrapping it with water element could increase the toughness of the hair several times. Next time he encountered a 4th-tier professional, it wouldn't break so easily. Swish, 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 swish. The room was filled with a dense, fine noise. Solun's engraving speed was incredibly fast. Previously, inscribing runes for increased toughness on the hair, he managed only several tens of meters a day. Now that he had awakened the ability to multitask, his engraving was seamless, and his efficiency had increased tenfold. Before long, he had produced a large quantity of rune-inscribed hair. Later in the night, finding the engraving too monotonous, while some spider spears worked on the hair, he also took out puppet and mechanical materials bought from the black market during the day, and started tinkering with his new puppet. The iron ore produced in the northern ice plains was a rare material capable of carrying ice runes of the 4th tier and above. With this material, Solun could mass-produce the new variety of frost dolls. Once this puppet army was formed, spewing frost everywhere, the lack of control in his puppet army would also be significantly compensated. There were also the alchemical golems that his teacher Eerie had researched. Now that he had high-grade demon cores, he could begin his studies as well. Solun had bought Yuta, but unbeknownst to him, a team in Blizzard City was also eyeing that batch of subhuman slaves. What? That druid was bought? Yes, just half an hour ago. Damn. Having finally found a tribe with a druid, just about to sail out, and she disappears. No, boss, she hasn't disappeared. The person is staying at the Owl Inn, and the subhuman slave is there too. Keep a close watch. As soon as that person leaves town with her, immediately notify me. We can't fail this rescue mission again. Yes, boss. Chapter 243. The person who is following. Solun fiddled with his silk threads and puppets until late at night, producing quite a few finished products. As dawn approached, feeling somewhat tired, he sat cross-legged on the carpet and began to meditate. He needed adequate rest to recuperate his energy. Meditation technique required enduring solitude, often demanding great perseverance. But with habituation, the efficiency of cultivation would increase, and the need for sleep dwindled. High-efficiency meditation had the effect of deep sleep, not only providing better recovery for the body but also augmenting the energy within it. Solun had now advanced to the third tier, and his body's capacity to endure dark spiritual power had widened again. Isaac's alchemical heart provided him with an endless supply of dark spiritual power, making his extraordinary cultivation progress steadily and swiftly. Blizzard City was known for its howling snow winds year-round, and the nights were extremely cold. The number of people on the streets dwindled as the night deepened. Close to dawn, when the sun rose, the temperature could drop to tens of degrees below zero, causing any skin exposed to the air to ache as if scraped by a rough sharpening stone. Even professionals were loath to wander outside in such low temperatures. Therefore, Solun noticed something unusual. Hey, am I being watched? In the midst of meditation, his eyes suddenly opened. He had not been entirely sure before, but after observing for quite some time, he was finally certain that someone was tailing him. And they were not alone. In room 307 on the same floor, someone had been peeking through the door crack for half the night. There was a shivering individual in the alley by the building entrance, and another in the back warehouse. No one would be strolling outside on such a freezing night out of sheer boredom. The three stalkers were very cautious, clearly trained professional spies. 2 of them were second tier, 1 third tier. Their hiding spots were in blind spots unobservable from Solun's room, and they avoided making any noise that might give them away. If Solun did not have the ability of soul perception, he really would not have noticed them. But now, though his range of soul perception was not too wide, it was just enough to cover the Owl Hotel and the lower half of the street below, making it impossible for the stalkers to hide their every move from him. Solun also suspected that they might be from the Red Shark pirate group, or perhaps someone from the black market had targeted him. But obviously, that wasn't the case. He was certain he had not seen these 3 fires of souls before, they had appeared only after he had purchased Yuta. And having received professional training, they were very likely people from some significant force. This meant that they were most likely not his enemies. Are they after Yuta? Solun frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. In the eyes of humans, Yuta was just a slave of another race, no one should go to such lengths to watch her. If there were any vendetta, they would have acted immediately. But considering the manner of the surveillance, it seemed they did not intend to strike but merely to observe. It appeared they just wanted to keep track of Yuta's movements. How strange! Solun's mind raced with thoughts, pondering various possibilities. Lacking some essential information, he could not determine the purpose of those people. With this in mind, he looked up at the white-haired girl sleeping on the bed, planning to ask her when she woke up. Meanwhile, perhaps because her injuries had mostly healed, the nutrition solution and potion had rejuvenated her body, and feeling the gaze upon her, Yuta suddenly opened her eyes. The Dolo tribe were children of nature, possessing beast-like instincts. Yuta seemed to wake from a nightmare. In the moment of awakening, her eyes flickered with a wolf-like caution and sharp glimmer. With a roll, she adopted a 4-legged attack posture, her hands and feet turning into wolf claws, her sharp nails glinting menacingly. In an instant, she was ready for combat. But before she fully transformed, her gaze met Solun's. The wariness in Yuta's eyes dissipated instantly, and her half-transformed body quickly reverted to human form. You're awake. Solun took off the clown mask, revealing his face, try not to move too vigorously, the sutured wounds haven't fully healed yet. He cautioned her with a sentence, then said, there are clothes by the bed, you can put them on first. Upon hearing this, Yuta realized that she was still bare. Under the warm light, her skin appeared as smooth and lustrous as warm jade, her body's lines looking incredibly natural and filled with a wild beauty. The Dolo tribe's faith is in the nature goddess, and many of their thoughts and perspectives differ from humans, thus, there wasn't much shyness on her face. She didn't know what had happened during her unconsciousness, but memories prior to it flooded her mind. Seeing the stitches on her arms and legs, she understood that it was this man before her who had saved and healed her. As a druid, she was adept at healing techniques herself. This was the first time she had been treated with human medical skills, and Yuta couldn't help but murmur instinctively within her heart, what an odd stitching technique. The precision of the stitches was somewhat beyond expectation. In a moment, she looked at the dress Solun had prepared for her, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowing. Being accustomed to wrapping herself in beast skins, she was obviously puzzled by such a complicated textile. Solun also noticed Yuta's plight and gave her some directions, after which she began to dress. The fluffy hem of the dress was just right to cover the soft, silver tail. With the addition of a hat, the pair of furry beast ears could also be concealed. She almost looked like a human. While Yuta dressed, Solun straightforwardly said, Elder Yuta, as I mentioned before, I need a bit of your help. Furthermore, if possible, I'd like to meet with the current clan leader of the nobility. The descendant of the Isaac family entrusted me with a few words concerning an ancient oath. The druids of the Dolo tribe are somewhat like tribal priests, so addressing them as elders is not incorrect. An oath. Do humans still remember the oath? Yuta's blue crystalline eyes trembled slightly at the statement, clearly unsettled. She looked at Solun and asked, Are you, Mr. Solun, a descendant of Sir Isaac? The term Mr. seemed awkward for her, but as she was learning the common language of humans, which appeared to be a term of respect, she used it. Solun nodded, yes. But someone else entrusted me with the message. Being a disciple of Selena, he naturally counted as a successor to Isaac. However, the fact that Mr. Jing was the direct daughter of Sir Isaac wasn't something he could divulge casually. He planned to meet with the current clan leader of the Dolo tribe personally and convey the words entrusted by his own sister. Hearing this, Yuta pondered for a moment, seemingly in thought, without responding immediately. Then, she looked at Solun and asked, You said, there was something you needed my help with. Yes, Solun replied. He observed the caution in her expression and didn't mind. The relationship between humans and the Dolo tribe could not be considered good. Even though he had saved her, he could understand her caution. He said, My spiritual power has mutated. I've heard that druids of the Dolo tribe are proficient in healing and might be able to resolve this issue. So, I wanted to ask. Probably dealing with a human for the first time, Yuta appeared somewhat reserved. Hearing Solun's words, she hesitated for a moment before asking, May I take a look first? Solun, how do you want to look? Yuta, I need to hold your hand. Solun readily extended his hand to her. Yuta took Solun's hand, like a Chinese doctor taking a pulse, and then a bundle of green light emerged from her hand. Solun didn't feel anything special in his body, but he sensed as if a will had entered his mind, trying to peek at the ferocious beast he had caged inside. However, it didn't seem to go smoothly. Probably sensing the rampant negative emotions, like facing a surge of bloodthirsty waves head-on, Yuta was shocked in an instant, retracting her hand as if receiving an electric shock. She had never seen such a terrifying will before. Yuta's complexion suddenly turned very solemn, and her gaze towards Solun grew strange. Your situation is extremely dangerous. Solun nodded and offered her a kind smile, saying, I'm aware of my situation. That's why I wanted to ask if there's any way to solve it. I'm sorry, I can't solve it. Explore hidden tales at Empire. A slight sense of guilt passed across Yuta's pretty face. Initially, she thought that since this human had saved her, she could repay him with her expertise in healing techniques. The people of the Dolo tribe would not be indebted to their savior. But she hadn't anticipated the situation to be so tricky, presenting her with an unprecedented problem. Solun was not surprised to hear this. Since Mr. Jing had mentioned it would take a 7th-tier druid to possibly solve the issue, it was only natural that Yuta couldn't resolve it. He was about to say it didn't matter when he heard Yuta continue, this situation can probably only be handled by the great druids of our clan. Solun asked curiously, does our clan have a great druid right now? Yuta responded, yes. The clan leader and several elders are great druids. Solun found it somewhat unbelievable. If the Dala clan truly had 7th tier masters, their group wouldn't be in the situation they currently were. He thought of something and asked in a slightly strange tone, may I ask, what tier is your great elder now? Yuta responded, 5th tier. Although she didn't understand why Solun was asking this question, she seemed to catch the doubt in his voice and instinctively explained, hundreds of years ago, our Dala clan had a great war with the deep-sea giants. That led to... She suddenly stopped there. It seemed that she realized she was touching on some secrets of the clan and wasn't sure if she should continue. Her trembling eyes betrayed her inner struggle. Hesitating for a moment, Yuta could only change her words and say, I can take Mr. Solun to the sacred lake to see the clan leader. Then you will naturally understand. Solun's eyebrows slightly lifted, revealing a friendly smile. Though they hadn't talked much, he could see that the Dala clan had a simple nature and didn't possess the deceitful mindsets human beings often had. So when they encountered sensitive topics, Yuta's facial expressions would become stiff, making it obvious what she was thinking. Solun didn't mind either. A visit there also suited his interests, to broaden his horizons and see if he could solve the issue with his spiritual distortion while also passing on a message to his senior sister. Moreover, he had received information from the smuggling gang previously, that the silent forest indeed contained nightmare spiders, which were among the potential candidates for the main materials he needed. Lords of the Strange were not easy to find, and since the Dala clan were the masters of that forest, they likely knew more. Just as Solun was about to ask for clues about the materials, Yuta seemed to recall something, her face showing difficulty, only the masters of our Dala clan can reach the sacred lake. But I might not be able to take you there myself. I must find a way to quickly rescue my clan's people, or they will be taken away by the slave merchants. Rescue. Solun was not surprised to hear this. From the slave merchants, he had heard she was caught because she came to Blizzard City to rescue her clan's people. But upon hearing this, ideas suddenly flashed through Solun's mind. He thought of the 3 people who were keeping watch outside at this moment. Ah, that's right. Furrowing his brows, Yuta seemed to think of a compromise. With a rip, she tore off a piece of the bedsheet, concentrated a ball of light on her fingertip, then wrote some Dala script on it and handed it to Solun, saying, you can go to the Eagle Beak Pass on the west side of the forest. My clan's people patrol there. When they see my token, they will take you to the sacred lake. While speaking, she also sketched a simple map on the back of the bedsheet, showing how to get to that pass. Solun looked at the token and could tell Yuta had no intention of asking for his help, intending to rescue the people herself. After considering, he didn't rush to express his stance. He asked, Elder Yuta, have you noticed anyone keeping an eye on you? Yuta appeared utterly clueless, clearly unaware, and asked in confusion, Mr. Solun, what do you mean? Solun said, I've noticed there are a few people keeping watch around this inn. If I'm not mistaken, they're watching you. Yuta still looked puzzled. Clearly, neither of them could figure out the purpose of those people. Was it possible that Yuta had some valuable object on her? No. If she had anything valuable, it would have been confiscated when she was captured. Then why were they watching her? Unable to come up with a reason, Solun thought and then said, there might be something fishy about this situation. So, don't be hasty in taking action. I'll go and gather some information first. Your clan's people won't be setting out to sea for several days. It's better to understand the shipping situation, as acting on the sea has a higher success rate than making a move in the city. Not to mention, he was currently out of money and couldn't afford to buy the batch of non-human slaves. Even if he had the money, given the current circumstances, he feared that buying them might also come with unforeseen complications. He wanted to clarify the situation first. If there was really any way he could help, he didn't mind planning to be a pirate for once. Yuta listened to Solun's plan, which seemed far more reliable than her rashly attempting a lone rescue. Although she felt uneasy about asking humans for help, thinking of her clansmen, she nodded, thank you, Mr. Solun, for the trouble. Solun smiled and shook his head. At that moment, he took out a mechanical communicator and handed it to Yuta, saying, this is a communicator, the method of use is straightforward, we have several codes. First, I have to make sure if those people are really keeping an eye on you. Yuta listened intently to Solun's plan, a serious look in her eyes. Soon after, a figure smashed through the window of room 303 at the Owl Inn and leaped out. The crisp sound of shattering glass broke the silent dawn. Yuta jumped down from the building and quickly dashed into the alleyways. Disheveled, hasty, panicking, like a fleeing slave. This noise instantly attracted the attention of the nearby surveillance personnel. In the room, Solun felt two fires of souls on the street below swiftly giving chase, murmuring to himself, "They're really going after her. Those guys must have some means of tracking Yuta's whereabouts." He thought of something, left a body meant for reanimation material in the room, creating some wounds that looked like they were caused by wolf claws. Then he set a fire, burning the body. Next, he used spatial teleportation, moving to another open room in the inn. The commotion immediately stirred up the inn. The blaze in the room was extinguished before it spread further, but the body was charred to a crisp. Room 303 became a crime scene where a slave had killed their master and escaped. Seeing the body, the person keeping surveillance from room 307 of the inn also left. Solun mingled with the crowd of onlookers to observe for a while, and finding nothing out of place, he then left. He was now 100% certain, the surveillance personnel were indeed targeting Yuta. As a druid, Yuta was not weak either. Especially in the snow, she had many stealthy methods and need not worry. Solun waited a while and heard no sounds of a fight, confirming that those people just wanted to watch her and had no intention of taking action. He then stopped worrying and went back to his room to rest for a while. When dawn broke, Solun left the inn. He hadn't forgotten that there was someone still enduring the ice punishment. In the central plaza of the city, there was a huge white stone statue, a monument the residents had carved to commemorate the first town lord of Blizzard City. On the edge of the square was the headquarters of the city's security, where more than a dozen crosses stood at the entrance of the spire-topped building. Each cross had a person bound to it, men and women alike, all stripped bare. These were the individuals who had violated the city's laws and were subjected to the wind punishment by the security team. Some were already frozen into ice, while others still clung to life. Having been subjected to the cold wind all night, Jeek, butt naked, was puzzled. How had he not died? He knew the rules of Blizzard City well. His survival meant someone had paid his bail to the security, and that's why the guards had applied antifreeze ointment on him and turned on the heating pipes hot water for his cross. Even so, Jeek was barely clinging to life. When the sun rose and the sunlight shone on him, he finally felt alive again. While he was still in a daze, he suddenly heard a commotion close to his ear. "Kid, your punishment is over. Next time, remember, don't commit the crime again." The man roughly untied the ropes, and Jeek collapsed to the ground. Some of his skin, which had not been reached by the heating pipe, tore off, leaving a horrific crimson but hardly any blood flowed out. Jeek felt no pain. Then he felt someone covering him with a thick cloak. The instant it was placed on him, Jeek experienced a surge of warmth. He struggled to open his eyes and saw a person in a black cloak. The person, wearing a mask, tilted their head towards him, saying, "Let's go. We'll find another place to treat your wounds." Jeek only felt the voice was very familiar, but after being in the cold wind all night, he felt his brain had gone numb. It took a long while before he snapped back to reality, and to his great surprise, he thought, "Mr. Nicholas." Chapter 244. Accepted a disciple. Jeek had calmed down considerably. Although he had only seen him once before, Solun had a favorable impression of this enthusiastic, polite, and intelligent young boy. But now, Jeek stood motionless like a puppet. He silently followed behind Solun, leaning on a cane. Having walked a few steps and left the central square, Jeek couldn't help but speak up, "Are you Mr. Nicholas?" His voice trembled from the cold. Solun responded indifferently, It really is you." Jeek felt a surge of emotions upon hearing this. In Blizzard City, he had no relatives or friends. Now, with his own father dead, the members of the Chamber of Commerce had turned into that wicked woman's subordinates, and no one would come to rescue him. He never imagined that the gentleman who had once saved him at sea would come to his rescue. Yet, thinking further, Jeek worriedly said, "Mr. Nicholas, thank you for rescuing me. But, you shouldn't have come forward to save me. If I am alive, that couple will surely send someone to kill me. You will be implicated too." "Hehe, it doesn't matter." Solun smiled casually. He naturally sensed the two sneaky fellows following behind him. Their tracking skills were amateurish, far worse than those from last night, and they looked more like ruffians from Blizzard City. Hearing this, Jeek's worried expression deepened. Although he knew Mr. Nicholas was a powerful rune master. But Captain Raman was a formidable third-tier professional. Solun did not explain further, and casually asked, "What exactly happened? How did you end up like this?" Upon hearing this, Jeek, overwhelmed with sorrow and anger, said, "That couple plotted against my father at sea. An old servant fought desperately to shield me from disaster, and I managed to escape by jumping into the sea, thanks to the inflatable life raft you gave me. Later, I came to Blizzard City, wanting to expose that couple's malicious nature, but that woman was already on guard. The moment I showed up, I was almost caught. Luckily, I had made a bomb, lost a leg, and thus escaped with my life." The situation was about what Solun had guessed. That Captain Raman and Jeek's stepmother Marion had been in cahoots for a long time. They were originally a pair of swindlers, masquerading and seducing wealthy individuals before engineering accidents to seize their fortunes. Originally, Benson had not intended to take his son Jeek on a long voyage, but Marion had persuaded him with pillow talk and brought him along. Only if the heir was also taken out of the equation would she, as the widow, possibly inherit the Benson family's fortune. But now, there had been a slight mishap, and Jeek hadn't died. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. That meant, without killing him, that couple wouldn't be able to get their hands on Benson's fortune. Captain Raman was just an ordinary third-tier professional to Solun, who did not regard him highly. Instead, he was more interested in Jeek's affairs and asked, "That bomb you used in the inn before, did you make it yourself?" Jeek nodded slightly, Recalling the bomb that was much more powerful than conventional explosives, Solun asked, "The special nitro compound used in the bomb, did you blend that yourself too?" Although Jeek didn't know why Solun was asking these questions, he nodded again and added, "I found a fragment of an ancient goblin explosives formula in the Academy library. After many experiments, I managed to create it." Solun found it interesting, as this fellow seemed to have a real talent for tinkering with explosives. "Weren't you interested in becoming a designer? Why do you like playing with explosives?" Hearing this, Jeek fell silent. Seemingly reminded of something, his eyes filled with sadness. He sighed, then said, "No, that was actually my father's wish. He wanted me to become an architect in the future. You know, even in the Imperial Society, being a designer is a very respectable profession. My father didn't want me tinkering with those dangerous explosives." As he spoke, tears filled Jeek's eyes. His most respected father was no longer alive. Heartbroken, his face contorted with conflict and ferocity, "But actually, my true dream is to become an ammunition expert. My dream is to create the world's most powerful bomb. I love the moment when gunpowder bursts into flame." As he spoke, his expression darkened, and his voice suddenly weakened. "If I could have created a more powerful bomb, my father wouldn't have died." Solun listened expressionlessly. Hatred often becomes the greatest motivation for progression, and what Jeek was enduring now might be a good thing for his future. As he said this, Jeek looked again at Solun and asked, "Mr. Nicholas, do you know, did that wicked woman get blown up?" "She didn't. She just lost a leg." Solun shook his head, sensing something else, and added, "Otherwise, they wouldn't have hired people to keep an eye on you." Hearing this, a look of shock flashed across Jeek's face. "Then you?" At that moment, Solun was already leading him into an alley between houses with red brick walls. Jeek instinctively looked back just in time to see the two amateur trackers who had clumsily followed them. But before he could say anything, he saw the two men who had just entered the alley suddenly stop. Without warning, clang, heads fell to the ground. This. Jeek didn't know how Solun had managed it, but the scene left him stunned. He had never thought murder could be so casually executed, and as he watched the human fountains in front of him, he was dumbfounded. "Did you do this?" Solun smiled and said nothing more. He walked over, skillfully cleaned up the body, and calmly called out, "Let's go." Indeed, Blizzard City did not permit fighting, but that was only if the safety guards caught you. If you could silently kill someone and dispose of the body properly, no murder case would be established. Jeek watched the figure who had killed and left composedly, feeling a storm of emotions inside. How could Mr. Nicholas be so powerful? Solun found a nearby inn and settled Jeek down. His injuries were not a big problem. After using potions for frostbite, he would recover in a few days. Jeek, wrapped like a mummy, was full of gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Nicholas. Solun took off the rubber gloves he used for surgery and said indifferently, "No need to thank me. You and your father once saved my life." He looked at Jik, who, though not seriously injured, had lost a leg, which was a considerable problem. Thinking of helping completely, Solun then took out a steam mechanical leg and added, "If you don't mind, I plan to install a prosthetic leg for you." This was one of the spoils of war previously captured in Old Lington. Although it wasn't neuromechanics technology, it fully met the needs for daily life and simple combat. Jik stared at the mechanical leg, his eyes at once widening. He was no ordinary civilian, the preparatory academy had special courses on steam mechanics. Seeing the finely made mechanical leg, his eyes widened in shock. There was even a miniature steam boiler? This must be military grade. He wanted it, but then he remembered something and stammered, "This. But Mr. Nicholas, I don't have the money to buy such a high-end mechanical leg." Solun shook his head, "No money. It's a gift." With that, he began to dismantle the installation tools for the mechanical leg. Solun's vast knowledge of mechanics allowed him to effortlessly dismantle the finished mechanical leg. He even pulled out some parts and impulsively modified it a bit to better fit shorter wearers. Soon, the mechanical leg was installed. Jik immediately got down and walked around. It was fine for running and jumping. Aside from a slight mechanical noise, it was hardly different from a real leg. Seeing that he could walk normally again brought a smile to his face for the first time in many days. Solun felt he had done everything necessary and debts of gratitude were repaid, so he didn't plan to stay longer. He advised, "Live well from now on. Revenge can be taken slowly, don't think about dying together with those people. It's not worth it." As Solun walked away, Jik had many words of gratitude in his heart but couldn't utter a single word. "Wait, Mr. Nicholas." Solun turned to look at him. Please. Jik stammered from nervousness. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly bowed deeply and finally gathered the courage to say, "Please take me as your disciple." It was not lost on him that this Mr. Nicholas was not only an excellent rune master but also proficient in medicine and possessed highly advanced mechanical skills. Mysterious and powerful. There could be no better candidate for a teacher than such a learned scholar. The crucial thing was, the composed demeanor during the killing had been deeply etched in Jik's mind. At that moment, he finally clearly knew what kind of person he wanted to become in the future. When Solun heard this, many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He thought of his own teacher, Syria, and the scene when he first met Mr. Hay. Jik had good talent and a good temperament. After surviving this great ordeal, he also had vast potential for growth. It was just missing a bit of opportunity. He was somewhat inclined to teach him, but found it a bit troublesome. His eyes showed little surprise as he spoke faintly, "My background is a bit special. If you become my disciple, you might get involved in troubles multifold greater than now. And even if I take you as a disciple, I won't have much time to teach you. Have you thought it through?" "I have thought it through," Jik said resolutely. "My father is dead, and I don't have any relatives left. Please take me as your disciple." Saying so, he knelt on one knee and extended his hands forward, offering the discipleship gesture that meant, "Teacher, please impart knowledge to me." Seeing him perform this profound salute, Solun pondered for a moment. "Very well. From today on, you are my disciple." Upon hearing this, Jik was overjoyed and respectfully called out, "Teacher." This being Solun's first time taking a disciple, he was slightly perplexed, not knowing what to do. He asked, "What do you want to learn?" Jik was also slightly surprised. Wasn't it the teacher's prerogative to decide what to teach based on their strengths? He politely responded, "Whatever teacher teaches, the disciple will learn." Solun frowned slightly and said, "My studies are quite varied: alchemy, runes, medicine, mechanics, various magical arts, mysticism, pharmacology. I know a bit of all. An alchemist definitely needs to be learned. But a person's energy is limited, and the path ahead, you must choose for yourself." Solun knew his own path was not suitable for others, others didn't have the Death Reaper talent. Nor was everyone a learned Mr. Hay. Upon hearing this, Nick immediately felt something was strange. How could someone possibly know everything? If it were not for knowing that Solun had demonstrated extensive knowledge in mechanics and runes, he would certainly have thought this was an unreliable teacher. Thinking it over, he said, "Teacher, I want to learn about runes and mechanical explosions." Solun nodded as well, feeling that the path he chose was quite good, as the future potential of mechanical firearms was boundless. Explosives were actually just an offshoot within the branch of alchemical potions. In ancient times, some alchemists had discovered that mixing certain materials in specific ratios could cause explosions, which gradually evolved into a specialized field of study. Since I've taken you as an apprentice, let me give you a little welcome gift. With that, Solun took out about a dozen thick tomes from his storage space, which piled up nearly half as tall as a man, and added, "These are the tomes on first-level runes and introductory mechanical knowledge. You might start by looking at these. The magical content in these tomes might be different from what you have previously learned, but they lead to the same goal. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions." At this point, as though he remembered something, he took out some mechanical blueprints he had studied before. "There are also these introductory blueprints. If you're interested, you can look at these too." Nick was now a graduate of the Preparatory Academy, holding the level of a mechanical apprentice. These tomes were enough to engage him for a long time. Teaching was the job of college professors, which was very cumbersome. Solun did not plan to teach Nick hands-on, nor did he have the time. Thus, he planned to free-range. Nick watched as Solun pulled out one tome after another, his astonishment growing deeper. To know, alchemical knowledge tomes in the Lying Empire were exclusive to the nobility. Besides some channels through various preparatory academies to obtain some introductory knowledge, further advanced knowledge could only be obtained at the Royal Academy or by serving a noble. It was also prohibited on the market. He initially thought that Solun would take out some textbooks containing only vague theoretical knowledge. Little did he know, he would be stunned. Items like alchemical formulas and mechanical blueprints, which were protected by patents outside, would absolutely not be circulated. Yet here they were in front of him, tossed out by his own teacher like scrap paper. Just these blueprints and formulas alone were immeasurably valuable. Indeed, most of what Solun took out were textbooks, but the textbooks from Old Lington were different from those outside. Since it all stayed inside the private mining area, knowledge wouldn't leak out. Duke Raphael, aiming to make Old Lington his secret research base, included much advanced content without barriers in many textbooks. There were also knowledge systems autonomously researched by miners after uncovering ancient relics. This was why the technology level of the dungeons was much higher than that of the entire Lying Empire. However, all of this was unknown to Nick. He was becoming more and more amazed, wondering, just who was his teacher? A private teacher from a small southern town? No. Definitely not. Nick had experienced major life setbacks these days, and he felt that probably nothing could shock him anymore. But looking at the little welcome gift in front of him, he vaguely felt that his teacher's background might be a bit extraordinary. And what's more terrifying, whatever he asked, the teacher could answer immediately. "Teacher, did the bomb I made earlier fail to kill that man because the dosage was too small?" It's not an issue of the dosage, but you misjudged the crisis response capability of a third-tier professional. However, a larger dosage would indeed have increased the chances of success. But that was already the limit I tested. Any more dosage, and it would become highly unstable and explode uncontrollably. You can address this issue by starting with runes. On page 119 of Introduction to Mechanics, there's a section recorded on the relationship between runes and directed blast stability. Teacher, are you a scholar, or perhaps a generalist? No, I am a puppeteer. What kind of professional is that? I'll tell you about it another time. After Solun gave those welcome gifts, Nick immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. This fellow indeed had a learning talent. He found the dry professional knowledge fascinating. As a teacher, Solun stayed at the inn until noon, clearing up many of Nick's doubts. It wasn't that he was very idle, but because at this time, the pub areas in the city would start to open. He needed to go to a special pub to inquire about some information. The entertainment industry in Blizzard City was very developed, with most of the crowd being adventurers and merchants, all willing to spend money. As it was also the origin of slaves, the pleasure districts were famously notorious. In the eastern part of the city, there was a lively entertainment district, with an unremarkable pub on the street called Sailor's Tavern. The pub was filled with many patrons dressed as sailors, but in reality, they were all pirates. This is the secret meeting place where pirates of all sizes from the North Sea meet in Blizzard City. Solun was here to find out when the next batch of Dula slaves would be transported. This was the most appropriate place for that. Since it was noon, the tavern seemed to have few people when Solun arrived. As soon as he entered, he headed straight for the storeroom at the back of the tavern. Two burly men wearing leather jackets, their chests heavily exposed, guarded the place. Their gaze was sharp, easily distinguishing between pirates who habitually roamed the seas and landlubbers. Solon didn't give them time to become suspicious, tossing them a tip of 2 silver coins and moved on as if it wasn't his first time there, quite familiar with the place. After passing through a passage leading underground, it was a whole different world. Solon ended up in a spacious underground tavern. The red and green lights flickered, and the air was filled with the enchanting scent of hallucinogens. In a pirate tavern, good liquor was never lacking. Behind the bar, the liquor cabinet was filled with all sorts of beverages. Judging by the labels on the bottles, some were even rare supplies designated for high nobility and even the royal family. Booty pillaged by the pirates. The confined basement might feel unsafe to some, but Solon sensed several secret passages leading in all directions within the underground tavern. Under the floorboards of the storeroom, behind the bare oil paintings on the walls, and behind the barrels at the bar, there were hollow spaces. This somewhat reassured Solon. Although there weren't many people in the pirate tavern yet, there were a few souls with strong fires. 1 4th tier, several 3rd tiers, likely security. The lighting was very dim, the few occupied tables were in their own separate booths, discussing matters with soundproof barriers, making it impossible to eavesdrop on what they were discussing. Solon took a seat and ordered some expensive drinks as a sort of entrance fee. Before long, a skinny man with a red coxcomb and a face full of tattoos appeared. "Hey, brother, where have you sailed from?" He began with pirate slang common among them, and Solon responded fluently. The coxcomb didn't notice anything unusual and then got to the point. "Brother, are you here to dig up information or to move goods? I want detailed information on the recent slave shipments by Sun Commerce, merchandise information, timing, escort strength, what ships." "Oh, the Sun Commerce is not easy to mess with. Add 30% to the commission." "Done. It's a pleasure doing business, 100,000 lexos, pay half up front. MMH. This information is a bit tricky to come by, but within today, I'll definitely get back to you." Gathering such information in a pirate tavern came the fastest and with no trouble. After Coxcomb left, Solon patiently stayed in the tavern waiting for the news. Noticing him alone, the tavern's working hostesses also approached, each very attractive and scantily clad. The rough pirates definitely didn't come here just to drink in silence. Solon didn't act out of the ordinary, he casually picked 2 blondes to chat with while drinking. "Anything interesting been happening at sea recently?" Tulip Commerce's meat tickets got assassinated, causing a huge uproar among the middlemen. "Heard that the Red Shark pirate group got annihilated, seems they ticked off a great bounty hunter. The great bounty hunter strongman August recently came north. Heard there's some big movement happening at King of the North Sea, gathering a lot of people." As Solon waited for the information, he wasn't hurried, confident in the brokers who said they could provide the news today through their channels. The women were also good at keeping the atmosphere warm, and time flew by quickly. Gradually, the tavern became buzzier. Pirates weren't the only ones, there were giants, trolls. From Solon's perception, stronger soul presences became increasingly abundant. A casual sweep revealed bounty-bearing pirates. Iron Cross pirate group's leader Brando Marduk, with a bounty of 63 million lexos, Strange Snake pirate group's first mate Janik Bisley, with a bounty of 33 million lexos, a bounty of 55 million on. Many of these prominent pirates entered the tavern without covering their faces, as if being recognized was a matter of pride, with high bounties a bragging right. They were practically walking bounties. Solon took an interested ear to the pirates bragging about their exploits, gradually gaining insight into the affairs within the pirate circles. As the drinking went on, suddenly, Solon raised his eyebrows and looked towards the staircase. Although the guy with the small mustache was well disguised, Solon recognized her soul fire. Wasn't that the girl named Kajusha? What was she doing in a pirate tavern? Chapter 245. Drinking. What a clever disguise, it doesn't look like synthetic skin, it must be some kind of alchemical creation. Solon glanced at the faux mustache Katya had donned and pondered inwardly. If this group of pirates hadn't seen through it, her disguise was indeed clever. However, Solon was also curious why a lady, seemingly from a noble family, would come to a pirate tavern. Was she playing some sort of adventure-seeking game? He watched as the little mustache took a seat at the bar. Although she had disguised her appearance to look like a pirate, likely being her first time, her demeanor was slightly unnatural. She ordered a drink from the bartender and started drinking. The others didn't see the true face hidden behind her cup, her lips moved slightly, as though she was talking to the air. Solun was rather impressed by this young lady, but he didn't pay her further attention. If such a young lady dared to enter, she was probably protected by a master, meaning he, an outsider, need not worry. After all, this was a seedy tavern frequented by pirates, flavored with the scent of lust and hallucinogenic potions. The waitresses, tall and attractive, were dressed in hot pants and tank tops, unabashedly showcasing their figures as they moved around the tavern. Occasionally, a handsy pirate would tear off their clothes, eliciting raucous laughter. The patrons seemed to enjoy this spontaneous entertainment, generously tipping and rejoicing. The dancing girls on stage moved seductively, their clothes gradually shedding. Everywhere there were images prompting the secretion of hormones. Here, pirates could indulge in ultimate pleasures just by spending money. The information dealer's message hadn't arrived yet, so Solun continued to wait patiently. As time passed, more and more patrons filtered into the underground tavern. Some descended from upstairs, others came through secret passages. All seemed to be significant pirates, and many greeted each other upon entering. "Hey! Captain Martin, I heard your Blue Lion Company recently plundered a gemstone merchant's ship and made a fortune. Ha ha ha, all just hard-earned money, and we lost several brothers, too. Still, not as much as you triple eels made. I heard you kidnapped a baron and demanded a ransom of 5 billion. Oh, isn't that Captain Ferdinand? Long time no see. I heard you went down south, those plantation owners are all rich folks. How was the loot?" Although Solun knew the tavern was expensive and not frequented by any nobodies, he hadn't realized that so many captain-level pirates would attend. Drinking his beverage, he casually remarked, "Oh, it seems we have many big shots here today." Hearing this, the girl massaging his shoulders also smiled sycophantically, because today is Saturday, it's the captain's gathering day. Solun then realized there was such a tradition. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Oh, I almost forgot. No wonder I saw so many familiar faces." The pirates in the tavern weren't just drinking, as they chatted, they started a card game, betting big amounts, making the atmosphere quite heated. Solun quietly watched this fellow from a corner. However, as he observed, he suddenly spotted another acquaintance. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit with a bowler hat walked in. His appearance was highly distinctive, with a crow perched on his shoulder and a cataract-like false eye in his right eye, exuding an air of danger and malevolence. Solun immediately recognized the man, feeling slightly surprised. "Isn't that Gwen Mary, the crow godfather from the old Lington outer city? He's come out too." Moreover, after sensing his soul fire, it appeared he had also advanced to the 4th tier. Clearly, many in the tavern were unfamiliar with this figure from old Lington, and out of curiosity, they began to whisper among themselves. "Who is that guy?" Some newcomer dubbed Crow sprang out of nowhere and suddenly made a name for himself. "I heard he recently swallowed up several small pirate crews and expanded his power quickly. A newbie getting into the seas stirring this much, what tier is he?" "Apparently, he's 4th tier. 4th tier and so audacious. Don't underestimate him. I heard he's a curse magician, with very sinister methods and capabilities. Bald Eagle Cruise Arcade got taken out by him. Just the other day, I also heard they seized one of Ru Ying's naval ships." Listening to these whispers, Solun pondered thoughtfully. It's normal for professionals from Old Lington to be stronger than their external counterparts at the same tier, especially this former underworld boss. But, a newbie pirate? Solun savored the title a bit. In Old Lington, it was basically impossible to set sail. Originally, it was a huge risk when Mr. Jing took them out, and it was even more impossible for others. Apparently, Wenjerb was most likely recruited by the King of the North Sea. He sensed something for a moment and muttered to himself, "But then again, this guy is really strong." Few people in Old Lington had seen Wenjerb in action, so not much about his abilities was known to outsiders. Now, upon sensing his soul, Solun also noticed something peculiar about the crow on that guy's shoulder. At that moment, just as Wenjerb was walking towards the bar counter, a pirate captain approached with a red-beaked parrot. People talk behind others' backs, but that silly bird, probably used to mouthing off among pirates, mimicked human speech to mock the crow. "Where does this idiot come from? Where does this idiot come from?" Wenjerb ignored it, took a seat, but the crow on his shoulder looked over, tilting its head with a flash of red in its eyes. Just that look, and the red-beaked parrot stiffened as if electrocuted, then fell head first to the ground with a thud. It was this eerie crow kills bird technique that instantly quieted the bustling tavern. Not far away, Solun watched the scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, and pondered, a soul curse similar to death's gaze, perhaps. A moment later, the tavern resumed its lively atmosphere. No one minded the dead parrot, and its foolish owner didn't dare say anything. Wengerb seemed to be there to recruit comrades, and that's how it is in the pirate circles. Those with strength never lack followers. After showing a gesture, people immediately approached to get familiar. More and more people filled the tavern, and soon the underground bar was packed. Solun's gaze occasionally rested on the bar, watching the little mustache looking slightly uncomfortable, and he smiled lightly to himself. No matter how much the young girl disguised herself, she couldn't muster the demeanor of a rugged man. Although dressed in men's clothes, she still looked like a handsome little mustache. She was having a drink, and just then, a female pirate, about 2.5 meters tall wearing a bull-horned iron helmet, walked in and sat next to her. The female pirate's clothes resembled a sack, and her unveiled arms were knotted with muscles like elephant legs, visibly strong. This was a Viking. Vikings are born warriors, swimming in the icy waters before they learn to walk. Riding magical beasts, weightlifting, wrestling, rowing, sailing, these were survival skills they mastered from childhood. They are born warriors, extremely belligerent. But they had no loyalty to speak of, they would sell their services for profit. So even though Oleg claimed the title of King of the North Sea, the Vikings did not fully obey him. Pirates and mercenaries were their real calling. Perhaps thinking Katya was a clean-cut man, the female pirate rudely threw an arm around her shoulder, lifted a mug as big as her head. "Hey, handsome, wanna have a drink?" Katya, frightened by this barbaric flirtation, instinctively looked back at Solun, seated in his booth. Solun pretended not to recognize her, drinking on his own. He was wearing the same clown mask outfit as during their previous meeting, which wasn't hard to recognize. The Viking female pirate, seeing Little Mustache's anxious demeanor, became even more enthusiastic. Finally, Katya couldn't bear it, hastily shrugged off the female pirate's arm. She squeezed through the crowd and came to Solun's booth, asking for help. "Mr. Nicholas, may I sit here?" Upon hearing this, Solun affected a cautious look. "Who are you?" Katya glanced at the two ladies next to him, didn't say it outright but pointed to the star amulet at Solun's waist. Solun pretended to ponder for a moment, then gestured for the two ladies to leave. Once they were gone, Katya patted her chest and let out a huge sigh of relief. "That scared me to death." This exclamation suddenly shifted back to a delicate female voice. Solun, feigning sudden realization, exclaimed, "You are Miss Katya?" "Yep." Katya looked around to make sure no one was watching them, then made a tearing gesture on her face. Solun watched as the alchemical face mask was peeled off, revealing indeed that girl with the little freckles. "Nice piece." Solun appraised the face mask, admiring inwardly. To have eluded his perception, the material and craft of that mask must be quite sophisticated. Too bad it's single use, destroyed once torn. Tisk tisk, the rich have money indeed. Upon seeing Katya reveal her true face, Solun gave up his seat and gestured for her to sit down. The girl, with an expression of fright, hid beside Solun by the wall. Solun asked curiously, "How did you come to a place like this?" I sneaked out." Katya stuck out her tongue, her face flushing slightly as if embarrassed. "I've never been to a tavern, so I wanted to see what it was like. I thought I'd pick any tavern, but astrology told me this place was interesting. So, here I am." She paused, then glanced at the burly female pirate and shrank her head slightly. "Sorry for the trouble." The story sounded problem-free and logical, just a tale of a noble lady curious about the lower world, wanting to see it for herself. Fairy tales are often written like this. Astrology indeed can explain some inexplicable coincidences. Although Solun felt something was off, he didn't pry further. There was no malice, so it was none of his concern. He looked at the frightened girl and said, "You've seen it now, do you want me to escort you out of the tavern?" Katya blinked, her big watery eyes filled with wonder, and asked in a pleading tone, "Mr. Nicholas, may I stay a bit longer? The stories from those pirates are quite interesting too." She paused, then quickly added, "If you find it troublesome, please feel free to take me out." Her words were full of the demeanor of a well-bred young lady, not making it difficult for anyone. Upon hearing this, Solun had no good reason to refuse, and he shrugged, as you wish. Thank you, Mr. Nicholas, I won't cause any trouble. Katya, with permission granted, showed a hardly concealed joy on her face, and sat down obediently. The noble lady probably had really never seen the lower world's pirates or been to a pirate-filled tavern before. With Solun blocking her view, she looked like a little thief hiding her bell under her arm, restlessly peeping around. However, pirate taverns are all about pure, unadulterated desires, gambling, drugs. You name it, they've got it here. Pirates gambled fervently at the tables while the hallucinogenic potions in the air excited the blood, and the scantily clad dancers passionately gyrated their bodies. One couldn't help but wonder what a young girl would make of all this. Solun glanced at Katya pretending to be calm and shook his head slightly, drinking on his own. No one spoke, making the atmosphere slightly awkward. However, it didn't take long for Solun to realize that she indeed was a sociable girl. As if suddenly having made a friend, she felt no need to be fearful, and quickly became friendly. Mr. Nicholas, are you a pirate? No. Oh, then let me buy you a drink. Never mind, I'll buy you one instead. Ah. Thank you so much. Mr. Nicholas, why do you drink with a mask on? I'm used to it. Ah. Is it, did I bother you? Should I call those two, back again? Those pirates really are wanted criminals. I've only ever seen them at the gallows before. Oh my, I didn't expect there'd be so many here. My goodness, a few thousand Lioxi could make them do that. They gamble with their hands? Oh, they really cut it off. Ah, that Baldy, I know him, he's quite famous on the Empire's wanted list. The two of them chatted on and off like this. The lady, accustomed to sipping elegantly from a stemmed glass, found the pirates' large beer mug somewhat unfamiliar but intriguing. Katiusha watched the pirates at the next table chugging their drinks and decided to emulate their hearty style. However, it didn't take many drinks for her face to flush a tipsy red, appearing nearly drunk, and her speech became slightly slurred. Yet, the more she drank, the more spirited she got. Mr. Solun, shall we toast? I see they're all downing it in one go. If you can't handle your drink, just have less. I can handle it, burp cheers. Solun watched, somewhat helplessly, but he had to wait for information and couldn't leave just yet. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the man with the coxcomb hair came over with the information Solun needed. Solun left the sailor's pub, carrying a very drunk Katiusha on his shoulder who was babbling incoherently. It was noon when he entered, but by the time he came out, the sky had darkened and snowflakes began to drift down. As soon as he stepped out of the pub, Solun noticed a guard lurking in the shadows. The guard's stealth skills were impressive, eluding ordinary detection. Solun pretended not to notice and, still carrying the drunken lady, hailed a carriage. Before long, the carriage stopped in front of the Starry Inn in the north of the city. As Solun got out of the carriage, he was met by an anxiously waiting elderly steward. Upon recognizing them getting out of the carriage, he immediately rushed over. Oh! Miss, where have you been? At the shout, Katiusha seemed to sober up a bit, barely managing to open her eyelids and recognizing the person in front of her, Steward Herbert. I went to have some drinks, burp. Having delivered the lady, Solun said to the steward, she's all yours now, I must be going. Steward, sir, thank you so much. No need. She has helped me, too. Solun didn't linger and turned to leave. Solun returned to the inn where he was staying. All the way there, he thought a lot. He continuously recalled the entire sequence of events whereby he had encountered Katiusha that day. No matter how much he thought about it, nothing seemed amiss. It was like a perfectly staged play, a noble lady curious about the world of the common folk, on a discreet visit, happened to meet a kind stranger? It was precisely because the encounter was too perfect that it felt unreal, as if something was missing. Solun even hypothesized that Katiusha might have approached him intentionally. So, what could her motive be? Could it be astrology? Or am I just overthinking it? Solun eventually concluded. By this time, he had already arrived at the doorstep of the inn. Thump! 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 He knocked on the door. Jaik opened the door respectfully. Teacher, you're back. Solun nodded and told him, I'll be next door, Call me if you need anything. After instructing him, he went next door. The newly acquired information showed that a group of subhumans from the Sun slave traders would be moved in 3 days. The escort team appeared normal, a routine convoy with some adventurers. Solun passed the message to Yuta, planning to help intercept these Dala people when the time came. With these 2 days, he could prepare some high-level puppets and rune threads. Chapter 246. Solving Trouble. After Solun left, inside a luxurious suite at the Star Inn. On a soft lounge chair, the fully intoxicated Katya lazily reclined, her maid wiping the smell of alcohol from her body with a hot towel. She really was quite drunk, her face flushed with the unique coquettishness of young girls. An old nursemaid gently massaged her temples. With a thick tongue, Katya muttered, "So this is what being drunk feels like, it's quite interesting. Just that my head hurts a bit, not so comfortable." The old nursemaid, slightly helpless, said, "Miss, you shouldn't drink so much when you can't handle liquor. If the lady finds out, she would say I have neglected my duty. Do you need me to prepare a hangover potion for you?" Katya waved her hand, "No need. I quite like this feeling. It's rare to get drunk." The old nursemaid, who had looked after her since she was little, looked at the drunken Katya with eyes full of affection and said earnestly, "You could have left those matters to others, miss. There was no need for you to go personally." Katya felt her eyelids heavy, but the intoxication made her thoughts more acute. She said, "How can I know what the world looks like if I don't see it for myself? All my life I've been taught that commoners are dirty, despicable, that pirates represent evil, and that taverns are gathering places for laziness, disease, greed, lust, all the sins of humanity. But the real world isn't like that at all. It's just the arrogance and prejudice of the nobility." Pausing, she added another profound statement, "How can one write a good story without experiencing the world firsthand?" Listening, the old nursemaid sighed softly, knowing she could not persuade her very opinionated young miss. She changed the subject. The old lady sent a message, "There might be big changes in the north, and you need to return quickly, saying it's not safe here. The original story plot can't continue, there must be unknown factors interfering." The closed-eyed girl on the lounge chair, whether she absorbed this or not, murmured dreamily, "The majestic empire's royal family will soon recognize King of the North Sea Oleg as a king. Although that ragtag group won't achieve much, it will bring massive trouble to the back of lying. The Bonaparte royal family, Duke Raphael, and the pirate leaders from the West and South Seas won't let Oleg become king so easily. An era of great chaos is coming, and even the oldest families could collapse if not prepared." Listening, a complex emotion flashed across the old nursemaid's face, then she fell silent. If only the young lady was not a woman, how wonderful that would be. Katya, seeming to feel the alcohol's effects, began mumbling fragmented sentences. "Among the yacht people, a prophecy is passed down, a warrior who follows the ancient covenant will save their people and return the sacred artifact. According to historical records from the Atria period, the alliance between the Dalal tribe and humans was a matter from 1,000 years ago, the oath unbroken. Our family happens to have treasured the spearhead of the Mjolnir lance, what a great material. Stories must have logical coherence so that sages won't notice inconsistencies when tracing them. If I don't get involved in the events, how can I connect cause and effect? We are the protagonists of our own stories, but aren't we also supporting characters in the stories of others?" As she spoke, Katya's eyes, slightly open, were a bit blurry yet not without insight. She seemed to have thought of something, and a small dimple appeared on her lips as she murmured, "It's rare to meet such an interesting person." Having said that, she finally succumbed to sleep. The Smith Inn. After returning, Solun and Jekyll hardly left their room. Every day, he would spend about an hour teaching his newly accepted apprentice. Jekyll was truly talented in alchemy potions, especially in the study of bombs. Although he was but an orange seed, his father once wanted him to grow into an apple tree. The deviation in his career path greatly obscured his remarkable talent. Now, under Solun's guidance, Jekyll began to grow uncontrollably. His wildly divergent thinking, even amazed Solun, a transmigrator, from time to time. Don't be fooled, despite Solun having knowledge that far exceeded Jekyll's, to create and invent a certain type of new bomb might still not be feasible. Creation and innovation are also the best talents of an alchemist. "Teacher, could we use silk threads to control a missile, changing its trajectory to achieve a precise hit? Is it possible to use special living organisms like the splitworm that sense each other after division, to make a remotely controlled bomb detonation device? Teacher, do you think my heat-sensing tracking idea is correct? Regular potion formula bombs are limited by medicine quantity, but actual organisms can contain endless energy, like magical beasts. Could we create biological bombs? Solun made it clear he had limited time to teach, and Jekyll cherished this rare opportunity. Within just these few days, he asked all the questions that had accumulated over the years. Those questions were as numerous and complicated as the stars in the sky, many of which even the teachers at the preparatory academy in Lying Capital couldn't solve. Solun answered each one with his vast amount of knowledge. Even in some unknown areas, he was now able to provide Jekyll with an idea, enabling a rapid deduction. Today is the third day. Jekyll knocked on Solun's door. Teacher, it's time to eat. After knocking, he turned the doorknob. The master and apprentice had built a tacit understanding. He knew the teacher would definitely control the sill to open the door. Opening the door, he indeed saw a figure deeply engrossed in study. Even such a learned teacher is still so diligent. Jekyll marveled to himself. In the past 2 days of interacting, he had come to realize that his teacher wasn't just slightly knowledgeable in many areas, but was genuinely a master of all. Solun was still working on a component blueprint for the mechanical armor when he saw Jekyll coming in. He turned around and glanced. The food was laid out on the dining table. As he opened the dish cover, the aroma of meat filled the room. For lunch, they were having roasted venison and some fruits. Solun wasn't short of money, nor would he skimp on food. The mentor and disciple would dine together in the room, during which Jekyll would take the opportunity to pull out his notebook and ask about the questions he had accumulated over the day's learning. Even while eating, Solun's 8-armed spider spear didn't stop. Eating, answering questions, studying mechanics, drawing, doing several tasks at once without affecting each other. Watching the glowing 8-armed spider spear behind Solun, Jekyll couldn't hide his envy. Teacher, when can I possess impressive prostheses like yours? Solun also smiled. Work hard on your training, and you should be able to advance to a formal professional within half a year. Then you can consider for yourself the functional and combat-focused prosthesis that suits you. My path isn't suitable for you, you must follow your own path. Jekyll was at the best age for advancement. Having learned the top-tier secret technique taught by Solun, he would start much higher than the average person. The choices for prostheses and job materials would also be more plentiful for him. Solun was very optimistic about his disciple's future. Hearing this, Jekyll's face lit up with anticipation, seriously nodding, "Yes, teacher." But knowing that Solun was to leave today made his expression somewhat gloomy. At that moment, he asked, "Teacher, are you leaving today?" Solun replied, I have some matters to attend to. Once they are settled, I may come to the capital." Sabrina should have already gone to the capital, and there was also a volume of Isaac's alchemy manuscript in the Royal Academy's library, where the most complete knowledge of alchemy was passed down. It seems he must make a trip to the Emperor Lying's capital. Jekyll, still young and somewhat sentimental, said, "Teacher, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life." Hearing this, Solun thought of his own teacher, Syria, and knew how important it was to meet a good teacher. This scene mirrored the time back in that cursed space. He smiled and advised, "Strive to become stronger. Even if you become a mechanic and want to go farther in the future, you must have sufficient strength." After a pause, he suddenly remembered something a friend had once told him and repeated it, "Only from high places can you see more of the landscape." Listening to this, Jekyll was deeply moved, stood up, and respectfully bowed, "Teacher, with your guidance, I believe I can definitely get into the Royal Academy. The next time we meet, I certainly won't disappoint you." Solun smiled and shook his head, not caring about these formalities. Suddenly, he sensed something, his gaze sharpened slightly, and he thought to himself, "Have they finally come?" Turning to Jekyll, he seriously said, "Jekyll, studying is one thing, but before you return to the capital, do you know if there's anything else you need to sort out?" Jekyll, quick-witted, instantly thought of something. "You mean, that vile woman?" Solun nodded. Thinking of something, Jekyll's expression changed dramatically. "Teacher, do you think they could come to the inn?" Solun said calmly, "They are already here." After all, Jekyll was just a student who had recently graduated from the preparatory academy, lacking in worldly experience and unaware of the perils of society. His father Benson had been killed, but if Jike were not dead, then the Benson family's properties in the capital would not fall into the hands of Marion. If exposed, they would be wanted by the authorities. So, they would definitely try to kill Jike, to prevent him from leaving Blizzard City. Solun had guessed this but hadn't informed him beforehand. He also wanted his disciple to experience some things for himself. Before they had finished speaking, a loud bang sounded as the door was kicked open. A group of thuggish-looking guys barged in, around 20 or so. Each one was dressed in leather, with tattoos, ear piercings, coxcombs, spiked hair, and an appearance-screaming gang. Blizzard City had a rule against starting fights, but that rule was for outsiders. The local gangs had much more leeway. Solun also sensed that when this gang entered the inn, the 2 security officers patrolling the street had quietly left, clearly wanting to avoid the crime scene. Though Jike was caught off guard, he immediately stood up, unafraid as he demanded, "What do you want?" Solun recognized the newcomers as members of the smuggling gang, a local syndicate. However, he chose not to speak, silently watching how Jike would confront them from behind. As he spoke, Jike had already pulled out 2 bombs from his hand. These people clearly came prepared, the first 2 even pulled out riot shields. These people dared to charge in so directly, probably thinking no one would dare confront their smuggling gang in Blizzard City. The leader with the explosive hairstyle didn't hide their intention and said, "Someone paid us to take you for a visit." Seeing the gun pointed at him, Jike angrily shouted, "Was it that pair of scoundrels who sent you? I am the junior head of Benson Trading. They plotted against my father and tried to seize our family assets. Don't be deceived by them." Hearing this, the man with the explosive hairstyle showed a face full of disdain. Clearly, he knew what was going on. He looked at the bomb in Jike's hand and scoffed, "Boy, I advise you not to be unwise, just come with us peacefully." Hearing this, Jike continued to argue justly, "I will not go with you. You have no right to ask for my cooperation, this is kidnapping." The explosive-haired man seemed to hear something funny, picked his ear, I never said we weren't kidnapping. What now, you want to teach us smuggling gang how to conduct our business?" Hearing such overbearing words, Jike was both anxious and angry, and suddenly became speechless, you. But he was greatly frightened at the same time. The smuggling gang had a notorious reputation among the business circles he was well aware of. Every merchant in Blizzard City, big or small, in buying and selling goods, had to have a layer peeled off by them. These folks in Blizzard City had an immense clout. His father had once warned him, "It's better to offend the officials than to provoke these villains." For law-abiding merchants, this group of guys was like the rats in the sewers, a nuisance that wouldn't leave you alone once provoked. He thought of the teacher behind him. But there were too many of them, even if his teacher was incredibly capable, today it might still be hard to escape unscathed. Moreover, if they really started a fight in the city, they would definitely be caught by the peacekeeping team, and the final outcome would also be a dead end. Jike also realized the gravity of the situation in a moment and regretted not thinking of this sooner. He still harbored the last hope, shouting, "You dare to kidnap, the peacekeeping team will definitely catch you." The man with the explosive hair raised an eyebrow and smirked mockingly, "The peacekeeping team." Hearing that scornful laugh, Jike immediately felt an immense sense of helplessness. The law was useless, and he was helpless. Was he going to die together with them? This feeling of helplessness made him feel very guilty. Because of his mistakes, did he drag his teacher into this? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he finally heard Solun behind him start to speak, "Jike, with some people, reasoning doesn't work. In the eyes of some, as long as the benefits are substantial enough, both humanity and the law can be trampled." Hearing this, Jike felt very mixed emotions, but more than anything, guilt. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I dragged you into this." Solun shook his head. If these people hadn't come, he had planned to resolve this trouble before leaving. Since he was the teacher, naturally he did not want his disciple to be harmed by just any schmuck. Now, it saved him the trouble. The explosive-haired man looked at the man in the mask, slight curiosity in his eyes, and asked, "Friend, which path do you walk?" Solun didn't respond to him, but smiled, "If I'm not wrong, did someone promise you the family assets of Benson Fur Trading to get you to capture someone?" 60%, or 70%. Listening from the side, Jike suddenly understood why the gang had intervened in this matter. At the same time both angry and furious, that pair of scoundrels actually used his family assets to put a bounty on him. The explosive-haired man couldn't guess the calm attitude of the other party and asked another question, "Brother, what does this matter have to do with you?" "He is my disciple." Solun responded calmly. Hearing this, Jeek's eyes filled with tears. "Teacher, you..." Solun shook his head. All this talk was naturally to make Jeek understand some truths. He didn't expect to turn around the other party and added, "You should know what the situation is. I'm asking, can we just drop it?" As soon as these words came out, the response was more than 10 gun muzzles pointed at him simultaneously. The smuggling gang, used to being imperious as the local kingpins, how could they be persuaded with just a word? Moreover, the Benson family's assets were not a small amount. With such profits, how could they give up? The explosive-haired man squinted like a poison snake, his tone full of threats. "I'd advise you not to meddle in idle matters. In Blizzard City, offending us, the smuggling gang, is not a wise choice." He also vaguely guessed that the other party might have some capabilities, hence he flaunted the gang's influence. Even if some very wild large pirates were in Blizzard City, they had to give face to their gang. But where would Solun be afraid? I was just asking." He chuckled in an unhurried, calm tone, and added, "After all, killing someone also needs a reason, right?" As soon as these words ended, a suddenly violent red light flashed through his eyes. Just when the people in the room had no time to react, Solun suddenly flashed in front of Jeek, clapping his hands. Silk Control Secret Technique Slaughterhouse. He had decided to kill and would not give his enemies a chance. Murder flashed in Solun's eyes as he made grasping motions in the air, and the drifting blue silk threads suddenly appeared. These dense silk threads were the wind system cutting silk threads he had produced over the past few days. These gang thugs, the strongest, were merely 2 half-baked second levels. In front of the 4th level wind system silk threads, they were as fragile as papier-mâché. But at the same time, gunfire erupted. Countless musket bullets struck Solun's body, popping and creating numerous holes in the room. The battle ended in an instant. In this narrow room, these guys didn't even have a place to flee. Solun was unscathed. Having killed this group of people, he finally felt the restless emotions in his heart settle down a bit, and he exhaled softly. Just then, he sensed something and said to Jeek, who was behind him, "Wait here for me, I'll be right back." Hence, his figure disappeared from the room. The odor of blood assaulted the senses, and upon looking again, Jeek saw that he was the only living person left in the vast room. Looking at the limbs and severed arms all over the floor, his eyes shimmered wildly with disbelief. They were dead. The teacher had killed them all? Just by flicking his fingers? Oh my goodness! With his hand gripping the bomb now drenched in sweat, Jeek's mind went blank. He had been ready to die together with them, just like this? He had never killed anyone before, nor had he seen so many dead people at once. Blood flowed under his feet, turning the carpet dark red. As it moved under his feet, he could even feel its warm moisture. Everything before his eyes was like scattered Lego bricks, limbs, intestines, organs, and minced flesh everywhere, similar to a meat showcase in a slaughterhouse. Jeek was overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. In his heart, it seemed like something had sprouted. Power. Only immense power could make one fearless. While he was still dazed, a figure flashed, and Solun reappeared at the room's entrance. And in his hand, he held another head. Upon seeing the face, how could Jeek not recognize it as the head of their former family guard captain, Raman? Oh my god, in just a few moments, the teacher had killed a 3rd-level professional? The teacher is so strong. Shock filled Jeek's eyes. Solun casually tossed the head onto the pile of bodies, set a fire, and called out, "Let's go." Jeek was still a bit dazed and instinctively asked, "Teacher, where are we going?" Solun nonchalantly uttered a few words, "To eradicate the roots." 20 minutes later, in a private rehabilitation center in the eastern city. Solun waited a few minutes at the hospital's entrance. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from a VIP room on the 2nd floor of the rehabilitation center, and flames shot out of the window. Almost at the same time, Jeek walked out composedly. Solun looked at him and called out, "Is it done?" In that room, there was another woman whose legs had been blown off previously, Marion. Yes. At this moment, Jeek's face was slightly pale, but his eyes were much more determined than before. Solun didn't ask further and said, "The trouble is now dealt with. Let's go, I'll get you on board." Jeek, "Yes, teacher." The two didn't look back at the fire, blending into the crowd before the security team arrived. Chapter 247. Pirate. Before the smuggling gang could react, Solun had already sent Jike off on a merchant ship bound for Lying. As for his disciple, Solun felt that he had done everything he could, the road ahead was for him to walk alone. He left the dock, changed his outfit, and mingled with the crowd again. As for any possible retaliation from the smuggling gang, Solun wasn't too concerned. It wasn't only because he was always careful, but also because there was a good chance that they didn't even know he existed. Besides, even if trouble did come his way, it wouldn't be too big of an issue. He had already found out that the leader of this gang was only a fourth order. In Old Lington, being part of a gang was a means of survival. Amidst the harsh living conditions, many ruthless figures emerged from the three major gangs. But in the wider world, those involved in gangs were often lazy and incompetent, with very few truly capable individuals. At least, that was the case for small cities like Blizzard City. Even if he was outnumbered and couldn't win a fight, he still had some confidence in his ability to protect himself. Having not gone out for a few days, Solun wasn't in a hurry to return and instead wandered the market for a while, planning to buy some alchemy materials. The demon cores from the northern lands were both high quality and inexpensive, offering much more than the purely dark energy elements found in curse crystals, and thus meeting a wider range of alchemical needs. There were also consumables for enchanting runes that he needed to restock. He then visited the black market where he picked out some scattered sea charts from several nautical shops, as well as adventure maps of the Silent Forest. Yes, the black market. In this world, detailed sea charts and maps are banned as military contraband. Cartographers are also a very rare and noble profession, exclusively serving the nobility. Aside from the official maps from Lying, anyone who dares to print them privately commits the serious crime of espionage. As such, most of the sea charts available to the public are handmade versions by sailors and adventurers, which aren't very accurate and are fraught with errors and discrepancies. They're also very expensive. But having some maps is better than none, and Solun believed that for someone like him, who might need to flee at any moment, having extra maps was always a good thing. After browsing around, Solun also scavenged quite a few useful materials. It seems the incident at the Ironsmith Inn where 20 to 30 people died might also have come to the attention of the higher-ups in the smuggling gang, as various lowlifes could be seen searching for people on the streets. Unfazed, Solun casually found another inn, booking a room. The next morning, Solun arrived early at the dock of Blizzard City. The Sun Slave Trading Company was set to transport a batch of slaves across the sea to Lying that day. Solun specifically arrived 15 minutes early, strolled around the dock, and confirmed the Dara tribe was indeed on the slave ship. Yuta, who was mingling in the crowd, also picked up the scent of his tribesmen. The two pretended not to know each other and boarded the ship one after the other. Solun also took special care to observe that one of the three people who had been following them had followed Yuta to the dock. But that guy didn't get on the ship. Solun didn't think those people had given up. On the contrary, this was a clever tactic of alternating surveillance. To confuse and distract. Now, Solun couldn't even distinguish who in the crowd was a tracker anymore. However, he became increasingly curious about what these people, following Yuta, intended to do. Before long, the fleet weighed anchor and set sail, with a line of 3-masted ships leaving the harbor. There were about 10 ships in total, similar to when he arrived. Since big trading companies like the Sun Corporation had their own escort teams, they didn't need accompanying adventurers. Solun and Yuta thus blended in with the merchant ships at the back. The journey to Lying was not short, and there would be plenty of opportunities to act. Solun's original plan was to wait for a foggy, windy night. Or during stormy weather. Use the cover of night and the sea fog to cross over undetected, and hijack the ship carrying the subhuman slaves. With Stanitz's chessboard and Ounce's Iceman shroud in hand, it was unlikely he would be detected. Even if the Fourth Order escort leader was on the slave ship, he could subdue him without causing too much commotion. The most ideal scenario would be to hijack the slave ship without anyone noticing and quietly slip away. However, the only variable that made Solun feel uncertain was the person tracking Yuta. Without clear understanding of their purpose, he became even more cautious. Solun's senses couldn't cover the several ships behind him, and he wasn't sure if there were any masters beyond his abilities, silently watching. The daytime sail was smooth with fine weather and a fair breeze. Probably fortune was on their side for their planned heist. Soon after night fell, fog began to blanket the sea. The air suddenly grew damp and cold. Solun, who was reading in his cabin, immediately realized something. Looking out of the vent in his cabin, he saw a faint mist starting to drift across the sea. Solun felt the humidity in the air, and it seemed that the fog was going to thicken considerably. That was a good sign. The ship's navigators also noticed the anomaly, and soon the second mate went around alerting the adventurers in their cabins, "We're entering a foggy area, everyone be wary of pirates." Encountering fog at sea is commonplace, and both the crew and accompanying adventurers remained calm. Those who wanted to sleep slept, and those who wanted to boast boasted. Solun estimated that it would take another hour or two for the fog to thicken, and midnight would be the best time to take action. He hadn't expected to initiate action as the fog thickened, but someone else had beaten him to it. As he was reading a book, suddenly, he heard the commotion of intense combat coming from the ships behind him. Boom! 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 Those were the sounds of gunfire mixed with the clash of swords. Following that, the entire flotilla erupted into chaos. "Man your stations! Man your stations! Everyone, prepare for battle!" Hurried footsteps resounded on the deck while the artillery chambers buzzed with the sounds of ammunition being loaded. Flares shot across the sky with a whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, everyone could see clearly what was happening. "Damn it, it's that Hodge fellow. He's here to raid the slave ship again. Oh, you gave me a fright, I thought we had encountered pirates." "Hodge is no pirate, they only free slaves, they don't rob normal merchants. No need to worry too much. But we've signed a mutual defense pact, if we don't help out and he steals Sun Commerce's slaves, we'll have to pay a hefty breach of contract fee." Solun followed the crowd onto the deck, and upon hearing that it was Fist of Justice Hodge who had taken action, his expression grew even more peculiar. Suddenly, he realized something, and the pieces of the puzzle in his mind clicked into place. Too many coincidences stacked together suggested deliberate intent. Could the person who has been following Yuta be a subordinate of Hodge? The more Solun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Out of the many slave ships that left Blizzard City daily, why target this one in particular? Solun recalled that the only thing that set this batch of slaves apart was the presence of a highly esteemed druid from the Dolo tribe. Yuta. But what was the purpose of such an action? To curry favor with the Dolo tribe for some goal? Solun reflected on some recent intelligence. Hodge was active on the front lines of the slave liberation movement, enjoying a significant reputation among other races, and had rallied a mighty force. Tisk tisk, interesting. If Hodge truly came to liberate the slaves, then Solun had a certain admiration for him. But now, it seemed the man's motives might not be so pure. The one tailing Yuta was clearly a professional spy, not someone an ordinary power could cultivate. This seemed to indicate that Hodge was not a lone hero in the slave liberation movement. Behind him, there likely stood a tremendous force offering covert support. Only the very powerful could pull off such a feat, a top noble or perhaps the royal house of ruling. Thinking this, Solun pursed his lips. Without needing to think further, such actions likely aimed at the vast expanse of the northern tundra and its various indigenous races. And reality didn't let Solun speculate for long, as the intense battle at sea redirected his attention. Solun's eyesight was much better than that of others, and he could see through the mist at once. On the ship flying the Norsen Commerce flag, some people were in combat. Someone was attempting to seize the ship. Others were resisting. However, the battle was nearly one-sided. This was because the sturdy man in the silver lion armor on the deck was the Fifth Order professional, Fist of Justice Hodge. The great bounty hunter who had once slain a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. His presence meant that the small commerce's guards and adventurers had no chance to resist. Hodge leaped onto the deck and called out with a voice as loud as a bell, "I am Hodge Soriano, we are here to free slaves, we shall spare those who are innocent. But those who dare to obstruct us shall be considered as filthy slave traders' lapdogs, to be executed without mercy." At his words, pressure radiated in all directions. Upon the other ships not belonging to Sun Commerce, the supporting gunfire promptly lessened significantly. Reputation aside, this man was still well regarded. While he was detested by slave traders, ordinary merchants didn't have a bad impression of him. As he declared, he had come to rescue slaves. Against such a formidable expert for the sake of protecting the property of a great commerce, it was clearly unwise. The sudden emergence of a Fifth Order professional within the fleet caused Solun to frown. However, he didn't feel particularly threatened. After all, they hadn't come for him. Moreover, no matter what Hodge's motives were, the purpose of those people freeing the slaves was the same as Solun's. Having such a 5-stage master taking action also saved him a lot of effort. Solun had no intention of making a name for himself at this critical juncture. He stood on the deck, along with everyone else, watching the excitement with interest. Meanwhile, Yuta, who was mixed in with the crowd, also transmitted over the communication device, "Mr. Solun, I'm going to check on my people first." Solun thought about it. If Haj wanted to save people to gain favor, then he certainly wouldn't harm the Dula people. It should be safe for Yuta to go. He responded, Be extra careful, that person might be the one who has been following you recently." Yuta's reply came through the communication device, "Okay." With that, a figure leaped into the sea. The battle did not last long, and the force led by Haj quickly quelled the resistance. Before long, Solun saw the slaves being released from the 3 slave ships. Just then, in the nearby fog, several ships slowly emerged, seemingly coming to rendezvous with Haj's people. Solun felt that it was quite good to end it this way. After all, everyone was rescued, which saved him a lot of trouble. But just at that moment, something unexpected happened. Solun's ears twitched slightly as he heard the caw-caw-caw of birds in the sky. In the night, those black birds were not conspicuous, and even with his eyesight, he could only see some dark figures flying from afar. Crows. Solun looked up, but his brow furrowed. He had personally killed a man who raised crows in Old Lington and knew that these ominous birds had certain habits. Crows cannot fly long distances. The appearance of crows over the sea meant that someone on a nearby ship was keeping them. Moreover, the sound of their flapping wings was becoming increasingly dense, indicating there were many of them. A bad premonition was forming in Solun's mind. Just then, more than a dozen red-eyed crows had already alighted on the mainmast of the ship where he was. Seeing these red-eyed crows, Solun immediately thought of someone he had seen 3 days ago in the pirate tavern. The crow godfather, Gwenmary. Not good. He had just realized something when his pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could say anything, the flock of crows, with a flash of red light in their eyes, suddenly flew down, flapping their wings as if to attack the people on the deck. When attacked, the adventurers on the deck reacted quickly. Amidst the shouting, a volley of gunfire rang out. The sound of crackling gunfire was instantly extinguished. Only a few crows were killed, and no one paid much attention. Bad luck. Why encounter crows at sea as well? Haha, my shooting's not bad, right? I got 2 birds with 1 shot. What they hadn't noticed was that the crows, when hit by bullets, exploded into a mist of blood in mid-air. It really is that cursed technique. Solun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the clouds of blood mist, already certain of the origin of these crows. He had crossed paths with this technique before and was all too familiar with it. This was the curse magic spell, Blood Curse of the Plague Crows. Previously he did not know the principle behind this technique, but now, in his perception, it was crystal clear. At the moment the crows burst into blood mist, his eyes saw what seemed like a sandstorm made of tiny soul particles. Within an extremely short time, they had spread across the entire sea. This blood was the medium for the parasitic curse. Now the fleet is in big trouble. Realizing this, Solun quickly changed his appearance with a sort of spellcasting, putting on a crowbeak poison mask as if it were changing faces. The others on the ship didn't react in time and had already inhaled some of the blood mist. The next instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. Some people on deck suddenly felt something stuck in their throats and reached with their fingers to pull it out. As they did so, live crows began crawling out of their mouths. More and more people, as if possessed, began to cough up crows in an eerie spectacle. The number of crows regurgitated increased rapidly and soon covered the sky. Solun looked on with a heavy gaze. This spell was much more formidable than any he had encountered before. As he looked at the sky full of crows, he muttered to himself, curse magic released by 4th-tier professionals is indeed much more powerful than that of the 2nd tier. Oh, damn it, what the hell is this thing? It's curse magic. Everyone be careful, don't touch those crows. It's a parasitic curse, not fatal for the time being. But if the curse isn't lifted, we will eventually be drained to death. Damn it, the basic curse potion is useless. Who has a high level one? Sell me one. Everyone watch out, it might be a pirate attack. I've heard of this method before, a new pirate known as Crow has recently appeared on the seas. Everyone was dumbfounded by the curse magic. They had no clue what was happening. Moans echoed all over the deck and inside the cabins. Solun was also puzzled, thinking that if Haj was rescuing people, why did he add this twist to it? Could it be that Hodge is one of the King of the North Sea's men? But clearly, that wasn't the case. Looking out into the distance, the so-called Fist of Justice Hodge also stared gravely at the few ships veiled in fog. It seemed that he too was unaware. Solun followed the man's gaze and saw the silhouettes of those large ships in the misty night. As he got closer, he could make out the fluttering flags on the ship's masts. Shockingly, they were blue skull flags with a wolf fang club motif. That was the fleet of the King of the North Sea. And indeed, the one controlling the crows was Gwenb. Solun immediately guessed what was happening, his eyes shifted, and he quickly realized, has Hodge been targeted by the King of the North Sea's men? He realized that tonight seemed to be a series of traps. Hodge had come to rescue the slaves, and the King of the North Sea's men had been keeping a watch on him. They took advantage of his voyage to sea, ready to surround and kill him. The reason wasn't hard to surmise. Hodge's action of rescuing slaves was gaining him more and more fame among the various races of the North, and the trend was intensifying. This, indeed, posed a serious threat to the prestige of the King of the North Sea. Solun felt that, if it were him, he probably wouldn't allow this disturbance to continue either. He glanced at Yuta. The curse seemed to have no effect on her as a druid. She was casting spells to dispel the cursed blood fog on the slave ship detaining the subhumans. Seeing this, Solun didn't rush to act and calmly watched as the situation unfolded. Before long, the crew members on the mast also spotted the pirate flags and shouted, "Pirates are attacking!" This shout immediately sent the fleet into chaos. Damn it, how could there be pirates? No good, it's the North Sea Fleet. The various merchant ship captains immediately gave orders, quick, turn the rudder, return to port. Notify the other merchant ships to form up, prepare the cannons, and sink those damned pirates. Normally, cargo ships can't outrun pirate ships. Especially those returning from the north, laden with too much cargo, they draft deeply and move slowly. Pirate ships, designed for raiding, are built for speed. So escape was highly unlikely, the only option was to fight while fleeing, perhaps to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The merchants could ignore Hodge, as they knew he wasn't a pirate and had some moral standards. But when faced with real pirates, there was only the choice to fight to the death. Being captured by pirates meant that aside from a select few who could be ransomed for their value, the fate of the others, if they managed to survive, especially the women, would be worse than death. Cannon fire suddenly broke the silence, and the booming sounds filled the air. Hodge clearly understood that those men were coming for him. He knew if he stayed on the slave ship, the subhuman slaves would be implicated, and all his previous efforts to free them would be in vain. With that thought, he leapt off the slave ship and jumped onto the merchant ship he had commandeered earlier. Watching this, Solun also leaped off the ship. Chapter 248. The emergence of the void armor. The fog over the sea gradually thickened, and the bright moon was also hidden within the dark clouds, reducing visibility over the ocean more and more. The midnight sea water was somewhat icy, as Solun soaked in the water, silently making his way toward the slave ship. What had started as a midnight slave liberation raid suddenly turned into an intense sea battle. Boom! 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 The violent sounds of artillery fire erupted in rapid succession, bursting eardrums. Pirates' cannons generally couldn't match those of the wealthier merchant ships, so they had little advantage in naval combat. Those pirate ships, neglected and lacking maintenance for years, couldn't withstand as much damage as the merchant vessels either. But for either side to successfully sink the other was no easy feat. When a wooden sailing ship was hit by a cannonball, the projectile would pierce the ship's body, which was coated with runes and plating, and land in the cabin, scattering wood chips everywhere, causing quite a commotion but making sinking it difficult in a short time. Only with good luck, such as breaking a mast or hitting the ammunition cabin, could one deal a devastating blow to the vessel. Therefore, if the combatants were evenly matched in strength, the sea battle often lasted a long time. For several hours, perhaps even several days. Of course, there were high-level alchemy bullets that could shatter such wooden ships with a single hit. But the cost of one such bullet might be more than the price of a sailboat, affordable only to great nobles and imperial navies, and unlikely to be used in such a degree of naval warfare. The two sides continued to exchange relentless artillery fire. The pirate ships had a numerical advantage, with about 20-odd silhouettes of ships in the mist. But whether it was a chase with the navy or a robbery, pirates wouldn't engage in prolonged artillery duels. They were more adept at boarding combat. No, in this world where alchemical augmentation was common, boarding wasn't even necessary. Pirates could use their augmentations to fly in from the sky or swim up from the ocean depths. Wing augmentations, water lung augmentations for underwater breathing, sharkskin augmentations. These practical augmentations were the favorites among those who made their living at sea, possessing strong survival capabilities. Flying in the sky was still easily targeted, but underwater, it was much safer. Solun advanced quietly through the water, watching countless pirates diving off the opposing pirate ships. Once those fellows entered the water, they swam like fish with great speed. All sorts of fins, flippers, tails, and stealth devices helped the band of pirates quickly approach the merchant ships. The hand-to-hand combat upon boarding began as well. The first wave of fodder pirates to board and engage in close combat were mostly low-ranking, first and second tier. Undetected, Solun took out two who happened to come across him underwater. At this distance, he was finally able to make out the entire pirate fleet's arrangement and let out a sigh of relief. Good thing only one squadron came. Although all those pirate ships flew the flag of the King of the North Sea, the secondary flags also identified their allegiances. This was the 4th Fleet of Oleg, Team 7 Silver Wolf, led by Carol. Some of those ships, Solun had even seen before, during the grand battle at Black Reef Harbor when he chased in the tower. Oleg was the confirmed overlord of the Northern Sea. Their official squadron leaders were at least 5th-tier professionals, and even the reserve leaders were 4th-tier. Elsewhere, these were the equivalent of great pirate captains. Solun had previously visited the Bounty Hunters Guild and learned a lot about many great pirates' details. Included among them was this Carol. The man was once the captain of the guard for a noble, involved in an affair with the noble's wife. After being discovered, he slaughtered the noble's entire family and was wanted by the Empire, forcing him to flee and become a pirate. His talent, augmentation, and cultivation technique were all superior, and his strength formidable. Pirates paid particular attention to rank and face. One's position on the deck revealed the difference between squadron leader, vice leader, and small team leader. Even as a spectator, a big shot would stand in the center position rather than hiding in a corner. Solun watched from afar as that bearded man in cold iron mail on the main pirate ship and identified Carol. By his side, there was a Gothic woman with half-shaved head and black teeth. Solun recognized her at a glance, thinking, the captain of Team 9 Instigator Hydvuk. One specializes in controlling mind magic and the other in close combat, both 5th tier. It seems they are dead set on taking out Hosier this time. However, these two were gunning for Fist of Justice Hosier, and he had nothing to do with them. Seeing this, Solun's thoughts became more active. Having only one squadron meant that at least he would not have much trouble ensuring his own safety. The sea battle raged on. At this moment, Hosier seemed to realize that he was in big trouble today. He hadn't counted on the merchant fleet being of any assistance, so rather than waiting to be surrounded by pirates, he and his men took control of the captured ship and attempted to break through to the west. As he fled, several pirate ships immediately set off in pursuit, and naturally, 2 5th-tier squadron leaders from the main ship joined the chase. Seeing this, Solun's heart surged with joy. What a golden opportunity! Another piece of good news was that the slave ship carrying Yuta and the others didn't attract much attention from the pirates. It was a vessel specifically designed for transporting goods and slaves. The pirates, being savvy, knew it was full of valuable merchandise. If they were to sink it, the robbery would be entirely pointless. Moreover, the merchants' side, even knowing that the slaves had taken over the ship, wouldn't waste ammunition to sink their own vessel in the face of more vicious pirates. Thus, the already not-so-powerful slave ship remained unharmed amidst the cannon fire. Upon seeing this, Solun immediately spoke into the communicator, thereafter Hochi. Yuta, throw all the cannons and cargo overboard and set sail. Head east and leave the sea area as fast as you can. A prompt response came through the communicator, okay. No sooner had he spoken than the cannons and cargo were seen being discarded into the sea from the ship. With the heavy items thrown overboard, the draft of the slave ship lightened considerably, and its sailing speed immediately increased. Listening to the distant sounds of battle, Solun figured the 2 squadron leaders must have engaged Hochi. He no longer hesitated and, after several instances of teleportation, arrived beneath the very ship. Your journey continues with Empire. He leapt aboard the deck, where Yuta was busy organizing her people to manipulate the sails and discard any unnecessary items into the sea. Apart from fresh water and food, everything that could be thrown overboard was tossed into the ocean. The two exchanged a nod of understanding. Gratitude filled Yuda's sparkling eyes. Thank you, Mr. Solun. Without the man before her, there would be no rescue operation happening now. She then spoke a sentence in the Dalo language to her people. Upon hearing this, the subhumans one by one expressed their sincere thanks, bowing respectfully to Solun. Solun thought he had understood two words, warrior and thank you. He shook his head, signaling everyone to continue working the sails. This was no time to relax. The pirates behind them certainly wouldn't just watch as this merchandise, worth billions, got away. Though Hochi, the fist of justice, had brought upon them a major problem, he also saved Solun and the others a lot of trouble. At least they obtained keys to the explosive collars and the magic-suppressing chains, and once the Dalo people were freed, they also regained some combat strength. The humans of this plane were mostly alchemists, with no divine faith. But the Dalo were different. They worshipped the nature god. Their strength was also a gift from the deity. Natural warriors, they harbored the ability to shapeshift and cast spells. The rather small slave ship had been crammed with thousands of subhumans. Now freed, they were far from short-handed. Though their ranks were not high, with hundreds of them rotating to cast wind spells to propel the sails, the ship gained an extraordinarily swift speed. Hence, the two pirate ships pursuing them had almost no chance of catching up through speed alone. It was Solun's first time witnessing what magic truly was, and he found it somewhat miraculous. Through devout prayers and incantations, spells took form. This was entirely different from the spell casting he was familiar with. Alchemists performed their craft solely based on the principle of equivalent exchange, harnessing natural elements to form spells through formulas like rules summarized by alchemical predecessors. Meanwhile, the Dalo's spells seemed to communicate with some will through incantations, manifesting in a simpler manner. Solun didn't quite grasp it, but it seemed that their spell casting utilized part of their own power and part of the power bestowed by their deity. Essentially, the nature of magical incantations was an acknowledgement of faith. In other words, one method of casting spells was a reasoned science, while the other was occultism. He didn't dwell on it much because at that moment, the pirates on the ships behind them, seeing their quarry slipping away, frantically gave chase. It wasn't ships, but a group, capable of void displacement. These winged flight grafts, they actually contain the spatial law. Solun's pupils narrowed as he observed the group unleashing their grafts to fly. Resembling mantises, fleas, and also like aliens. It wasn't mere physical flight. As they flapped their wings, the purple patterns on them flashed, and the wearers teleported forward by tens of meters. Others might not have noticed anything, but to Solun, a practitioner who had awakened spatial ability, those spatial fluctuations were very obvious. A quick assessment revealed the significance of these wings. Void wings. Details: first-tier black iron quality alchemical graft, wing grafts produced by a specific insect from the void plane, containing spatial displacement abilities, adaptation value rating C and or above, mutation probability not exceeding 20%, after integration, a slight increase in the host's toughness and agility, with a chance of comprehending some rudimentary applications of the spatial laws. Being low-tier practitioners, the pirates only had one or two types of grafts on them. Normally, Solun wouldn't give these underlings a second glance, but now that he looked at their grafts, he was genuinely amazed. Could it be that those guys have found a void plane seal channel? Solun looked at the information displayed and his expression turned slightly odd. He knew that apart from the abyssal plane channel beneath the Dawn City ruins under Old Lington, this plane once had many spatial channels connected to other planes. But among the plethora of information Solun had harvested, no one had ever seen this kind of void equipment. This meant that the pirates under the King of the North Sea had either found a secret plane channel or poked into the lair of a void monster, and that's how they obtained these materials. Spatial ability is an extremely rare and strong combat power. Let alone flying equipment. The combat enhancement for professionals would be an absolute qualitative leap. Looking at the current situation, the King of the North Sea might have a large group of subordinates equipped with void equipment. This force was not to be underestimated. Really shouldn't underestimate these pirates. Solun narrowed his eyes as he watched the pirates chasing after them, expressing his thoughts internally. It seemed now that this vast ocean was full of endless opportunities and treasures. He wasn't the only lucky one. The pirates closed the distance by dozens of meters in a blink, quickly catching up. The people on the boat could even see the scornful smiles on their faces. Yuda, who was beside him, also lost color on her face. Damn it. That leading pirate is a fourth-class professional. On the ship, all the Dalu people, she was the only third-class one. Though there were many among the Dalu, they weren't without the power to fight. But if a fierce battle did break out, no one would be able to stop that fourth-class professional, which would surely result in heavy casualties and deaths. Solun's eyes shifted, his mind quickly pondering. 1 fourth class, 2 third class, and also some first and second class. To him, the problem wasn't too big. But if a real fight started, that spatial displacement ability would be very tricky, and he couldn't guarantee he could take them down immediately. Moreover, killing these few was a minor issue, but behind them was a complete great pirate group. The king of the North Sea was not so easy to provoke. On the other side, 2 or 3 dozen boats were waiting. If a big commotion broke out here, certainly some superior would come to reinforce. Among the pirate squad leaders, there might be those with special abilities beyond the intelligence gathered. Such as the curse magician known as Krogwenb. Facing unknown enemies, one must not be careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how you were hit when the time comes. Solun's thoughts flashed through his head in an instant, and quickly, he came up with a plan. Seeing the pirates were about to board the ship, he hastily said to Yuta beside him, "When they come on board, don't resist. They probably won't kill. I have a way to get them to leave." Upon hearing this, Yuta was startled at first, but although she wasn't very familiar with Solun, she could sense that he was only a third-class professional. The other side had fourth and maybe fifth class. Was he planning to go alone? Too dangerous. Yuta's expression turned resolute. "I'll go with you." "No, you stay on the ship." Solun's tone left no room for refusal. Without time to explain further, he added, "They'll definitely come for me in a minute. You seize the chance to leave. Don't worry about me, I have my ways to escape." Yuta looked at the man's determined gaze, unsure of what to say. "You." That gaze seemed to have an inexplicable power to convince. Could he really do it? Without giving Yuta the chance to speak, Solun leaped off the ship. The dozen or so pirates flying toward the slave ship also saw Solun jump overboard, but didn't care at all. In their eyes, he was just a coward fleeing from battle. The leading fourth-class professional was named Suleiman, and he had earned himself a domineering pirate nickname, Void Blade. Since successfully integrating the fourth-class Silver Void equipment, he had become the reserve captain of Squad 7. Though he didn't have a bounty yet, it was coming soon. As long as they killed Hog this time, they'd immediately make a name for themselves throughout the North Sea. He felt with this void ability, sooner or later he would become a great pirate known throughout the region. With the winged equipment retracted behind him, Suleiman landed steadily on the slave ship and glanced at the group of subhumans with frosty faces, letting out a strange laugh. "Yo, this batch of goods is not bad." The female subhumans of the Fox and Wolf clans were indeed visibly beautiful at a glance. At this remark, lascivious smiles hung on the faces of the dozen or so pirates behind him. Yuta had already shown her fangs and claws, hesitating in her heart whether to make a move or not. If it were just her, she would definitely not surrender without a fight, even if it meant dying in battle. But behind her were a group of her tribe's people. Suleiman brandished the blade glowing with purple light in his hand, the source of his confidence. The unique pressure of a fourth-order professional instantly swept across the entire ship, and he barked loudly, "I don't care if you understand or not. Right now, go to the hold and stay put, or don't fucking make me kill people." As he spoke, he provocatively pointed the blade at Yuta, the leader. As long as these subhumans made the slightest move, he wouldn't mind killing one to warn the others, and immediately there would be a large number of heads rolling. Yuta was fearless, her azure pupils gleamed with a wild beast's sharp fierceness. She thought of what Solun had just said and couldn't help but look towards the distant sea. Just at that moment, as if a giant whale was breaching, there was a loud whoosh from the sea, and suddenly a figure emerged, a ferocious, iron giant. Yuta had never seen a combat mecha before and could hardly conceal her shock at the odd entity. Is that Mr. Solun?" A few pirates also heard the commotion and glanced over, only to see the mecha warrior wielding a ship cutter chopping towards their pirate ship, all astonished. Military mecha armor? People from the Mafa Empire. Indeed, this was the Colonel-class ship cutter 9 mecha armor. Solun certainly didn't delude himself into thinking he could take on a pirate group head-on. Besides, he couldn't guarantee that there weren't other professionals with mysterious powers among the pirates. Donning the mecha armor was more than appropriate. This set of armor had previously been tested in a great battle at Gadrant Harbor and was a handy weapon, with a helmet possessing special anti-curse treatment. Once adorned in battle armor, it would be very difficult for even a fifth-order mysterious magician to kill him. In order to draw attention and prevent the pirates from continuing their pursuit, there was no better means than the mecha armor. To prevent pursuit, the pirate ship could not be left intact. And the steam battleship cleaver equipped with the armor was essentially a super battleship cutting weapon. The mechanical ship cutter, though incapable of unleashing sword chi or other ranged attacks, with a vibrating blade, could easily slice through wooden sailboats. With one wide, powerful swing, it carved a gash in the hull of a pirate ship. A few more slashes and that gap immediately became a gaping hole. Sea water rushed in instantly, and the large pirate ship looked as if it would soon sink. What's the most significant concern for a mecha warrior? It's being able to withstand and deliver hits. Solun controlled the combat mecha, fearless, like a war god in human form. The rain of bullets rattled against the mecha armor, but that did not impede his movements one bit. Steam from the boiler gathered power, and a blast of white steam from his feet stirred up great ripples on the water's surface. With a leap, the mecha surged toward another approaching pirate ship. Solun jumped onto the deck and, without hesitation, chopped down fiercely, cleaving the iron hard-coated mainmast in two. The mast collapsed, scattering the henchmen in all directions. With all the strong fighters gone to intercept the slave ship, the remaining rabble was as ineffective as ants biting an elephant against Solun. Powerless to stop him, they could only watch as he swung the ship cutter like a giant windmill, severing all the masts on the ship. As they saw their two ships taking on water and starting to capsize, the Heidvik of the Void Blade from the distant slave ship bellowed in rage, "Damn it! This was the nest egg he had saved in anticipation of one day becoming a legitimate captain. And now, in the blink of an eye, it was being hacked to pieces? I'll kill you!" Boiling with rage and no longer caring about the slaves, Suleiman flew back. After all, in his eyes, a set of Mafa military armor was worth countless times more than a ship full of slaves. He glared at that mecha warrior, his eyes full of hatred, yet he also sneered, Mecha warrior? Others might not be able to handle you, but don't you know my void armor is specifically designed to counter mecha warriors?" Solun, of course, saw the group of pirates flying back. He even clearly saw the contempt on the face of the leader. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. This diversionary tactic was precisely to wait for their return. Solun didn't rush to flee, identifying the fourth order armor in the other's hand and musing, "Tisk, tisk, that armor does indeed counter mecha warriors quite effectively, no wonder he's so confident." The Void Sickle. Details: a fourth order silver quality alchemical implant, the sickle of a creature unique to the Void Plane, containing spatial teleportation ability, that can ignore obstacles in its slashes, containment value rating B and or above, aberration probability no more than 15%, after fusion, substantially increases the resilience and agility of the host, and highly likely to gain some understanding of the use of space law. As Solun read this, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, also with anticipation, gift-wrapped experience of space. Chapter 249. Harvesting Space Law Fragments. Solun was closely watching the battle at sea to the west. The fight was still intense, with shockwaves cresting higher and higher. This meant that the Fist of Justice, Hosier, was still holding strong, showing no signs of defeat in the short term. Even better news was that the three rank 5 battlefields were drifting further apart. Solun also set his mind at ease. Without any rank 5 professionals approaching, there was no need for him to rush away. The slave ship was heading east at full speed, and the fog over the sea was getting thicker. If they could hold off for just a little while longer, those Dalo tribe's people would be able to completely escape the pirates' pursuit. Of course, what mattered most to Solun was his interest in the Void Predation outfit. It was when Solun was sabotaging the pirate ship that the dozen or so pirates previously headed for the slave ship unsurprisingly flew back. He didn't hesitate to respond. The mechanical armor raised its hand, and the 6-barreled fire god gun tat-tat-tat burst into blue flames. This type of gun, exclusive to army mecha, whether in design, material choice, or spell enchantments, had very high technology content and could withstand the high-intensity continuous fire of alchemy bullets. But Solun couldn't afford such luxury. At best, he would mix one basic bullet with an alchemy blast bomb. A strike covering a small area was sufficient. The theoretical maximum rate of fire for the 6-barreled fire god gun reached 4,000 rounds per minute, but to reduce the recoil and barrel load, the usual rate didn't exceed 2,000 rounds per minute. Still, it was purely an extravagant way to burn money. One alchemy bullet was priced at nearly 10,000 liso. Which meant, at full firepower, the gun would consume ammunition worth tens of millions in a minute. The power was great. Higher rank 4 and 5 professionals needed to avoid its intensity, but not everyone could afford to use it. If you were poor, you shot accurately; if you were rich, you relied on overwhelming firepower. This saying was a true reflection of the mechanical warriors. This was also the biggest reason the militaristic imperialists of the Mafa Empire constantly waged wars and plundered. They needed to sustain the war with war, and they needed to plunder resources to develop. The use of this suit of armor was expensive to manufacture and to operate. One volley could deplete the wealth that a commoner might earn over several lifetimes. However, the effect was immediate. After a round of tat-tat-tat, air ripples characteristic of blast bombs exploded in the distance. The dozen or so pirates flying through the air were quickly scattered by the barrage, and those who couldn't dodge in time were turned into bloody sieves and fell into the sea. Solun's pupils flickered rapidly, and through his helmet, he saw this scene and analyzed some useful information. Using void displacement, the purple energy patterns on the outfit become visible. The greater the displacement distance, the more intense the purple light, and the longer the energy accumulation time needed. The displacement limit for a rank 1 outfit is roughly between 20-30 meters, and rank 2 will not exceed 70 meters. He recorded the data reflected by the pirates using the outfit in his mind. No matter how you looked at it, the combat capability of this void predation outfit was very strong, even more efficient than Solun's own method of tearing through the fabric of space. Quite a powerful outfit, Solun concluded. As he fired, he watched the rank 4 fellow, with a hint of subtle amusement in his eyes. The pirate ship, whose mast had been chopped down, had lost its propulsion and was drifting with the waves. The deck was empty. Not a single pirate dared to approach Solun's mecha. Unassailable and deadly at close quarters. That was the unmatched terrifying power of the mechanical armor among low-ranked professionals. A burst of gunfire from Solun took out most of the lower-ranked pirates. But that rank 4 guy was extremely agile. Solun knew at a glance that killing him with the tactics available on his mecha was nearly impossible. Moreover, the guy's talent was highly compatible with his profession. C015 Light Absorber was a talent that produced a special pigment in the body capable of absorbing light. It was inherently an assassin-type talent. Now, with the Void Predation outfit, it could reduce the perceivable effects of displacement to next to nothing. The capability and profession of the individual almost perfectly matched the outfit. The guy flitted through the sky like a firefly, then completely vanished into the pitch-black night. For normal people to perceive him with sight or hearing was nearly impossible. With this ability, even against some rank 5 professionals with weak perception, he stood a fair chance of success. However, for Solun, all of this effort was futile. No matter how skillfully one stealthed, the soul fire of the entity remained. It was like a candle in the endless darkness, impossible to ignore. Explore more stories at Empire. In Solun's perception, the location of that guy had never been lost. Pity, had he not encountered me, perhaps he could have grown into a great pirate with a hefty bounty in the future. Solun hummed in his mind. Now, with the high cerebral domain development and the ability to multitask, he had already devised a quick kill strategy the moment he assessed the guy's abilities. But he did not act on it. The battle raging in the west was intense, and there was plenty of time. He was in no hurry to evacuate. He wanted to collect more data on the avoid equipment. While Solun could kill the guy, he also didn't want others to see too much of his hand. Just as in Old Lington. Everyone knew he possessed the Reaper, making it difficult for him to surprise anyone with an ambush. Now, in his hands, he held an artifact he had previously deemed quite useless, but it specifically countered void abilities. It could be very useful in the future, and he did not want to reveal it so soon. Thinking this, he raised his hand, and a black and white chessboard on his mechanical arm emitted a ray of light, instantly enveloping the figure fully merged into the darkness. Voidblade Suleiman was startled as the surroundings abruptly changed into a space filled with black and white chess squares. He did not know how his stealth had been discovered and thought it was some special capability of the magic mechanical armor. After all, this was a custom-made suit of officer-grade armor, possessing some special functions was normal. However, after his initial shock, Suleiman quickly steadied his heart. Turns out, it was just a space limitation. Assessing the space, he glanced at Solun not far off, a barely perceptible cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It was as if a cat was toying with a mouse. Solun caught that mocking micro-expression, full of derision. It was as though he himself, the first time he had been pulled into this chessboard space, immediately knew that this closed space could not contain anyone with spatial displacement abilities. However, Solun's purpose in using the chessboard wasn't to trap the guy, it was merely to keep others from seeing how he killed. Pretending to be oblivious, Solun controlled his mechanical armor to charge fiercely at the guy. Hiss, hiss, two rapid venting sounds, the miniaturized steam power boiler in the legs provided the armor with powerful thrust. The charge was aggressive, like a locomotive ruthlessly barreling forward. The mechanical arm swung wide, and the ship cutter slashed horizontally with such speed that the blade left behind a fan-shaped afterimage in the air. If that slash had truly connected, even a fifth-tier professional would have been cleaved in two. Unfortunately for the opponent, Suleiman merely showed a disdainful smile. As the ship cutter passed, the remaining afterimage at the original spot also dispersed. Utilizing his void wings, the guy easily dodged it. The mechanical armor's weakness was exposed. When facing those with incredible agility, all its brute strength was of no avail. The hit rate was far too low. The opponent wasn't about to clash head-on. If this dragged on, it was certain the mechanical armor would either exhaust its energy first or succumb to mechanical failure due to high-intensity combat. From this point of view, the mechanical warrior was already at a disadvantage even before the fight began. But if mechanical warriors had weaknesses, their advantages were also very pronounced. Their strong defense allowed them to enter battle from an undying position. Normally, when facing such opponents, the mechanical armor couldn't kill the other party, but they also couldn't hope to kill him. The eventual outcome would be a stalemate where both sides retreat without having gained an advantage. Suleiman saw through this and, knowing that this model of mechanical warrior couldn't kill him anyway, was not in a hurry to escape from the space. The two sides exchanged blows in the chessboard space in the blink of an eye, for dozens of rounds. Yet the clumsy mechanical warrior didn't land a single hit. Suleiman's dodges were effortless. But combat has its costs. The movements of Solun's mechanical warrior, fierce as they were, gradually slowed down. The steam boiler's valve began to emit a whistle of shrill cries, a high-temperature alert for an overload during combat. Like a human body, machinery couldn't work endlessly, it too would fatigue from high-intensity battle. The burst of sprints and slashes put the power boiler, kinetic pipes, and pressure devices in an overloaded state. Accumulated heat would rise, and at a certain point, it could melt the runes and enchantments, or even cause the mecha to shut down completely. But this was enough. Solun had essentially ascertained the various characteristics of this void equipment. Suleiman obviously noticed that the speed of the mech suit had slowed down. He wouldn't give his enemy a chance to catch his breath, sneering, "Ha, done playing with you." Assassin-class professionals are very fragile, especially when facing these advanced mechs. A touch equals death is not an exaggeration at all. Previously, he had been cautious, not daring to get close, afraid the mech suit might have some special defense devices like Thunder Net. Now he had almost figured it out. He was certain that this mech posed absolutely no threat to him. Suleiman's battle experience was also formidable. He deftly dodged a volley of bullets at the right moment, and a faint charge lured out the ship cutter's strike. Both of the mechanical warrior's hands were in sight, leaving its back wide open. Perfect opportunity. A sneer flashed in Suleiman's eyes, and with a gleam of purple light from his wings, his figure disappeared in front of the combat mech. A second look, and it was as if a curtain in the void had been lifted. With one thrust, he had already teleported behind the mech. It's over. A triumphant smile spread across Suleiman's face. His arms, transformed into the fourth-order silver prosthetic void sickle, were specifically designed to counter heavily armored enemies. The two void sickles, surrounded by a purple glow, thrust forward prematurely, and a bizarre scene ensued. Any other blade, no matter how sharp, seemed almost impossible to pierce through the heavy defense armor of the colonel-level ship cutter Mark 9 mech suit. But as soon as these two purple sickles struck, their sharp edges did not touch the mech suit. Instead, they opened a black void crack in the air and went straight in. With these two strikes, capitalizing on the void prosthetic's ability to ignore obstacles, they directly bypassed the thick armor and stabbed the operator inside. This odd move would certainly make anyone else's scalp tingle if they saw it. Is it over? Yes. But the one who died was not Solun. This supposed surefire kill move encountered an unexpected error. As Suleiman landed what he believed was a successful strike, his face had not even had the chance to relax from battle when he suddenly transformed into shock. As an assassin, how could he not realize that something was off about the feel of that stab? That was definitely not flesh, but more like wood. Alarm struck his heart. It's not real? Damn, it's a puppet. Realizing the peril, Suleiman felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A tidal wave of impending death washed over his heart. It's not just because he missed, but because he could no longer understand the situation at hand. How could a puppet be inside a mech suit? Could it be that he had been fighting a puppet all this time? An absurd thought flashed through his mind. All of his desperate fighting was just to cooperate with someone behind the scenes to play out a puppet show. His instincts screamed at Suleiman to immediately escape this space. A flash of purple light from his wings and he tried to dive into the void. But, it was already too late. He horrifiedly discovered that his void wings, which had never failed, were now useless. His body was still in the same spot, not teleported away at all. Spatial confinement. Suleiman immediately realized what it was, his face ashen. Looking up, as if the chessboard space was like a theater stage, a shadowy figure with countless strings attached to its fingertips loomed above, manipulating everything from above. And it was at that moment, he felt a slight chill on his neck. A crack in the void? He was all too familiar with these fluctuations of the laws. However, that was his last thought. The shroud fell, and Solun's figure appeared. Looking down at the body, he arched an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the blade bypassed the armor and stabbed the puppet, this void prosthetic is really OP. Thinking of this, Solun let out a slight sigh and muttered to himself, but when you use that prosthetic's spatial ability to attack, your body stiffens for about 0.7 seconds. That must be the moment when you can't use the void teleportation while attacking with those sickle prosthetics. Hey, that's one of the few weaknesses, I guess. The entire battle went without any unexpected incidents. When Solun thought of the Kronos' spatial gloves in his hand, he knew that this result was destined. The glove utterly restrained the void gear, making escape impossible. Kronos' spatial gloves. Detailed description: the gloves solidify the high-level spell Titan's Grasp, which consumes energy to cast a spell that applies spatial solidification to a target area, confining any spatial fluctuations within that area that aren't higher than the spell's own level of spatial law. Evaluation: this is a somewhat frivolous piece of alchemy, consuming 10 times the energy to execute a spell that is not very practical, but in reality, it is a spatial magic tool, enhancing spatial affinity by 30%, and increasing the might of spatial spells by 16%. Solun once thought of this alchemy item as quite frivolous, but now it comes in extremely handy against professionals who can move through void. Without it, he wouldn't have been confident in stopping the guy who could teleport away at will. The only downside is that the consumption pain is a bit much. Casting Titan's Grasp once would consume a cursed source crystal. This kind of energy barite, in the mining area of Old Lington, goes for 100 million Reichsdollars each. In the surface world, it's even more expensive, and the resources are all in the hands of major nobles, making it impossible to purchase. Looking at the body, Solun also felt somewhat emotional. It seems that I can't rely too much on any single ability, otherwise against a counteracting force, I wouldn't even know how I died. This battle was a classic case of ability suppression. Void gear suppressed mecha warriors, while Solun's gloves suppressed the spatial gear. Facing an enemy with suppressing abilities, one's fighting power could plummet off a cliff. He didn't think too much about it because at that moment, the soul mist began to emerge from the corpse. Solun didn't hesitate, the shadow of the Reaper immediately condensed behind him. Although using this ability came with some risks, but rarely encountering a target that might understand 4th-tier spatial laws, it was worth taking some risks. The harvest expected from this stripping was substantial. You have stripped the soul of Suleiman K. Salgado, obtaining some 4th-order space law fragments. You have acquired some day-to-day information, some intelligence on the fleet of the King of the North Sea. You have stripped lingering thoughts, the boss's void plan. You have obtained some impactful notions, some secrets within Pirate City. You have stripped a multitude of spatial ability combat application skills. Spiritual power plus 3.3. Solun chose a few fragments of interest to strip. After assimilating those memories into his sea of consciousness, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. 4th-tier spatial laws, et. Comprehension of space law is extremely difficult, and as alchemists lack the faith in a deity, it's almost impossible to comprehend spatial abilities without relying on job materials. He himself had taken office with the magician's conical hat, mastering some rudimentary application of spatial laws. But that was limited to usage only. There was no real understanding. Space law, this supreme law is powerful, but the difficulty of continuing to comprehend and improve it is n times that of other lower-tier laws, and the progress would be incredibly slow. This fellow named Suleiman used the shortcut of void gear to comprehend some fragments of spatial laws. But those fragments were precious treasures to Solun. Merely stripping the corpse's insights allowed him to directly understand things he might have taken years to comprehend. It saved him a lot of effort. And this might just be a good start. On ordinary days, encountering a person versed in spatial ability was like finding a needle in the sea, even wanting to strip was not possible because there were no targets. But not anymore. From the memories of the corpse, Solun also knew that King Oleg of the North Sea had indeed obtained a large amount of cursed materials from the void dimension through some secret channel. Now that Pirate King's fleet had been turned into a force equipped with void gear. This news might cause the mechanical Holy Land of the Mafa Empire a great headache, but for Solun, it was excellent news. If there are indeed many creatures born with mastery of spatial abilities, and he also possesses the abilities of the Death Reaper to strip them efficiently, should he fear not understanding high-tier spatial laws in the future? He seemed to see a smooth path to comprehending the supreme space law. Void dimension, hey! Thoughts flashed through Solun's mind as he pondered extensively. Even the squadron captain is unaware, the confidentiality is quite impressive. It looks like that group of pirates found a passage to an unknown dimension buried in the dust of history. Should I make a trip to Pirate City to gather more information? Chapter 250. Riding the Wolf. The body had already begun to congeal alchemy growth armor, and Solun looked at the outline of the void sickle that had begun to appear. Thinking of the scene just now where it ignored the mecha's defense, a thought also popped into his mind. This kind of void growth armor, it's very suitable for that guy Kai. Tisk tisk, I should mail him a set if there's a chance. Without waiting for the growth armor to completely disengage, he directly stored the body in his storage space. Hey! But it was this very act of storage that immediately brought a surprise delight to Solun's eyes. The folded space expanded by nearly twice. Folded space was an ability he awakened when he advanced to the second tier and began comprehending spatial abilities. It was very convenient for storage. The volume of the space would increase with the tier level and the enhancement of dark spiritual power. Originally, the expansion wasn't too fast, and Solun felt it wasn't quite enough since some large objects couldn't fit inside. But now, it had actually doubled in size. Solun immediately understood that this was due to the enhancement brought by stripping that fourth tier fragment of space law. Furthermore, not only did it expand the storage space, but the improved comprehension of space law also made opening the space feel incredibly smooth. He distinctly felt that his affinity for space had surged dramatically. This is like taking off. Solun could hardly conceal his joy. An increase in space affinity meant that he could use spatial displacement for greater distances and cast spells faster. Most crucially, the difficulty of learning other space spells decreased. Space law, as one of the supreme laws, facilitates storage and teleportation, and its combat capability is also extremely outstanding. Solun had always wanted to learn some space spells, but even with his strong learning abilities now, progress was very slow. The few space scrolls he happened to get from Mr. Hay took him several months to barely learn one life-saving flash. Others, like Hand of Confinement, Twisted Barrier, Void Strangle, and so on, each more bizarre than the last, he had not managed to learn any. At the root of it was that spatial techniques were much harder to understand compared to other elemental techniques, requiring a magic matrix which, without sufficient comprehension of the law, simply couldn't be constructed. With the detachment of this fragment, he suddenly felt like his spatial skill tree had grown from a bud into a small tree. With robust branches to support, it was only natural for dense leaves, skills, to sprout. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through Solun's mind: when I advance to the fourth tier, should I also equip myself with a set of void growth armor? Because there was no source of void growth armor before, he had never thought in this direction. But now, it was clear that there were material sources at the King of the North Sea, which made this path entirely viable. If it were winged flight growth armor, that would work too, but it didn't seem like the best option. Offensive growth armor was also good, killing people invisibly. Or perhaps those that assist with casting, like enhancing affinity and law perception. Or even spatial defense growth armor. Solun's mind instantly raced through countless possibilities for advancement. But currently, his knowledge about void creatures was practically blank, and he had no idea which abilities would have a high compatibility. Considering that he hadn't even settled on third-tier growth armor, he wasn't in a rush. It wouldn't be too late to learn more at Pirate City and make a decision then. Many thoughts were but a flash in his mind. Solun put away the body, and the chessboard space was also lifted. Although the battle consumed quite some time, it was broadly within Solun's estimates. Now that his spatial displacement ability had greatly increased, he was not the least bit panicked. Thinking that even if he faced those two fifth-tier pirates, though he couldn't beat them, the chances of escaping had increased at least tenfold compared to before. Moreover, he also felt it unlikely that he'd encounter two fifth-tier squadron captains outside. The pirates probably had great confidence in that pirate vice-captain named Suleiman. The man's strength indeed justified that confidence. If he hadn't run into Solun, even facing a fifth-tier professional, Suleiman would have had a certain chance of victory. Moreover, void growth armor had an advantage against mechanical warriors. No matter how one looked at it, Suleiman should not have been the one to die. Therefore, Solun also deduced that as long as the pirates weren't sure that Guy had died, they would not call for backup. Those two fifth-tiers couldn't leave their post. After all, Jose was their main target for the night. Sticking to the original plan, Solun felt that when he emerged, he should see a group of pirates with faces full of astonishment on the deck. There was plenty of time, enough for him to wipe out the pirates on these two ships and then leave at his leisure. By the time those two fifth-tier pirate squadron captains heard the news and wanted to chase, they wouldn't be able to catch up. The plan was perfect. Solun had gone over it many times in his mind and couldn't find any oversights. But unexpectedly, when it all started, things were quite different from what he had anticipated. On the deck of the pirate ship, a fierce battle was unfolding. Solun was slightly surprised. He watched as a group of pirates fought with a blood-covered white wolf. The pirates were making a racket. Haha, didn't expect another one to come back just to seek death. Hey! Brothers, capture this white wolf alive. It's a rare breed, worth at least a few million. Damn it, be careful, this non-human can use magic. The pirates held the advantage in numbers, with 200 to 300 survivors between the two ships, including some third-tier professionals. They were armed with various nets, lassos, and harpoons, seemingly intent on capturing the white wolf alive. Yuda? How did she come back? Solun recognized the white wolf as Yuda, transformed. It seemed she wanted to return to help him. Yuda, overwhelmed by so many pirates, was already struggling to keep up, but there was no sign of retreat on her face. Although it seemed like she hadn't provided much help and had even caused more trouble, a smile crept into the corner of Solun's eyes. The fierce battle on the deck was at its height when the burly mecha appeared once again, causing the combatants to freeze in shock. The pirates, especially, were taken aback. It wasn't Deputy Captain Suleiman who came out? How was that possible? Even the mechanical warriors of Mafa couldn't completely counter the void sickle, right? But the eyes of the white wolf showed relief. Mr. Solun was still alive. Solun didn't give the pirates time to figure things out. As soon as he appeared, he activated the energy tremor of his ship cutter and charged into the crowd. Not all void sickle armors posed a threat to his mecha, the lower tier ones only made the blade sharper, but they couldn't stop Solun. As the other pirate ship had already sunk, everyone had congregated on the deck of this one. Swinging his ship cutter, Solun hacked wildly, and the 6 round cannons of the fire god also fired sporadic bursts. The pirates couldn't avoid the onslaught, and the deck soon piled up with bodies. The most lethal damage was done by the mecha to the ship's hull. Seizing the opportunity, Solun harvested the mist from the pile of bodies and called out softly, "Let's go." The white wolf understood immediately and leaped into the sea. The ocean was the pirates' playground. Once they jumped in, they were as agile as fish, and in the short term, they couldn't be killed off. Solun didn't linger any longer and followed suit, leaping down. In midair, he wielded his ship cutter and swiftly carved 2 gaping, irreparable gashes into the hull. As water flooded in, the pirate ship began to show signs of capsizing. Now, the pirates had to look out for themselves. But the mecha only had the ability to leap short distances and couldn't fly. After wrecking the pirate ship, Solun retracted his armor. He had intended to use the 8-armed spear to walk on the sea, but unexpectedly, a white figure caught his falling body at lightning speed. Solun immediately spotted Yuda and didn't avoid her, landing squarely on the soft back of the wolf. Hold on tight. Yuta, in her white wolf form, let out a sharp cry. Her paws conjured a pale blue wind element, walking on water as if it were solid ground, leaping 10 meters at a time. Before Solun could say anything, she dashed off, turning into a white arc as she sprinted away across the sea surface. At this moment, the mist over the ocean was already thick. Soon, the pirate ship slowly sinking behind them could no longer be seen, and the sound of gunfire had also ceased. After running for 1 or 2 kilometers, Yuta, in her white wolf form, began to slow down. It seemed her explosive speed running atop the water couldn't last indefinitely. The white wolf fell into the chilly waters, starting to swim. Due to her injuries, blood stained the seawater, spreading into a vast expanse of red. Yuta didn't stop. From her actions, she seemed intent on carrying Solun back to shore by herself. The merchant ship had been sailing for an entire day, and they were several hundred kilometers from the coast. Solun felt her goodwill and, to avoid embarrassment, didn't mention his ability to walk on the sea, instead quietly riding on her back. After waiting a while and hearing no more noise from the pursuing pirates, he finally spoke, "Elder Yuta, why did you come back?" The white wolf spoke in human language, her tone calm but resolute. "The Dalo people will never abandon a friend to escape alone." Listening, Solun was taken aback and slightly, didn't know what to say. Yuta had undoubtedly returned with the resolve to face death. She probably thought that if she hadn't come back, Solun would surely die. Earlier, when Solun single-handedly held off an enemy vastly outnumbering him, anyone would have deemed his chances of survival slim. Moreover, Yuta could see that although the strange iron armor with white steam was impenetrable to blades and spears, the void equipment was clearly able to counter this type of armor. She felt that by coming, she might not necessarily save him, but at least she could share some of the pressure. Yuta also believed in Solun's earlier claim that he had a way to escape. But she also worried that what if he misjudged and didn't realize the severity of the void abilities? And on another note, even if he was confident in escaping, without a ship, he wouldn't be able to escape either. The Dalo people are a grateful race. She absolutely wouldn't let a warrior who had saved her and her people fall into danger. At least, not while she was still alive, never. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Yuta had already acknowledged Solun as her friend and the Dalo's best friend in her heart. By midnight, the night was dark and the sea, rippling with small waves. The white wolf's paws paddled lightly through the water, accompanied by the whoosh of the gentle waves against her ears. The atmosphere felt cold, lonely, and helpless. The man and the wolf swam silently towards the coast. The sea was slightly chilly, but Solun felt the immense friendliness of the Dalo people, warming his heart. He didn't bother to explain that he had anticipated the entire scenario and was almost completely certain of there being no danger. But Yuta had come back without looking back, and that was enough for him. Even though his plan for rescue had initially been made on a whim, this was the first time Solun felt it was truly worthwhile. Not in terms of gains or losses of interest, but because he felt it was the kind of return that could put his heart at ease. After some time, the white wolf swam on and they could no longer hear any noise from behind. It seemed the pirates had completely given up the chase. Although Solun thought that Yuta, in her transformed state, probably had the ability to swim hundreds of kilometers to shore, he couldn't just watch her continue to carry him through the cold seawater while injured. The fog was heavy, and he couldn't see the slaver's ship anymore. The vast sea is not a road with signposts to follow. A slight deviation could easily result in missing the mark. Solun wanted to explain in a way that wouldn't embarrass her that he had a ship. "Well, Elder Yuta, we should be safe now. You can rest a bit, I have." Before he could finish, Yuta, thinking he felt awkward riding on her, said, "It's okay. We are not too far from the coast, I should be able to swim to shore." Solun's eyes twitched at her words. Thinking that any excuse would be awkward, he simply said, "You're injured, and I have an inflatable boat. We can float on the boat." Yuta's tone was full of surprise. "Where is the boat?" Yuta's people, the Dalu, with their technology still in the Stone Age, had most of their lives confined to the forest. If they hadn't been captured by the slavers, Yuta would likely have never seen a musket, let alone mechanical equipment. While she had heard of some things from the human world from her ancestors, those impressions were 1,000 years old. As for an inflatable life raft? Stay connected through Empire. Such a thing was naturally unheard of to her. Without further ado, Solun took out the inflatable boat, activated the trigger and punctured the compressed gas canister, and threw it into the sea. In an instant, a life raft was fully inflated. Yuta was startled by the hissing sound of inflation, but soon, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at the floating strange boat. How did such a small thing suddenly become so big? Solun leaped onto the raft and gestured towards her, "Elder Yuta, come aboard." It then dawned on Yuta that humans had invented such a boat. As she looked at the hand Solun extended to help her, her fur quickly receded, returning to her human form. This world had nothing like Hulk pants that defied the laws of physics. At least the Dolo tribe didn't. After transforming, becoming larger, her clothes would have burst at the seams. As Yuta shifted from her giant wolf form back to human, she stood completely bare, her figure exposed to the air. Solun pulled her onto the life raft, and a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. It wasn't embarrassment from being naked. The Dolo tribe worshipped nature and were not so prudish. After all, wolves in the forest don't wear clothes, do they? Instead, she realized she seemed quite foolish. Mr. Solun already had a raft, so there was seemingly no need for her to carry him. Seeing her expression, Solun decided not to take out the steam engine and started to paddle instead. To save her from further embarrassment. Using magic to dry the seawater inside the life raft, it quickly warmed up. Solun gave Yuta a blanket to wrap around herself. She had many wounds on her body, which Solun also took care of along the way. Although Yuta had the ability to treat her own wounds, she was without herbs and didn't decline the offer. Unlike human girls, the Dolo tribe didn't shy away, she boldly watched the man before her tend to her wounds. Abdomen, back, thighs, shoulder blades. Without a hint of embarrassment. Somehow, by coincidence, the two of them had encountered each other under similar circumstances twice. Solun was focused and swiftly treated her wounds. After rescuing her tribe's people, Yuta felt the heavy stone that had been pressing on her heart was finally gone, a great weight lifted. She showed an unprecedented ease on her face, looking at Solun and sincerely saying, "Thank you, Mr. Solun." Solun smiled and nodded at her in response. After treating the wounds, he took out a large linen shirt and handed it to Yuta, demonstrating briefly, "This shirt has buttons, you just button it up like this." Yuta didn't refuse, took off the blanket, and in front of Solun, slipped the shirt over her head. Her body, as sleek as a cheetah's, was now covered. At that moment, with a serious expression yet a sense of trepidation, she said, "Mr. Solun, on behalf of myself and my people, I thank you for saving our lives. You are my friend, and a friend of the Dolo tribe forever." Upon hearing this, Solun also smiled and said, "No need to be polite. I am also a descendant of the Isaac family, and I will adhere to our vows. It's my honor to become a friend of the Dolo tribe and of you, Elder Yuta." Yuta nodded seriously upon hearing his words, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Thinking of something at that moment, a shimmer of light flickered in her pure eyes. Then, she tore a corner from the shirt she was wearing, deftly unpicked it, and quickly wove the linen threads into a cord. Solun was curious about what she was doing. Suddenly, Yuta's right hand became beast-like, revealing sharp wolf claws. One of the gleaming wolf claws then fell off. Solun watched as Yuta used the woven cord to tie the wolf claw, creating a simple necklace that possessed the distinctive traits of the Dolo tribe. With a serious yet somewhat uneasy expression, she said, "Mr. Solun, this is my thank you gift to you. Although it is not as exquisite as the jewelry of your people, please, do not disdain it." Yuta's wolf claw amulet of affection. Description: an amulet made from the life claw of the Silver Wolf clan, filled with the most sincere emotional devotion of a member of the Dolo tribe. It is blessed by a druid and can bring good fortune to its wearer. Solun smiled as he received the wolf claw necklace and immediately wore it around his neck, responding, "Thank you for your gift." Yuta saw his action and beamed with joy. Chapter 251. The inflatable life raft wasn't fast, and poor track conditions at sea meant that Solun and his companions eventually failed to catch up with the slave ship. After drifting for nearly 2 days, they finally reached the coast. Instead of heading to Blizzard City, the two of them crossed mountains and valleys, planning to go deep into the silent deep woods to the sacred lake of the Dolo tribe, Lake Gaius. The silent forest was vast, consisting mostly of mountains and primitive forests, and the journey was rugged. It would take several days to get from the coast to the sacred lake. Although Solun's spider spear was excellent in complex terrain for teleportation, it was far less enduring than Yuta, who had lived in the forest since childhood. Running and traveling all day, the silver wolf's body was clearly more suitable. Yuta didn't mind being ridden, and Solun gladly accepted, happy for the leisure. Riding on the soft back of the wolf wasn't too bumpy, and Solun, finding the journey idle, took the opportunity to read and carve a puppet on the wolf's back. Seeing him reading, Yuta moved even more lightly, as if gliding along with the wind. After several days together, the two gradually became acquainted. During their casual chats, Solun learned that he was probably the first and only human who had ever ridden a druid. After all, druids held a high status among the Dalo tribe as priests who communicated with the deities, and riding one was considered very disrespectful. Unless the druid was willing. The silent forest was a primitive forest that had existed for countless years, and the dense woods were full of towering giant trees. It wasn't rare to see trees with a height of 100 meters and a size that required dozens of people to encircle. Branches and leaves formed a continuous canopy. In some areas, the leaves were so dense that no light could penetrate. It was cold, damp, and full of hidden dangers. Apart from the trails made by wild animals, there was no clear path in the forest. Odd magnetic fields could even render a compass useless. If it had been Solun alone, even if he wouldn't get lost, he dares not move as fast. Here, various predators lurked everywhere. Those with souls were manageable since they could be sensed. However, the deadliest were those soulless creatures like insects and plants. Luckily, they had Yuta, a competent guide. As they moved swiftly, she introduced Solun to the strange creatures of the forest. That is a mist sprite, it looks like a ghost but is actually a type of woodland fae. It occasionally makes people lose their way, but it's harmless, she said. That black tree over there with the red fruit is a devil tree. It's actually a tree-shaped demon that emits a smell to lure prey. That's just its canopy decoration, its main body is hidden underground, very dangerous. Even a second-tier forest giant bear cannot escape its vines. Those are black spur ants. Don't underestimate them, they are highly venomous and very vengeful. If you accidentally step on a few, they can chase you for dozens of kilometers and then completely devour you. They are one of the several creatures in the forest you must not provoke. That fallen leaf area is often where titan forest serpents hide to ambush their prey. Their skin matches the color of fallen leaves, making them hard to spot. If you enter their strike zone, even wild buffalo can be swallowed whole. The silent forest is vast, stretching north to the endless ice sea. Further east, there is the very tall Mount Rug. The elders in my tribe say that there are dragons on the mountain. No one knows what lies beyond the God Mountain. Some brave souls from my tribe have gone there, but no one has ever returned. Even we, the Dalo tribe, occupy only a part of the forest. She continued. Solun also heard many legends about the Dalo tribe from Yuta, learning a lot about the peculiar magical creatures of the forest. Her speech was filled with reverence for nature. This was also the Dalo tribe's attitude towards the world, they did not see themselves as masters of the forest, but as part of it. Yuta was very swift, easily scaling cliffs and crags. After sprinting for a whole day upon reaching land, by evening, they had arrived deep in the silent forest. As the sun was setting, Yuta did not continue traveling but stopped in a clearing in the forest where sunlight could still reach. She said to Solun, "Let's camp here for the night. Unless it's necessary, it's best not to wander in the forest at night. That would attract many nocturnal beasts. There are quite a few 4th, 5th, even 6th tier magical creatures here. Encountering them could be dangerous, but they generally stick to their own territories and don't roam about." Solun responded affirmatively and jumped off the wolf's back. Yuta looked around once more, apparently quite pleased with the camping spot. This place gets sunlight, is dry, and will have fewer insects. As she spoke, her body hair quickly receded, and she reverted to her human form. The evening sunlight filtered through the branches, transforming into ribbons of golden satin. The light and shadow played over her body, casting a golden glow. In the wilderness, her uncovered exquisite body was a pleasing sight, embodying wildness, strength, and purity, with beautifully graceful contours. Even Solun couldn't help but take an extra glance. In his eyes, he seemed to see a radiant sculpture of Wenyu, beautiful not in a lustful way but in a manner truly integrated with nature. Yuta noticed his gaze, her wolf ears playfully twitched, then she modestly covered herself slightly. It was just a slight turn of her body, but with the halo flowing, it seemed as if the golden satin too could not hold onto her smooth skin, sliding off her handsome face, falling across her elegant shoulders, and then gently touching her comely back. She wasn't shy, and with a slight smile revealing a pair of small sharp fangs, she asked, Mr. Solun, in the eyes of your people, is being naked considered very rude? Solun diverted his gaze, looking into her eyes, and replied with a smile, quite delightful. Yuta listened with a turn of her crystalline eyes, the hint of a smile on her lips as she chose to remain silent. The slight smile at the corner of her eyes seemed to acknowledge that Solun was complimenting her. Having donned her clothes, she then said, Mr. Solun, please wait here for a moment, I'll go get some food. Solun wanted to say that he had dry food on him, but before he could speak, he watched Yuta leave him with a stunning view of her back, vanishing into the dense forest. The Dolo tribe was still in a primitive state in terms of material life. They primarily relied on hunting and gathering wild fruits in the forest for food. Therefore, various tribes were scattered throughout the forest, each with its own hunting territory. In recent years, many tribal members had been captured by human slave hunters, causing a sudden decrease in the population. This had gradually forced them to shrink their hunting grounds within the forest. Soon, Solun understood why Yuta had chosen to camp here now. There was still a trace of light in the sky, but as the sun set higher in the west, it soon could no longer penetrate the dense forest. Solun felt the light around him suddenly darken. This was not a human city where lights lit up at night. In the primitive forest, there was no source of light, casting everything into pitch darkness. It was simply not suitable for travel. The night wind howled through the trees, and sounds of unknown animals snapping twigs could occasionally be heard by his ear. In that endless darkness, it seemed as if pairs of eyes were staring at him. Although Solun had come from an underground city and was familiar with darkness, he too felt a sense of danger in this jungle. Behind him stood towering trees, making him feel like an ant on the back of a giant. In the face of nature, humans were truly insignificant. Suddenly, Solun felt a flickering sense of enlightenment in his heart, not knowing exactly what it was. He sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Before long, he ultimately failed to grasp that fleeting insight. Solun didn't feel any regret and calmly gathered some dry branches to start a fire. The light of the fire dispelled the darkness, bringing an inexplicable sense of security in this endlessly dark night. He sat by the fire and took out the black hole doll he hadn't finished earlier in the day, continuing to carve it. Now his understanding of the space law had improved significantly. The puppets he had previously made had many areas that could be improved. Since he didn't have to ride on the back of a wolf to hurry through, he could fully focus on crafting with the 8-armed spider spears. The anticipated finished product was expected to perform much higher than before, even easily devouring tier 4 spells. Solun soon became engrossed in puppet crafting. As he was absorbed in his work, a rustling sound soon reached his ears. The footsteps were light, and he knew Yuta had returned. Yuta came over, dropping the approximately 200 to 300 pounds of wild boar she had been carrying on her shoulder to the ground, joyously saying, Mr. Solun, we're in luck today. I didn't go far to hunt down a mountain wild boar. Solun glanced at the robust animal. Wow, it looks like we're in for a treat tonight. Feeling like he should do something, he added, do you need any help? Yuta shook her head, no need. It will be ready soon. As she spoke, she skillfully began to skin the wild boar and clean its innards with a small knife in her hand. While dealing with the boar's head, Yuta let out a surprised oh, there's a demon crystal too. Solun looked at the blood-stained yellow crystal core in her hand, feeling slightly curious. It was his first time seeing a demon crystal being extracted from a monster's body. A fully charged tier 1 demon crystal could sell for several thousand risos in the market. In this silent forest, treasures were everywhere, a gift from nature. Having quickly processed the boar's hide, Yuta then smeared the meat with a berry resembling blueberries that she had picked from the forest. The bloody meat was skewered on sticks and placed over the fire to roast, and she threw some specially scented branches into the fire. Soon, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, golden and dripping with juices. Solun originally thought that without spices, the taste of roasted wild boar wouldn't be ideal. However, the Dolo tribe's secret recipe made the roasted meat incredibly enticing, with a sweet aroma of fruit and meat mingling in the air. It didn't take long for the surface layer of the meat on the rack to cook thoroughly. Yuta sliced a few large chunks with a small knife and placed them on a cleaned, huge leaf. She handed it to Solun. Mr. Solun, try the craftsmanship of our Dolo tribe. Yuta, back in the forest, seemed free and at ease, her happiness reflecting on her face. A gentle smile always lingered at the corners of her mouth. Solun picked up a piece with a fork and knife and put it into his mouth. One bite down, it was crispy and smoky, the rich meaty flavor swirling around his palate and providing immense satisfaction. He couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. Indeed, it was the tastiest roast meat he had ever had. Yuta, hearing this, laughed happily. The wild boar on the grill was chopped into pieces. The druid miss, enthusiastic in her demeanor, had rescued the tribe members. Solun didn't need to lift a finger, as Yuta always took thorough care of him. The two were no longer strangers, and Solun didn't shy away from Yuta. Even while eating, he multitasked, tinkering with his puppet. While eating the roast meat, Yuta grew curious. Mr. Solun, I see you're always carving this puppet. Is there something special about it? Solun explained, I'm a puppet master, and this is my puppet. Upon hearing this, Yuta's face filled with confusion. Isn't controlling that strange iron giant your job, and now it's made of wood? Curious, she asked, I can feel a powerful force from these puppets. But how do they fight? The system of human alchemists was vastly different from that of the Dolo tribe, too complex to explain in a few words. Solun thought about it and explained, I can control it with threads, similar to a spider's. Oh. Yuta blinked, clearly not entirely ignorant of artificial grafting. Is it part of your human alchemy, the alchemical grafting? Yes. Solun nodded, not elaborating further. I see. Yuta didn't know if she understood but continued eating her roast meat. While eating, she even added some more to Solun's plate. The Dolo tribe didn't have many complex things. Their growth process was simple as well. Hunting, fighting, eating, sleeping, praying, and then they became stronger. Strength was bestowed by their bloodline and deities. Talking about grafts, Solun remembered the main purpose of his journey to the north and asked, by the way, Elder Yuta, I have a question to consult you with. Just call me by my name, Mr. Solun. We are friends, no need for formalities. Yuta smiled kindly, then asked, what is it? Solun nodded, then continued, it's about the question I asked you earlier. I was wondering where in the forest there's a group of nightmare spiders. I need a 3rd or possibly 4th tier lord level spider for making alchemical grafts. I do know a few places in the forest where such spider groups exist. One such area is in the hunting zone of our white wolf tribe. Yuta thought for a moment, then responded. She paused, then, shifting the topic, she added, however, adult nightmare spiders are generally 2nd tier, and it's rare to see 3rd tier ones. It's even less common for such spider groups to have a lord monster. At least I have never seen one. Perhaps some might be hidden in certain caves. Solun listened, not too surprised. Lord-level monsters were indeed rare. But if the quality was too low, he felt it wasn't suitable as material for his grafts. Yuta saw what Solun was thinking, and added, the forest is vast, it shouldn't be hard to find a lord spider. Once we get to the sacred lake, I'll ask other tribes for you, they might know. She paused, then stated confidently, if not, I'll accompany you to look for one. Solun smiled and said, Thanks in advance. Only after entering the forest did he truly appreciate that having the Dolo tribe's help could indeed save him countless amounts of time. By the way, Mr. Solun. At that moment, Yuta thought of something else and asked, the nightmare spider you're looking for, is it to make alchemical grafts? I mean, isn't there something else that could substitute? There are many magical beast species in the forest. If it's not that one, maybe another could suffice. Solun said, yes. I need a creature skilled in mental manipulation. The materials for making grafts were naturally not limited to one kind. His former teacher Syria had introduced him to many alternative materials in the blueprints she had given him. Nightmare spiders were just one of the targets he knew of that were easiest to obtain. Yuta, mind control. Solun looked at her as if something had occurred to him. He thought about how in the Adventurers Guild, it was always said that Silent Forest contained many species that had been extinct in the outside world, and perhaps Yuta knew something else. He then listed a few species that satisfied the mental tentacles blueprint and said, there are also the nightmare octopus, thousand-eyed centipede, heart stealer, abyssal evil eye. Listening to this string of names, Yuta suddenly caught onto a word and asked, heart stealer? Is it that evil race with flesh tentacles as whiskers? Solun heard her description, which was exactly like in the books, and curiously asked, have you seen one? Yuta's face showed a very solemn expression, I have not seen one. but I know that such things exist in the forest. She seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and her expression darkened. Hearing this, Solun was genuinely surprised. There were heart stealers, a mythical breed creature, in Silent Forest? This was a creature of myth and legend, supposedly extinct long ago. He had even specifically asked Mr. Jing, and even she had not heard of their existence anymore. And now there were actually some alive? The species that appeared in myths were all no simple matter. If he could really use such creatures as implant material, it would definitely be a T0 level choice. Solun couldn't help but feel excited. But seeing Yuda's uneasy expression, he guessed that this might involve some secrets of the Dalo tribe, hesitating over whether to inquire further. At that moment, though, Yuda took the initiative and said, "In the far north, in Cursed Valley, those evil kinds of species are present. But it is the territory of the giants and a forbidden land where the elders of our tribe do not allow us to go." Solun, the territory of the giants? Forbidden land. Having built sufficient trust through their previous battle at sea, Yuda did not hold back and slowly said, "Yes. The reason for our Dalo tribe's decline actually began with the battle in Cursed Valley 500 years ago." Solun's expression also hardened, realizing that he was indeed touching on some secrets of the Dalo tribe. 1,000 years ago, the Dalo tribe had many true druids of the 7th and 8th rank. Now the highest were only 5th rank. If the lineage was unbroken, then where did those high ranks go? Before Solun could ask, Yuda explained his doubts, slowly revealing the tribe's greatest secret. 500 years ago, there was a massive earthquake. In the very north of the forest, a sinkhole formed, revealing an ancient ruin. That is now known as Cursed Valley. The great god of nature issued a divine decree that it was a source of calamity. We of the Dalo tribe then guarded that place to prevent the calamity from spreading. Unfortunately, the appearance of the ruin attracted a powerful giant from the deep sea who sought to seize the objects within the ruin. It had huge wings, octopus whiskers, and emitted a terrifying, mind-clouding low. Then, the great battle occurred. We do not know what exactly happened, but those who participated in that great battle died, and very little information was passed down. Our tribe won the battle, but all the high-ranking druids died, and the 4 holy artifacts of our tribe were also lost. We lost our ability to communicate with the great god of nature. The lineage of our Dalo tribe was thus interrupted. Later, when it was known that we no longer had supreme strength, humans broke the covenant, and slave-catching squads appeared in the forest, more and more. Without high-ranking druids, we simply could not resist, losing countless tribespeople over the years. Hearing this, Solun also roughly understood the entire decline of the Dalo tribe. But listening to Yuda's description, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Why did that source of calamity feel like a gateway to a dangerous dimension? The deep-sea giant that had annihilated the high ranks of the Dalo tribe seemed at least to be a 9th rank being. It might not be unlike the fallen angel from Old Lington of the godly rank. But the information was too vague, leaving him with numerous questions. Returning to the topic of heart stealers, Yuda said, "Our ancestors didn't let us go to the north, and we have always abided by this teaching. But later our Dalo tribe encountered too many difficulties, almost leading to our extinction. 30 years ago, some tribespeople wanted to go and check, trying to find the 4 holy artifacts and the lineage, to find a way to communicate with the gods again. But it was then that they encountered those creatures, the heart stealers, and many tribespeople died in a great catastrophe. Since then, Cursed Valley became a forbidden land for our tribe." After listening to the whole story, Solun also fell into contemplation. The issues involved were quite troublesome: ancient ruins, holy artifacts, a great battle. But upon reflection, it didn't seem like an unsolvable problem. Experience new tales on Empire. Now that the Dalo tribe was weak, but still existed, it meant that those heart stealers were not impossibly strong. Moreover, heart stealers themselves did not possess combat abilities, their troublesome aspect was their ability to control other creatures. Assuming from the strength of the highest-ranking 5th rank present in the Dalo tribe, a heart stealer should not be able to control a 6th rank creature. That meant that 30 years ago, the heart stealers were probably 3rd or 4th rank, though he couldn't rule out a hidden boss. Looking at it this way, this matter seemed worth considering. And if it involved ancient ruins, that also meant a huge opportunity. Chapter 252. White Deer Tribe. Solun listened to the secrets of the Dalo clan recounted by Yuda, and his thoughts began to whirl. He had once seen detailed information about the Heart Snatcher in ancient texts. This creature is a subterranean being, photophobic, solitary, and usually stays underground. Stay updated through Empire. Moreover, due to its mythological bloodline, it is born with a bloodline pressure higher than other creatures of the same rank, equivalent to a gold level monster. It has a high chance of becoming a dominant lord monster when mature. For a magician, the materials produced by these creatures are of a very high quality. Solun, at the third rank, intended to craft spiritual tentacles implants, and the Heart Snatcher's brain was undoubtedly the best option he knew of so far. Moreover, Solun dared to consider it for a very important reason. The monster's means of attack were singular. In terms of combat power alone, a Heart Snatcher of the same rank was even easier to handle than a nightmare spider. Like the common puppet master profession, this subterranean monster also controlled puppets in combat. Its own combat power and defense were very weak. At most, it possessed some psychic attack skills, such as Mind Shock Blast. But this type of attack, though unperceived and highly troublesome to ordinary people with weak spiritual power, was not of great concern. For Solun, as long as the spiritual power didn't overwhelmingly suppress him, the threat was not considered significant. And now his spiritual power had mutated, making it not easy to be overwhelmed in terms of strength. Solun estimated that even a 5th rank Heart Snatcher wasn't lethal to him. At least a 6th rank, along with rank suppression, would possibly reach the level of overwhelming. Furthermore, Solun could also control puppets himself. Both used long-range methods, so it wasn't clear who should be more afraid. If it was just about mental control, while it could be a big problem for others, for the current Solun, there was still considerable room to maneuver. Mechanical armor and wooden puppets were not vulnerable to mental control. The only thing to consider was whether the living puppets it controlled contained any particularly troublesome ones. The bonfire was burning vigorously, and the aroma of the wild boar meat on the grill was extremely rich. Amber-like fat dripped from the meat, falling into the fire and making a sizzling sound. The two ate and chatted. The firelight cast Yuda's pretty face into an orange-red glow, and also flickered in Solun's contemplative eyes. Yuda, pure-hearted, spared the complex thoughts common to humans, but she also realized that Solun was very interested in the Heart Snatcher. She looked at Solun for a long while without speaking, then cut him another piece of meat and, after a moment's thought, said, "Mr. Solun, if you really want to go, I'll secretly take you there when the time comes." Secretly? Hearing this word, Solun immediately understood. He looked at her, and smiled slightly. After all, it was the Dala clan's forbidden area, and Solun naturally knew the risks were certainly not small, and the threats definitely involved more than just the Heart Snatcher. Yuda's willingness to risk taking him there already represented a great kindness. He shook his head and said, "No rush. Let me gather enough knowledge first, then I'll consider this. If it's too dangerous, I'll give it up." "Yes. Going to the sacred lake, the clan leaders know more." Yuda agreed, seeming to recall something else, then added with less confidence, "But, we can't let Wolf Granny know I said I'd take you. Otherwise, I'll be lectured again." As she spoke, her pair of furry wolf ears playfully twitched. This demeanor bore no trace of the ferocity she had shown facing the pirates earlier. She looked very much like a timid young girl wanting to misbehave but afraid of being scolded by her parents. Listening, Solun laughed heartily, "Great." After nearly finishing the roasted meat, Solun continued tinkering with his puppet by the fire. There was also a military tent pitched next to the fire, but Yuda said she was not accustomed to the delicate human fabrics, preferring instead the soft, fragrant grass. She rested on the grass not far from Solun's side. After running all day, she was extremely tired. The warmth of the campfire dispelled the darkness, and the two of them quietly coexisted in peace. Somehow, Solun found an unprecedented sense of tranquility in the heart of the desolate, primeval forest. He did not know where this feeling came from, looking up at the sky, then at the tall trees, and finally at Yuda, who had already fallen asleep. It seemed that she sensed his gaze, and her soft, fluffy tail swayed in response. She did not wake up, as if to say she knew. Watching her, Solun gave a faint smile and then continued to carve runes on the puppet. By midnight, it was pitch black all around. The night was beautiful. But, it could not be enjoyed from the forest floor. Looking up, he could see a few stars twinkling brightly. Solun's senses were now very sharp. He could clearly hear the sounds of the nocturnal predators and noticed several batches of magical beasts lurking in the vicinity of the camp. They probably feared the firelight and left after a brief observation. He had thought it would be a calm night, yet suddenly, loud gunfire and explosions rang in his ears. Solun's eyes widened. The gunfire was as dense as a storm, and from it, he could tell there was a large-scale battle involving at least hundreds of people. Slave capture team. Solun immediately realized something. In the silent forest, there were no human territories. The only possibility for such commotion was a slave-catching team. He had learned before that slave capture teams usually operated at night when surrounding the humanoid tribes. The darkness posed a great danger to the primitive Dalo people due to their limited visibility. But for a group employing alchemical night vision and various lighting equipment, night and day made little difference. Even more so, as the tribe's people were usually resting in their villages at night, allowing the teams to capture them all in one fell swoop. Solun's engraving tool stopped, and he frowned. The slave capture team had penetrated this deep into the forest? At that moment, Yuta also suddenly woke up nearby. She heard the gunfire in the night and seemed to recall a nightmare-like experience. Her expression turned grave and murderously tense. She clearly understood what the gunfire meant as well. Her face and hands showed signs of partial animal transformation in a reactive flurry, her eyes filled with sharp hatred. She growled, "Damn it! It's those detestable slave catchers!" Yuta's claws emerged prominently as she quickly climbed up a nearby towering tree. Solun frowned and followed her up with his octopus spear. Atop the nearly 200-meter-high canopy of the giant tree, their view widened significantly. The vista opened to endless dense forests and rolling hills. With sparse moonlight and stars, visibility was high. Solun immediately spotted flickering lights on a sun-facing hillside dozens of kilometers away. From a distance, the lights resembled fireworks, but Solun discerned they were flare lights. That's the direction of the White Deer tribe village. Yuta immediately recognized the location of the flames and her face showed urgency. Meanwhile, Solun was pondering other matters. To dare encircle a humanoid tribe, it meant that it was a large slave capture squad, and there had to be at least 2 fourth-tier professionals in the squad. "Mr. Solun, wait here for me. I need to go help my tribe's people." Yuta let out an urgent shout and immediately transformed into a beastly shape, leaping down from the massive tree. She didn't give Solun a chance to react, swiftly dashing into the dense jungle. She did this naturally because she was afraid of putting Solun in a difficult position. After all, he had already saved her twice and had taken too many risks for their Dala clan. Yuta, who had experienced the calamity that befell her own tribe, knew how cruel the slave-catching teams were. White Deer clan was a medium-sized clan, and those enemies dared to act, meaning they had very strong professionals among them. She herself wasn't even sure of her own safety in this trip, let alone wanting to drag her savior into this danger. Moreover, the slavers were also human. Solun watched Yuta dash into the jungle and shook his head with a slight sigh. Where could he fail to see that Yuta was worried about putting him in a difficult situation? But he didn't hesitate and followed her right away. With his 8-armed spider spear and spatial displacement, he soon caught up with Yuta, who had transformed into a silver wolf. Seeing that he had followed so quickly, Yuta slightly felt surprised but more so anxious and apologetic. "Mr. Solun, you didn't need to come." Solun didn't explain much, and with a dismissive smile, he said, "Could you give me a ride? I'm not very good at traveling long distances." The slave trade was a pillar industry of the Emperor Ling's empire, a grotesque business shaped by the societal environment, which he perhaps couldn't stop. However, he did not wish for his friend Yuta to die. He would be relieved only if he went to see for himself. Seeing that he had no intention to leave, Yuta's blue eyes flickered, hesitating but eventually nodded. The silver wolf paused slightly, and Solun mounted it. The intense explosions and flames scattered the various magical beasts in the forest. The two traveled, encountering a large number of startled animals. Driven by her anxiety, Yuta sped extremely fast. It took less than half an hour to cover several tens of kilometers, and the fire burning the mountain was already reflecting on their faces. The two did not rush to approach the fort, but found a tall tree to observe the situation from a height. Meanwhile, in the White Deer clan fort, the wooden walls of the fort were blasted open, and sentry towers and city walls were draped with the bodies of subhumans. The battle was almost over. The subhumans using spears and bows ultimately could not withstand the slavers armed with firearms and cannons. The clan's druid, the old deer race elder, resisted to the death but was eventually outnumbered and severely wounded and captured after being surrounded by several of the slavers' leaders. This was a large slaver group, about 2,000 strong. Their clothing and battle mechas bore the insignia of the human face, sun and iron axe, exclusive to the sun slave business. Slavers equipped well and with high combat capability, undoubtedly one of the most elite groups operating in the Silent Forest. The clan's druid and several other surviving robust deer race warriors were tied next to the altar. Other subhumans were herded beside the open space under the altar, each shackled with anti-magic iron chains and explosive collars. There were still occasional gunshots in the village, as the slavers' team members were searching house to house for subhumans hiding inside. The high-level combat had ended, and the stubborn resistance forces had all been killed. Tallying the battleground was the busy work for the lower-ranking members. The slavers' leaders also gathered together, tallying this operation's gains. On the ground, items like dog head gold, ore, demon cores, and medicinal herbs piled up into mountains. The slavers, stained with blood, looked somewhat fierce. But now, their faces held the joy of their harvest. Ha ha ha, these natives are so damn extravagant, using such valuable gems and dog head gold just to worship some statue. Directly raiding the fort really reaps the biggest rewards. These materials sold back in Lying will be worth at least $1 billion. Yes, this batch of slaves is enough for us to make a fortune. A high price of 200,000, that's comparable to the prices at the Lying auction house. We don't even have to transport them ourselves. Tisk tisk, the military folks really are lavish in their spending. Hey, I didn't expect the military to come to the Silent Forest too. Leader, what do you think the military wants with so many slaves? They probably discovered some cursed space or another dangerous area and need the slaves to probe it. Who cares, as long as we deliver the people to the designated spot as agreed. There are many treasures in this forest, and I've heard frequently about people discovering ancient artifacts. Could it be there are some ancient ruins appearing? Even if it is ancient ruins, what does it matter? The Empire's military is involved, what can we possibly think of? I heard that this time it's a general from the capital, no small figure. Seems like they are here to hunt the giants, or something like that. The bloody plundering in the stronghold was ongoing. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, on a gigantic tree, two figures, a man and a wolf, silently watched the scene. Solun used a telescope to closely observe those people, and through lip reading, he could roughly make out the content of a few people's conversations. The slave trade was destined to be bloody and brutal. Of 10 subhumans, maybe only 1 or 2 could survive and appear at the auction house. Solun looked at the corpses scattered around the stronghold, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and a flash of red light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Though called a legal trade, this act of burning, killing, and plundering was no different from that of pirates, and perhaps even worse. What puzzled him more was the mention of ancient ruins by those people. Were the people from the Lying military also here? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. By his side, Yuta, who had transformed into a white wolf, had her fur slightly bristled and was suppressing a low growl in her throat, her eyes filled with a fierce light of hatred. But she also knew, with nearly 2,000 enemies inside the stronghold, she couldn't change anything. Solun patted her body to soothe her. He carefully observed a few leaders among the slave-capturing group from the C position, even though he didn't recognize them, they didn't seem like they were 5th tier. Thinking over it, he asked, "What tier is that druid of the deer tribe?" Yuta suppressed her grief and said, "That's Elder Tagu, a very strong 4th tier." Relieved by this, Solun loosened a breath. Looking again at the signs of battle in the stronghold, he felt his deductions were likely correct. Without a 5th tier, there seemed to be no one in the slave-capturing group who posed a lethal threat to him. Yuta felt utterly helpless. The number of enemies was enough to annihilate a medium-sized tribe, more numerous than those who had destroyed her white wolf tribe the last time. She couldn't change anything all by herself. But she couldn't just watch her fellow tribespeople suffer. In the forest, perhaps there were still some opportunities. If they took the captives away, it would be too late for anything. After thinking it over, Yuta spoke very decisively, "Mr. Solun, I need to follow them and see if there's any chance to rescue my tribe's people, even if it's just one." She paused for an instant, then urgently added, "This is a grudge between our Dolo tribe and those despicable slave catchers. Please, you must not get involved. Before you left, I mentioned the Eagle's Beak Pass, there will be my tribe's people to meet you there." But before she could finish, Solun shook his head, his eyes slightly narrowing, "It seems we can't leave now, they've already spotted us." He looked at the flying bees around them and realized that there was an insect controller among them. Yuta was shocked upon hearing this, a look of urgency immediately appearing on her face. With the enemies so powerful and numerous, if they were surrounded, escape would be difficult. She could die for her tribe's people but didn't want to drag anyone else into this. Without thinking, she prepared to fight to the death. I'll hold them off. Mr. Solun, you go first. Solun didn't respond to her but just slightly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a sniper bullet grazing his scalp. He raised his eyebrows and scoffed, those guys don't seem very friendly. Chapter 253. Cocoon World. Commander, it's bad, the deputy commander has been killed. What? How many enemies are there? Two of them. The two who were spying on us just now? Weren't they said to be third-tier professionals? How could Petra, the deputy commander, be killed? It seems so, but I'm not sure. That person's methods are very strange, capable of controlling silk threads to kill, and there's also a suspected method of invisible killing. That's how Deputy Commander Petra was killed. Did the person escape? I don't know. That guy is tied up in the forest, and I don't know what he's doing. Damn it. First and second squads, follow me. Yes. The visibility in the jungle was nothing like that in the village, especially at night, it was almost pitch black. The village, needing light penetration, had little vegetation, so flares could clearly illuminate everything. But in the forest, the visibility was greatly affected. Even with alchemical night vision devices, the abundance of obstacles greatly limited the field of view. At that moment, a thick fog began to fill the air, and everyone's visibility was greatly limited. The yellow fog was clearly not naturally formed, but rather the smoke from the burning of an alchemical potion. Drifting about, even strong lights were confined to a very limited range. The commander of the Sun Group, Spiked Bear Selt, was a rugged-faced man with a black beard, battle-hardened. Although he appeared rough, his mind was very delicate. After the initial shock from hearing the news, he quickly regained his calm. He was well aware that anyone capable of killing the deputy commander in such a short time was not to be underestimated. The profession insect controller was very peculiar, and even he was reluctant to face it head-on. How could it be that he was killed in such a short time? Looking at the mist in front of him, he immediately had a bad premonition, and raised his hand to stop the hundreds of people behind him. Everyone be careful, this is alchemical fog. There might be an ambush. Was it necessary to be so cautious with just two enemies? Although the others felt it was a bit of an overreaction, they all stopped as well. Selt's unease grew even richer, eventually steering clear of recklessness. Thinking, he asked, where's the perception squad, any findings? Someone responded, Commander, no enemies detected. But at 11 o'clock, about 800 meters away, there is a heat reaction suspended in the air. It's likely young Master Corny. He might still be alive. Still alive? Selt's eyes flickered frequently. This situation, however you looked at it, seemed like a trap set to lure in prey with deliberately laid bait. But he couldn't figure out where the enemy's confidence to set an ambush came from. Or maybe it was just a feint. He didn't take any chances. 7th Squad, 19th Squad, take your blast-resistant equipment and check it out. Be careful. Yes, Commander. As soon as the order was given, 2 squads clad in heavy mechanical equipment entered the forest. After all, a group constantly operating outdoors, they were rich in jungle warfare experience. They deployed in squads of 10, covering each other, slowly heading toward the target area. The people at the front held mechanical shields, while those at the back held guns, aiming in all directions. Such tactical coordination, even if they encountered high-ranking enemies, could quickly form combat effectiveness. But to their surprise, as they walked further in, not only did they see no one, but there were also no animals. They were on guard for possible traps, but after walking a while, they found none. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Communications kept coming through the intercom. Jax, how's the situation? Commander, no discovery. That guy must have escaped. Everyone felt the person must have fled. After all, the enemy was only 2 people, and they had 2,000 to 3,000 on their side. Succeeding with fewer numbers might still be attributed to a sneak attack. But after the kill, unless the enemies were idiots, they definitely wouldn't just stick around waiting to be caught. This fog was obviously just to slow down their pursuit. The 2 third-tier squad leaders led their respective squads smoothly into the fog. Soon, they also spotted the person tied up in midair. At that moment, more inquiries came through the intercom. Jax, any situation there? Commander, no situation here. We've found young Master Corny. He's still alive. The reporting armored warrior approached a bit closer and, with a light realized that Corny tied in the silk was violently struggling. Upon the flare lighting up, they could clearly see that the mouth of the youngest son of the brigade commander was stitched shut with threads. At this moment, the face of the young master was covered in blood, his eyes filled with intense fear, as if he had seen something so terrifying it distorted his face. He was trying to say something, whimpering, but couldn't articulate it. He just kept shaking his head vigorously. It seemed he was trying to urge these people to leave. After all, what others didn't know, and only young Master Corny had seen, was the horrifying scene of hundreds of puppets appearing. The rescuers, unaware of what they were about to face, asked, "Young Master Corny, what happened to you?" The blonde young man strained his eyes towards the threads as if to hint at something, urging them not to come closer. The intense struggle to speak caused the wounds on his lips to stretch open with fresh blood. However, the rescuers did not understand. "Do you want us to be careful of the threads? Okay, we will carefully get you down." Two teams were on guard, some attempting to untie the threads to rescue him. But then, one of them seemed to notice something, touched their neck, feeling the unusual sensation of wet fog dampening their hairs, and didn't think much of it. But suddenly, the threads in the fog suddenly coalesced, as if hearing someone softly command, "Silk Control Secret Technique Slaughterhouse." Immediately after, the sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone rang out sharply. Upon closer look, a dozen or so heads fell to the ground, spurting blood in sync, creating a gruesome scene of human fountains everywhere. No good. Two Third Order captains reacted swiftly, spotting the threads and avoiding the noose around their necks. Several heavily armored professionals also barely blocked a fatal blow with their robust external mechanical skeletons. But seeing the human fountains beside them, the few survivors' faces drastically changed. Having dodged the first wave, they tried to retreat but found themselves surrounded by a dense web of threads. The numerous threads, dozens woven together, slithered like a tide of snakes, wrapping around their bodies, and instantly immobilizing them. In the control range of the puppet theater, how could anyone escape? The fourth-tier water elemental threads were extremely flexible and densely packed, impossible to cut or tear. Even fourth-tier professionals trapped for a short time couldn't hope to escape, let alone these lower-tier professionals. Simultaneously, several doll puppets dropped down from the treetops, their mouths emitting strange, disorienting laughter. Their blades mercilessly stabbed into the bodies of the few survivors. In the chaos, the sound of gunfire crackled erratically. But it abruptly stopped. There was indeed an ambush. Outside the dense forest, hearing the gunfire, Celt's expression was exceptionally grim and brooding. The communicator was silent, meaning those two elite teams had been killed. He immediately realized that the enemy hadn't left, but indeed intended to use his son as bait in their trap. At this moment, another squad leader offered eagerly, "Commander, the enemy might still be hiding in the dense forest. Shall I lead some teams in there again?" "No." Celt shook his head grimly, "The enemy might be aiming to destroy us one by one. If they could easily kill Jax and the others, sending more teams would be useless. Since they dared to stay, they must have some means." Hearing this, the captains fell silent. Could the enemy be a fifth-tier professional? Even if not, they must be nearly so, otherwise how could Captain Jax's team have been killed without even sending a distress signal? Listening to his subordinates whispering, Celt's expression grew darker. This situation was even more difficult than the previous attempt to surround and suppress the Gea tribe. Being capable of killing a fourth-tier deputy commander, the enemy could likely kill him too. Celt dared not act recklessly. "What about the scouts we sent out? They've been silent since they entered the fog. They're probably dead. Can't the fog be dispersed?" "Not in the short term. The person who deployed it has set up a sophisticated air circulation device in the forest. When the wind blows, the fog will circulate within the same area, making dispersion very ineffective. Unless we go into the forest and find the fogging device to deactivate it." The operation was momentarily at a standstill. One thing they were sure of was that the enemy had not left. Just then, the soil on the ground slowly rose and formed into a black-skinned woman with a witch's hat and tattoos all over her face. She was another vice-captain of the Sun Group, a fourth-order professional, elemental witch Frida McCarty. The crowd began to greet her, "Vice-captain." Selt nodded towards her. Frida, why have you come? Captain, there might be some issue with this. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. The black-skinned woman spoke directly. Petra's insect perception secret art has never been wrong. I also feel that those two are just third order. If they were fifth order professionals, they wouldn't need to resort to so many schemes and plots. Him being able to kill Petra means he likely has some advanced cursed object, or perhaps a sealed item. But the more powerful those items are, the bigger the cost to use them. I don't believe he can keep using them. Selt frowned, listening and finding it reasonable. Vice Captain Frida, you mean to say? Charge together, we must kill those two people. The black-skinned woman said, no matter how powerful, they are only two people. If we gather the high-order professionals in our group, we can eliminate them in one fell swoop, otherwise, it will lead to endless trouble. She paused and then analyzed, one of those two is a subhuman, who might just be one that got away from this tribe. Even if we don't go after them now, they could continue to harass us. If we don't kill them now, once we start transporting slaves into the forest, it'll be even more troublesome. The longer we wait, the worse it is for us. Now, regardless of the reason, killing a vice-captain of the group meant a death feud had been established. Besides, behind them was a big shot of the imperial capital, so they weren't afraid of offending people. If things weren't handled well and it got back to them, that would be a real problem. Selt looked fierce as he listened. Good. The side with more people often blindly trusts in numbers, thinking they can overwhelm the opponent with sheer volume. Usually, that is indeed the case. They, the Sun slave hunters, came to surround and kill the subhuman tribe with over 2,000 people. With 4 fourth-order professionals, dozens of elite 3-order captains, and even low-order professionals managing to secure retired military equipment through businessmen and nobility of the capital, the Legion's combat strength was extraordinary. This was why other slave-hunting groups didn't dare touch subhuman medium tribes, and their Sun group did. Strength, that is confidence. Even facing fifth-order professionals, they could rely on sheer numbers to crush them to death. Soon, apart from a necessary few left to guard the slaves in the stockade, the dense forest outside was densely packed with people. Solun sat atop the treetops, somewhat bored. He had thought he might ambush a few more groups, but listening to the noises outside the forest, it seemed the enemy was prepared to rush them en masse. However, this suited him just fine. It was a good opportunity for a slaughter. The puppet theater needed more actors to liven things up. The thick fog limited everyone's visibility, but for Solun, the impact was minimal. Now with soul perception and his ability to listen for position, he could almost detect any enemy within his perception range. In contrast, it was difficult for the enemies to detect him. Even with methods like thermal perception and life perception, few people knew such spells. Even if they did, Solun, being wrapped in a shroud, couldn't be discovered before he acted. Besides, his body was not the main character of this massacre. It was those tricky puppets hidden everywhere. 2 fourth order? Tisk tisk. Quite cautious indeed. Solun's eyes gleamed with a mad smile. Fearless, he grew only more excited. In his perception range, suddenly, hundreds of soul fires appeared, growing in number. He wasn't in a rush to act, just waiting for those fellows to walk into the theater. As the numbers increased and the ground search intensified, several hidden alchemical foggers were gradually discovered in the forest. Once the devices were destroyed, the dense fog began to thin. Solun did not stop them. Those 2 fourth orders were keeping watch. He was just waiting for a chance to act when they'd focus their attacks. While the prey had not yet fully entered the trap, suddenly, Solun noticed something. He sensed a 4th order soul fire rapidly emerge from a large tree, elemental integration. Among the bodies Solun had previously stripped, there were some memories concerning this person. It should be the vice-captain of the slave-hunting group, that elemental witch Frida who awakened B003 elemental absorber. 4th order professionals, more or less, all have a few tricks up their sleeves. This woman was powerful, her talent allowed her to quickly absorb elemental power from various objects to perform various spells. For instance, absorbing the power of earth elements and merging into the ground. Probably wanted to hide in the tree and ambush someone? Solun scoffed in his mind but didn't bother with her just yet. By this time, those who had walked in had largely entered the coverage range of the sorcerer's formation. These guys were clearly on guard against invisible targets, walking forward and launching reagent grenades that revealed their positions. Solun knew he could no longer hide. But it was almost time. Before the men could fully form an encirclement, he smirked mockingly and suddenly leaped down. This action naturally did not satisfy the enemy's life perception practitioners. In the forest, a loud yell broke out, "Captain, there's something at 9 o'clock." Before that shout had fallen, a brown, humanoid giant bear had already charged over. "Oh! The captain himself has come." Solun immediately recognized him as Selt, the captain of the slaver group Spiked Bear. Strong and tough, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time. He had no intention of confronting this troublesome guy head-on just yet. Watching the burly figure charging over, the corners of Solun's mouth turned up slightly. He grasped at the void and yanked hard, summoning a large mechanical war mecha, holding the ship cutter. Accompanied by the roaring of the steam boiler, it descended from the sky and crashed straight into him. Boom! The loud noise of the impact sounded just as the mecha and the giant bear collided. Selt quickly identified what had collided with him and his face changed dramatically. "Aim off an war mecha." Solun didn't give him a chance to be shocked. At the same moment of the clash, he pinched his sorcerer's seals with both hands and narrowed his eyes, harshly chanting, "Silk Control Secret Technique Cocoon World." In an instant, silk threads flooded the area like a tidal wave, covering the sky. During the time he waited for the enemy, Solun had not been idle. Using the giant trees in the forest as supports, Solun had expended a large amount of cursed crystals to weave a massive net early on. The advantage of the infinite witch's hair became apparent. As long as there was enough energy, it could grow indefinitely. Woven into a wall, it was incredibly tough. Ordinary cannons might not even be able to penetrate it. Another look at the silk threads that had become visible, and it appeared that they had wrapped a large portion of the forest into a thick layer of cocoons. This area had just trapped everyone within the puppet theater's range. Damn it, what the hell is this silk thread, why is there so much of it? Be careful, something else is falling from the trees. As soon as the silk threads appeared, the dense forest immediately turned chaotic, and the sounds of gunfire erupted. Behind Solun, the 8-armed spider spear unfurled, and suddenly hundreds of mystical puppets fell from the sky. The puppets, cackling madly in the sky, flew chaotically and fearlessly plunged into the crowd, commencing a massacre. In the past, Solun, who multitasked, could manage to control 20 to 30 puppets with 80% efficiency. Now, with his spiritual power greatly enhanced, he effortlessly fully controlled more than 100 mystical puppets. This was the true manifestation of the 100 Guile Nightwalk. Moreover, the various puppets had also seen a qualitative improvement. Especially now, with 4th-tier runes engraved on the nightmare dolls, their ability to control minds had greatly advanced. Earlier, Solun had used mist to limit visibility, not to block the enemy's sight but for this moment, to force the enemy's hearing to its utmost limit. Now, as the hundreds of puppets wailed together, their voices echoed in the enclosed space like a flash flood, resounding in all directions. Cackle cackle cackle. The eerie laughter instantly dazed people. Caught off guard, the lower-ranked practitioners instantly fell into a state of mental confusion. Moreover, the silk thread was not just used to create a cocoon. In the puppet theater, the silk threads bound everything. Silk control, sonic mind control, and various puppets working together made for highly efficient killing. For a moment, within the vast theater-like cries filled the air, limbs and body parts flew chaotically, akin to an animal slaughterhouse, with blood flowing like rivers. In just one face-off, the slave hunting team was reaped like wheat, cut down swath by swath. Solun's puppet army displayed for the first time the terrifying combat power of swarm warfare. The various puppets interspersed through the crowd inevitably brought about a splash of bloodshed. As long as the controller didn't die, within the theater, the puppet army was invincible, everything was puppet fodder. Chapter 254. Spatial Barrier. The slaver group's people could never have expected that, with only one enemy, such a grand commotion could be created. My God, one person controlling hundreds of puppets, how is that possible? And what in the world are those all-encompassing silk threads? What's going on with the battle mechas of Mafa? Is this guy still a puppet master? And only a third-tier one at that? Everyone was nothing short of shocked. But clearly, these questions were no longer important. What was even more chilling was that everyone in the slaver group could feel the unbelievable madness emanating from the enemy's actions. Having sealed this space, was that guy planning to kill everyone here? As the thought occurred, no one believed it. But in the next instant, they believed. The battle erupted in an instant, with gunfire thundering and wails filling the field. The fight between humans and puppets started with a huge disparity in advantages and disadvantages. Humans have many negative emotions, such as fear, death, the unknown, the wails of companions. All these directly affect their combat strength. But puppets have none of these physiological disadvantages. They have no flesh and blood, so even if the firepower is fierce, it can't make them retreat half a step. Even when faced with enemies several times their number, they are completely fearless. Flames, fuel spraying, thick smoke covering the area, visibility obstructed. A familiar routine. But this is just the beginning of despair. Puppets don't need to breathe and are not affected by perception interference, they already have a 70% home field advantage before the battle even starts. Under unified command, with tacit coordination, indifferent to life or death, can you imagine their combat strength? Moreover, the current puppeteer army, apart from some old ones that hadn't been updated, the new batch of runes and materials were all up to the standards of the 3rd tier and above. Their combat strength had already evolved beyond comparison with the past. The battle grew more and more fierce, but it was entirely a one-sided slaughter. A sense of despair spread. The people of the slaver group didn't even know where the enemy was. The unknown intensified their fear. Everyone knew how to deal with a puppet master. Amidst the dense smoke, many were wailing and shouting, "That guy is a puppet master. Don't bother with the puppets, kill his real body first." Unfortunately. Not to mention whether they could perceive Solun's location. Even if they did perceive it, how could Solun let them kill him that easily? Solun, controlling the puppets, began the slaughter, the red light in his eyes growing ever more fervent. The killing excited his nerves, the frenzied secretion of hormones made his body more and more agitated. With soul perception and the silk thread perception, his field of vision was crystal clear. In this puppet theater, he was the hidden hand controlling everything behind the scenes. But he hadn't forgotten that the biggest threats to him at the scene were the 2 4th-tier professionals. One was the close combat group leader Spiked Bear Selt, and the other was the magic user, elemental witch Frida. However, Solun had no intention of confronting them head-on. For that Selt to extricate himself from the entanglement of the mechanical armor was not going to be easy. Even if he could free himself for a moment, Solun's ability to use void displacement was not so easy to be caught. And it was he who controlled the puppet army, caught the slaver group off guard with a single encounter, and finally, the woman hiding in the trees took her shot. She had bided her time, waiting for the moment to launch a stealth attack. But little did she know, Solun had intentionally given her that opportunity. After drawing enough elemental power, the woman abruptly appeared. With a sorcerer's seal formed between her fingers, she softly chanted, "Wind Mystique, Thousand Whirls Strangle." Her move was her most powerful killing technique. In an instant, countless tiny wind blades began to coalesce in the air, swiftly forming into bowl-sized wind vortexes. Innumerable, there were easily 1,000. As the vortexes swept towards him, even from a distance, Solun felt a sensation on his skin as if it had been grazed by the edge of a blade. The tricky part of this spell was that its power would multiply in a confined space. With area coverage and no escape, it was inevitable. Clearly, that was exactly what the woman had in mind. Seeing this tactic, Solun's eyes filled with mockery. Experience news stories on Empire. He made no move to dodge or evade, instead, he flexed his fingers and a puppet appeared beside him. The puppet raised both hands, and a black spiral appeared in the palms. A powerful suction was visibly forming 2 vortices, and the overwhelming wind blades were absorbed before they could wreak havoc. The black hole doll, now inscribed with 4th-tier LU rune symbols, had vastly improved in both spatial storage and suction power compared to the old version. Even 4th-tier mystic techniques could be effortlessly drawn in. After absorbing them, the puppet seemed to open its mouth again, and a barrage of similar wind blades was sprayed back at the woman. What kind of puppet is this? The woman with the dark face was visibly alarmed. What was even more terrifying was that it seemed as though her opponent had anticipated her location. Having failed her ambush, she hurriedly drew on the power of wood elements from her feet on the tree trunk, merging herself into the tree. But in the very next moment, the wind blades arrived, grinding the tree trunk into powder. Escaped, hey! Solun sensed the fleeing fire of her soul, and his gaze narrowed slightly. With this ability to escape, she wouldn't be an easy target to kill. He shifted his attention to Selt, the spiked bear, who was grappling with a battle mecha. At that moment, Selt had unleashed his 4th-tier fortified garment, the gang bare needle coat, which featured steel-like fur that could penetrate the elemental barriers of fourth-tier professionals with its devastating effects. Capable of offensive and defensive counterattacks like a porcupine, he was troublesome for any ordinary fourth-tier opponent. Regrettably, although formidable, it was completely ineffective against the mechanical body of the battle mecha. To kill, he was the prime target. Close combat professionals were resilient. They could fight and flee with high alertness and survivability. After fighting for a while, Solun had yet to find a suitable opportunity to execute him. The ideal assassination strategy was to control the threads and seal off the entire space. In that case, no matter how tough Selt was, his survival space shrinking step by step, he would inevitably meet his death. Unfortunately, while controlling hundreds of puppets, Solun's energy was critical. The dark spiritual power is far from adequate. Solun wasn't surprised, he just felt a bit of regret that he could have killed the enemy more easily. It was only now that he appreciated what his teacher, Syria, had mentioned about the increasing need for dark spiritual power in the later stages of a puppeteer's development. While his skill in controlling over 200 puppets was barely adequate, his dark spiritual energy was severely lacking. He thought if he could merge with the Isaac Alchemy heart after reaching the 5th tier, then this problem could be resolved. One could foresee that with infinite energy, his combat power would be astonishing. His thoughts vanished in a flash. In the current situation, Solun was not the anxious one. In this kind of melee battle, his greatest loss would only be some replaceable puppets. The elites of the slave catcher group, on the other hand, were about to be slaughtered. The 2 fourth tiers would certainly try everything to kill him quickly. Sure enough, as soon as the woman's ambush failed, Solun saw Selt charging fiercely towards him. Seeing the bristling needles poised to fire, Solun immediately knew what he was intending to do, and his thought process quickly provided a countermeasure. After dozens of exchanges, the 2 4th-level members of the Sun Catcher gang also realized that Solun was not easy to kill. Being the leader and deputy leader, their years of cooperation had fostered a profound tacit understanding. Even without communication, they knew what to do with each other. Although the dark-skinned woman's sneak attack was fruitless, it created an opportunity for Selt to make a move. Seeing Solun controlling the puppets, Selt burst forth decisively, briefly shaking off the mecha's entanglement and charging fiercely towards Solun. From a distance, he formed the sorcerer's seals, and the implanted metal fur on his body suddenly grew longer in the wind, shooting out like feathered arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Steel needles a foot long came raining down from the sky. Solun had some impression of this signature move of his opponent. Secret technique, Thousand Needle Rain, a ranged spell, was considered one of that guy's trump cards. The steel needles could easily penetrate the elemental barriers of 4th-level professionals, so facing it head-on was not the smart choice. Building up power for a long time, what that guy was waiting for was this moment. The steel needles sealed off almost all direct paths, and instinct would drive one to dodge towards the blind spots. But Solun knew as well. This was exactly what the other person had calculated. A frontal assault was the lethal move, and similarly, there were ambushes lying in wait at the blind spots. Tisk tisk, so this was your plan. Solun's attention was not solely on what was in front of him. That woman underground probably thought she was well hidden. Little did she know that her every move was under Solun's control. Solun remembered that the two seemed to have some sort of coordination for a combination attack technique and together had killed many strong opponents with it. But those were fragmented memories, somewhat vague. To dodge according to the enemy's plan was obviously not wise. In an instant, Solun analyzed and determined the best course of action. He decided that the steel needles likely couldn't kill him, and as long as he killed one of the opponent's 4th-level members, the situation would immediately reverse from the standoff. The opponent wasn't foolish, they would have certainly collected intelligence. Solun clearly remembered that he had revealed some of his techniques. Although the opponent didn't know what the Black Scythe was, after the death of a 4th-level member, they were obviously wary. The abilities of spatial displacement had also likely been somewhat uncovered by others. Threads and puppets were currently in use. But what they didn't know was, not all puppet masters were inherently weak. Solun's close combat abilities were not inferior in the slightest. Solun did not choose to dodge towards the blind spots of the steel needles, but with a fierce stomp on the ground, there was a snap sound, and his figure vanished from the spot. As the afterimage dissipated, on a closer look, he was already charging head-on into the needle rain. Selt's eyes narrowed as he recognized this as the exclusive skill of close combat professionals, stepping on air. But this wasn't the moment for shock. Seeing Solun's figure disappear, he realized that Solun had used spatial displacement in his rapid movement to dodge the deadly needle rain. However, the trajectory of spatial displacement could sometimes be predicted by certain actions just before vanishing. He actually chose to charge straight through. Selt was puzzled, how could a puppeteer opt to clash head-on with him? As quick as a thought flashed through his mind, the figure reappeared in front of him, and without a moment's hesitation, Selt threw a powerful punch forward. However, as he delivered this punch that should have been decisive, he immediately realized something was wrong. His expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? To his astonishment, the punch felt like it had missed its target. No. It wasn't a miss. It was a misjudgment of distance. It clearly seemed as though the two were only 1 meter apart. But after extending an arm, it became apparent that the distance between them was actually 1 meter and 10 centimeters. Despite the distance being only slightly off, the optimal point for punching was different, leading to vastly different effects of the attack. Let alone reducing its might by 70 to 80%, he would have been able to counterattack or follow up with ease if the punch had landed as intended. But it was this very miss that disrupted all his subsequent combat responses. Even his stance staggered, exposing a massive vulnerability. With a thud. Although Solun took a punch, the power behind it was neither painful nor itchy, and the steel needles on the fist didn't even pierce through his Vajra protective body. His eyes blazing with red light, the corner of his mouth curved upward. Ha, it's over. This strike was not due to the opponent's mistake, but rather, Solun had just formed a spatial barrier right in front of himself. This wasn't a visual deceit, but rather a slight elongation of a segment of space. Without understanding the space law, it would be tough to detect. This was Solun's immediate grasp of spellcasting methods that he had once struggled with, after stripping away that Tier 4 space law fragment. Although the distortion in space wasn't vast, it was now sufficient. Solun looked at the huge flaw exposed by his opponent, his eyes fierce. That guy was extremely quick to react, his body's steel needles already standing on end as he instantly entered a defensive stance. Unfortunately, Solun had no intention of colliding his flesh fist against him. You may have a combination attack, but so do I. You have 2 people, but I have countless puppets. It was at this moment that a burst of steam explosion noises suddenly came from behind Selt, as the waiting mecha charged ferociously. A brain capable of devising control schemes ensured a seamless natural cooperation. In that instant, Selt was terrified within his heart, immediately realizing that while he had been laying a trap for his opponent, the opponent had already prepared the current pincer move during the earlier attack. How is it possible? He controls so many puppets, how could he still react so fast? Unfortunately, a single mistake was enough to make him pay a painful price. The mechanical explosion sound behind him was unavoidable, and he could only curl up as much as possible to shield his vitals. Bang! A loud metallic collision echoed. The ship cutter cleaved heavily onto Selt's body, its trembling blade crackling as it cut through countless steel needles. A single slash tore open flesh and revealed chilling white bones, leaving a gaping wound of several dozen centimeters from his buttocks to his waist. Selt didn't resist fiercely, using the force to fly backwards, he avoided being cleaved in 2. After landing, he thought of fleeing immediately, believing that his comrades would surely come to his aid at the first opportunity. But upon landing, an intense chill suddenly struck him. Catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, he saw several puppets spewing frost, wildly spraying at the spot where he was about to land. Only then did Selt realize that a third wave of attack was coming. His opponent had anticipated his landing spot. Such similar tactics. Both aimed to force the opponent to reveal a weakness, employing multi-layered pincer attacks. But they saw only 1 step ahead, while their opponent foresaw the next 3 steps. No, 4 layers. Looking at the frost-covered ground, Selt's face turned ashen. The intense stickiness of the powerful frost, not to mention his broken leg at the moment, would have greatly constrained his movements even if it weren't broken. He also realized that this frost served another purpose beyond hindering his escape. It was to cut off the possibility of his comrades rescuing him. The elemental escape ability was indeed formidable, but it wasn't impossible to counter. Just like the vast coverage of frost before him, his comrade couldn't possibly tunnel through the ground to save him. Upon arriving, they would immediately fall into the same freezing dilemma. In that moment, Selt knew he was undoubtedly going to die, as the final thought crossed his mind. With the appearance of a space rift, heads fell to the ground. Chapter 255. Black Sam's Cursed Gold Coin. Captain. As the clan leader's head fell to the ground, the elemental witch Frida was filled with horror. She had been waiting in a tree, hoping to join forces with Selt for a pincer attack on the enemy, but to her dismay, the combined strike that had succeeded many times before had failed this time. Rather than reacting as they had anticipated, this small mistake had led to the direct demise of their clan leader. She wanted to rush to the rescue, but it was already too late. The puppet master's wide-range ice frost attack deterred her from approaching, knowing that if she got stuck, death would be her only fate. This time, she clearly understood the seemingly formless method of killing. As she had previously suspected, it was definitely an artifact of the restricted item level. Damn it, how did we provoke such a freak? Frida cursed in her heart. Having fought for so long, she had recognized that this was indeed a genuine third-tier professional. When it came to treasures, whether it was the mecha or the restricted artifact, some top-tier nobility might possess such resources. But this fellow's personal strength was what truly baffled her. Puppetry, silk control secret techniques, martial arts mysteries, space law. Each ability was mastered to a degree far beyond the reach of ordinary third-tier professionals. She had seen puppet masters before, but whose puppet master could simultaneously control hundreds of puppets? And also be so strong in person. Rather than saying this guy was alone, it was more accurate to say he was a one-man puppet legion. Moreover, the chilling murderous intent was the real source of fear for her, a fourth-tier professional. This guy, he's truly a madman. Now that their captain Selt had been killed, Frida immediately thought of retreating. She was very aware that she could not kill that puppet master not far away on her own. Though she didn't know what means he used to detect her elemental escape, all signs indicated that she had been discovered by the enemy. Intuition told her that if she stayed any longer, it would inevitably lead to a dead end. Solun, of course, had sensed that individual escaping underground, but he had no intention of going after her. The cocoon world created from the witch's hair provided physical isolation but had never stopped that woman from the beginning. Solun found it difficult to keep her if she was so bent on escaping. Solun went over to the headless corpse and prepared to collect that clump of grey mist. The surging turmoil in his heart had finally calmed down a bit, and he dared not continue to use the Reaper's phantom, casually devouring the grey mist from the corpse. But luck wasn't always on his side, and the result of this blind box draw was disappointing. The fragments held little of value, and Solun frowned slightly, muttering to himself, it's hard to downgrade from luxury to simplicity. Having become accustomed to the precise harvest of the Reaper's phantom, the blind draw felt like a significant letdown. He didn't dwell on it, though, since he ultimately needed to address the issue of his warped mental state to fully utilize the second tier of the Reaper's talent. Now that the two fourth-tier enemies were gone, Solun could focus solely on dealing with the members of the slaver party. Out of the 700 or 800 people who came in, probably only a few dozen remained after the onslaught of the puppet legion. Solun had intended to reap them all, but just then, a green flame suddenly appeared on the silken cocoon walls, burning through the layers of silk and creating an opening. The surviving slaver members were overjoyed at the sight and escaped in a swarm through the breach. A cursed item. Solun instantly identified the flame as originating from a decent fire-based cursed item. It wasn't surprising that such a large-scale slaver party had one or two good artifacts. However, Solun watched the escaping people but did not pursue them. Separated from the puppet theater, his puppet's combat effectiveness would significantly diminish. With more enemies outside, he might not instantly gain the upper hand if he pursued them. Most importantly, his dark spiritual power had reached a critical low. If the battle continued, with the enemy's greater numerical strength, Solun might have to be the one to tactically withdraw first. But it looked like the fight wasn't going to happen after all. Judging by the noises from those outside, it seemed they had no intention of seeking a decisive battle to the death. The people who escaped joined the 1,000 or 2,000 inside the encampment, and without even bothering about the demi-human slaves, they hastily retreated into the forest. Quite decisive. Solun raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, not too surprised by the outcome. As long as that dark-skinned woman wasn't foolish, she definitely wouldn't opt for a last stand. Now that she knew Solun was skilled in space arcana, she also understood that with mere numbers, they would have a hard time killing him. On the other hand, in this forest, failing to kill the enemy would become a nightmare for their large-scale team. Enough. After taking a few bullets and killing a few hundred of your men, That should settle things. Solun didn't plan to pursue. The bloody slaughter had calmed those restless negative emotions. As he looked at the bodies strewn across the ground, the red glow in his eyes began to fade away. Solun controlled the puppets, beginning to clean up the spoils of the battlefield. Despite the World of Cocoon's secret technique of controlling threads having impressive effects, just setting up the formation had consumed nearly 10 million lyci of cursed crystals. Magicians, being the most money-burning profession, is not an overstatement. The bigger the move, the more willing one has to be to spend. Solun intended to recoup some losses from these spoils of war. The soul shards and equipment of these few hundred people were also not a small harvest. In the forest, the only 2 remaining 4th-tier members of the Sun Catcher's slave group withdrew in complete disarray. The people previously staying at the fortress didn't understand what had happened, they only heard the retreat order coming through their communicators. On the way, everyone then started to discuss. Frida, what the hell is going on? The leader is dead, hurry up and go. What? Could the enemy be a 5th-tier professional? No. But, there's no time to explain, let's get out of here first. That guy knows space arcana, we can't kill him at all. Also, he is totally a madman, he's probably exhausted his spiritual power by now, so he hasn't pursued us. Just wait for him to recover, he will definitely kill all of us here. Explore more at Empire. The few dozen survivors were still trembling with fear. They described the terrifying battle they had just experienced to their companions, talking about the overwhelming threads and puppets as if they had a horrifying experience right on the doorstep of hell, which made the listener's scalp tingle. Just one person killed 2 of their 4th-tier professionals and a quarter of their main force? This was a loss they had never suffered, even when they had previously conquered the subhuman village. Once all the members of the slave group learned the truth, they fled even faster. What exactly happened in there? Atop a giant tree, Yuta watched those enemies fleeing in complete disarray, too shocked to speak. She had intended to help, but Solun had shut her out of the battlefield. Looking at the cocoon-like closed space, she felt both anxious and helpless. Originally thinking that Solun's erratic behavior was due to mental derangement, Yuta had pondered how she might save people. But with the enemy in overwhelming numbers, she was completely alone and without any means to help. The turn of events was so sudden. The slave group suddenly became chaotic. That 4th-tier magician who was originally guarding in the village rushed over in haste, took out a strange oil lamp, burned through the wall of threads, and then a group of people fled in a sorry state. Only, so few people had escaped? Before Yuta could understand what was happening, all the enemies in the village dispersed in panic, fleeing into the forest. Seeing their panicked states, Yuta immediately realized that something major must have happened to Solun. As soon as the enemies left, she rushed in without any hesitation, only to be met with a scene she had not anticipated at all. That man was leisurely sweeping the battlefield. Solun saw Yuta coming in and greeted her with a smile. Concerned about his mental state, Yuta asked, "Mr. Solun, are you all right?" Now considering themselves friends, she didn't shy away. She gathered a green light in both hands and directly touched Solun's temples, seemingly to check on him. Solun didn't refuse, only shaking his head with a smile, "I'm fine." Hearing this, Yuta's brows relaxed, and not finding anything seriously wrong upon her checks, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Then, glancing at the bodies around her, her azure pupils filled with shock. Only then did she realize that Mr. Solun had really defeated the enemy on his own. Although she found it hard to believe, having witnessed everything firsthand, Yuta genuinely exclaimed, "Mr. Solun is so impressive." Solun neither agreed nor disagreed with a shrug of his shoulders and then asked, "Have those people left?" "Yes. They've all fled into the forest." Yuta remembered, and her eyes suddenly brightened, "That's right, the people of the White Deer tribe weren't taken away." Did that mean the tribe's people had been rescued? Solun wasn't surprised. Those fleeing for their lives naturally wouldn't take slaves with them. He said to Yuta, "Go check on your people, they should still be bound. I'll clean up here." Seeing that he was all right, Yuta nodded vigorously, "Okay." She was about to rush to the village in a hurry when she looked back, thinking of something, and smiled brilliantly. "Our Dalo tribe has a prophecy, that a warrior who follows the ancient covenant will save our people. I think Mr. Solun must be the warrior mentioned in the prophecy." "Oh." Solun raised his eyebrow as he listened, having personally experienced the prophetic abilities of the Dalo tribe, he didn't find it unreliable. But hearing this made him feel a bit strange. He himself had indeed rescued a few Dalo tribe's people. As for a warrior following the covenant, he just smiled, probably referring to Mr. Jing. With the crisis of tribal annihilation averted, Yuden's previously furrowed brow relaxed, her pretty face beaming with excitement. She ran off, looking back to wave her hand. Mr. Solun, I'll go check on the people in the village first. I'll come find you later. Okay. Solun watched her and nodded, then continued to clean up the battlefield. The puppets helped sort the spoils from the bodies, which were packed into a storage ring. The damaged dolls were also collected. After some fixing up, they could be used again in the next fight. If they couldn't be fixed, they could be melted down to extract the materials. He didn't neglect the broken parts and bullets scattered on the ground either. Solun was not rich at the moment, in fact, he had a very large financial gap. To make the battle capabilities of his puppet dolls strong, aside from craftsmanship, good materials were also needed. He wanted to make a black iron quality third-tier doll now, but just one of the materials cost over 5 million, and the recent few silver ice dolls capable of engraving third-tier runes were priced over 10 million each. 100 of them would cost a billion, and he was far from reaching that sum. The materials needed for 4th and 5th tier puppets were even more expensive. This battle had shown him how useful a puppet army could be, and he would definitely need to adopt a strategy of overwhelming numbers in the future. Without a solid foundation of wealth, one simply couldn't manage the profession of puppeteer. Alchemy bullets required money, and casting spells cost money. Not to mention the research on mechanical puppets, which were the real big burners of cash. Apart from those few banned items, Solun's entire fortune added up probably couldn't even produce a complete set of Colonel-grade mech armor 9. Puppets really burn through cash. Solun couldn't help but feel both amused and distressed at the thought. Now that the enemy had left, Solun could count the spoils at ease. The octopus spear was controlling the spears, sorting and packing away the standard spoils into the storage ring to sell later. From such a large team, the low-tier professionals didn't have much aside from standard gear and some possessions. He turned his eyes to the 2 4th-tier bodies he had killed earlier. The alchemical armor condensed on the corpses were still pretty good, both silver quality, 1 set of spiked bear needles and 1 set of iron-back centipede. Close combat gear was in high demand on the market, and although there was some damage, they could still be worth tens of millions. Solun then gave Celt's storage ring a look, and as the group leader, the spiked bear had many good items in it. To his pleasant surprise, the storage ring wasn't very large and didn't contain much, but he scanned it and saw a huge gemstone. This should be a gemstone stolen from the village. Looking at the unpolished sapphire the size of a fist, Solun also guessed the origin of the item. Even he had never seen one so large. Such a large chunk of high-purity gemstone, whether used for jewelry or as alchemy material, was excellent. In an auction, it would probably fetch at least 100 million. It was a break-even at least. Solun stashed it away. But he didn't plan to sell it. Higher-level puppets also needed these materials for rune engraving, and the high-level gemstones were monopolized by the nobles, impossible to buy from the market. The storage ring also contained some alchemical items of decent value, but they were of no use to Solun, they were all just goods to be sold for money. However, in the pile of items within the storage ring, Solun finally found a tightly sealed rune box. Upon opening it, he discovered a roughly made gold coin bearing a human head. In the memories collected by the Reaper, there were legends related to this object, which the all-seeing eye immediately identified with terms he could understand. Black Sam's cursed gold coin. Details: legend has it that collecting 3 of these gold coins will lead to the sunken treasure of the Pirate King, Sam Bellamy. Inscribed on the coin are some incomplete secret messages. The Pirate King's treasure. Looking at the object, Solun grew slightly interested. An item treasured by a prominent large-scale slaver was likely credible. Besides, the all-seeing eye had also identified some hidden messages. It appeared to be the real thing. Solun had also heard this legend. This world has endless seas, and pirates have always existed, very few could claim the title Pirate King. One legendary Pirate King, Black Sam Bellamy, was the most recent to be acknowledged by pirates and officials across the 4 seas. And now, the King of the North Sea, Oleg, was only just the King of the Northern Waters. Bellamy didn't concern himself with building powers, he preferred adventuring and exploring unknown routes, raiding nobility. That's right, they were noble thieves. That guy had a good reputation among the poor, living a life full of legend. He himself was also a powerful alchemist, collector, navigator. His pirate group dared to rob anything, whether it was dukes, princes, or even royal treasures. Consequently, he had countless treasures in his hands. However, 30 years ago, the legend goes that he led a top-tier pirate crew on an adventure to uncharted waters, encountered sea monsters and storms, and their ship sank. It's said that a few survivors lived to tell the tale, and the legend of the Pirate King's sunken ship spread. Legends say that aboard that ship, in addition to gold and silver treasures, there were various high-level cursed objects, sealed items, ancient weapons, and legendary artifacts. This is also one of the biggest lures that has drawn countless adventurers to the sea in later generations. Solun only took a second glance before he tucked it away. Whether the legend was true or not, even if it was, how could the sea areas that sank the Pirate King's ship be easy to reach? Moreover, he now had only one gold coin. Without the set of 3, daydreaming was futile. Solun wasn't one to fuss over things beyond his reach. He then took out the body of the previously killed insect controller. Only after examining the storage ring did Solun feel fortunate that his decision to kill him quickly was the right one. Had that guy been given a chance to use those bizarre poisons and venomous creatures, it would be uncertain who would have died. The insect controller was a mysterious lineage alchemist, and that one named Petra specialized in the lineage of venomous creatures. His storage ring was filled with various poisonous materials and jars. Even though Solun's resistance to toxins was quite high now, the sight and identification of many poisons still sent chills down his spine. The storage ring was mostly full of poisonous materials, as well as some toxic tomes, like the Poison Encyclopedia, Poison Insect Breeding, and the like. Solun casually glanced at them and then tucked them away, planning to study them in depth when he found time later. What surprised him slightly was that he also acquired a cursed object. Aniastora's poisonous incense burner. Description: I aim to concoct the world's deadliest poison. Cursed properties: the fuel in the incense burner is the poison gland of the ancient poison snake Hydra. Lighting it will lure venomous creatures from miles around to converge, fight, and devour each other, after which there's a chance for the creatures to evolve into a poison king and produce even higher tiered mixed toxins. These toxins spread through the air and are just as deadly to humans. Details: a poisonous magician named Aniastora from the last epoch created an alchemical item used to cultivate venomous creatures. Solun raised his eyebrows at the information identified. From the description, ordinary gas masks wouldn't be able to protect against the poison. He happened to have a plague doctor's beaked mask, which had poison-resisting properties, and he wondered which cursed object would be stronger. Although the incense burner was a cursed item, it seemed that its use in killing wasn't that great. The toxin would naturally disperse slowly in the air, making it easy to detect. For high-tier professionals, a whiff of something unusual would be enough to avoid danger. Its use would probably only be in poison crafting. The art of poison wasn't a niche, for it was genuinely a branch of the plague laws. Looking at the incense burner, Solun had an idea: why not create a bunch of poisonous dolls? Chapter 256. Emerald Holy Land. Solun finished tallying this batch of war loot and, all in all, had made a sizable profit. For the stronger party, war has always been a shortcut to immense wealth. With 100 puppets helping to clear the battlefield, the work progressed quickly, and before long, he had almost gathered up all of the spoils. While he was dealing with the traces of the battlefield, he heard a large group of people approaching from the village on the distant hillside. Looking over, it was Yuta leading a group from the White Deer tribe. The leader was an elder with white deer antlers on his forehead and the strongest soul fire, which naturally made him Dagu, the Tier 4 druid elder. The old man looked very weak, being supported by others, with freshly ground herbs still applied to a wound on his abdomen. As he approached, a strong scent of medicine wafted through the air. It seemed he had been severely injured in the previous battle. This group of people came over, and Yuta introduced to them very formally, "This is Mr. Solun, who just now repelled the enemy." The common tongue was used, and only the druids among the Dulu tribe could understand it. The White Deer elder looked at Solun, his face showing an excited and sincere gratitude. "On behalf of the entire White Deer tribe, this old man Dagu thanks the brave warrior for saving our lives." As he spoke, he placed one hand over his chest and bowed deeply to Solun. Behind him, the dozens of people also bowed in unison. In front of the elders, Solun naturally did not dare to act arrogantly and courteously responded. Even though the tribe had just experienced a great disaster, being the warrior who saved the tribe, Solun was still warmly welcomed by the people of the White Deer village of the Dulu tribe. He had initially planned to spend the night in the forest but now stayed in the village's best hut, provided with roasted meat and fruit. It was probably because they needed people, that the old and young in the tribe had not been slaughtered to the last by the slaver gang. But even so, bodies were piled up like a mountain. The village was a site of devastation. As a guest, Solun naturally did not need to help, as there were enough hands within the tribe. The young and robust of the deer tribe were chopping wood to repair the village wall destroyed by the blast. With sturdy walls, the elderly and the young could safely clean up their relatives' bodies, to prevent predators from the forest drawn by the smell of blood and flesh from causing secondary harm to the tribe members. The tribe had been burned nearly to the ground, but Solun was still arranged to stay in the best hut with barbecue and fruit. The night sky was beautiful this evening, with moonlight like silver. Solun watched the village in front of him, carving the puppet in his hand, and his thoughts occasionally drifted to other things. Yuta was by his side. For a long time, neither of them spoke. This druid had witnessed such desperate scenes twice in a short time, and her emotions were very unstable. She dared not look too much at her fellow tribespeople, and the moonlight poured into those blue crystalline eyes, shimmering with waves of light. Eventually, unable to hold back the overflowing emotions, she looked at Solun with tearful eyes and asked with grief, "Mr. Solun, why are humans so cruel, when we could all live together peacefully?" Solun didn't know how to answer. Thinking it over, he reached out and touched Yuta's head, consoling the weeping young miss of the White Wolf clan. Yuta threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Early the next day, Solun and Yuta continued on their journey. A team of strong young people from the White Deer tribe escorted them for a long distance, not parting until the sunset, and then they returned. The situation of the various tribes of the Dula clan was very bad now. Having been discovered by the slaver gang, other gangs would certainly come upon hearing the news. The White Deer tribe must also migrate. The silent forest was vast, but there were not many places they could choose from. This was already the depths of the forest, and to retreat further would mean to enter the sanctuary. But it could not accommodate so many tribespeople. The Dulu tribe worships the god of nature, and their way of life is almost entirely primitive. Their main source of food is hunting and gathering. This lifestyle also means that they cannot live together in a city like humans do. A hunting area can only sustain a certain number of people. When a tribe's population exceeds what an area can support, part of it must split off to develop new hunting grounds and establish new tribes. But now, with their living space continually shrinking and the population rapidly declining, the very survival of the tribe is a big problem. Solun had also asked Yuta why they did not migrate further away. Yuta said that at Sacred Lake there is something the Dulu tribe must protect. The next few days of travel went smoothly. As a druid, Yuta could understand some of the language of birds and beasts. With her leading the way, the two of them avoided areas where high-level magical beasts roamed and other dangerous regions. Although they were attacked a few times, they safely made it to the deepest part of Silent Forest without serious incident. Even in the frigid north, the Silent Forest boasted an abundance of water resources like a network of leaf veins, and there were rivers that never froze all year round. That day, after descending a mountainous terrain, they fashioned a small boat and changed from land to water travel, drifting eastward along a large river known to the Dulu tribe as Runa's River. Drifting in the clear river water, the two of them seemed very relaxed. Yuta was responsible for rowing the boat while Solun remained focused on tinkering with his puppet, occasionally flipping through books. The pair had formed a tacit understanding along the way, chatting occasionally, with Yuta introducing him to the extraordinary creatures of the forest. Half the day had passed on the boat without them noticing, when Yuta suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Solun, we're almost there." Solun finally snapped out of his immersion and saw a lovely face. After days of travel, Miss Druid's mood had progressively improved, and a naive and cheerful smile had returned to her face. Yuta sighed, "Mr. Solun, you really do work hard, no wonder you're so amazing." Solun smiled noncommittally and looked around, "Are we almost there?" He observed the surrounding forest was not much different from before, feeling slightly surprised in his heart. Was this the legendary central tribe of the Dulu clan, Emerald Holy Land? It looked the same, and he saw no other members of the Dulu tribe. "MHM." Yuta nodded earnestly, then turned and pointed toward the front of the boat, "It's over there." Only then did Solun extend his gaze beyond Yuta's body and look toward the front of the river. That's a waterfall." With his excellent eyesight, he naturally noticed that the river abruptly dropped off at the end of their view, forming a fine line. Listening closely, the roaring sound of the water was also becoming progressively clear. With such noise, the waterfall seemed to have a significant drop. This is the nearest path. Yuda's face was full of anticipation. It's been a year or two since I became a druid and last visited Sacred Lake. Solun looked on with slight curiosity, like reaching the peak of a roller coaster, when the view down below is obscured, yet there's still a thrill of anticipation for the unknown. Noticing that Yuda had no intention of pulling to the shore to stop the boat, he asked, "Are we going to jump down from the waterfall?" Yuda nodded, a sly smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "Mr. Solun, you'll have to hold on tight to me." Hat. Hearing her playful words, Solun's eyes crinkled with amusement. He also stood up, looking into the distance. The waterfall was getting closer, the boat's speed increasing, and the roar in their ears now so loud that speech was barely discernible. Approaching the edge of the river, Solun finally saw the shockingly magnificent scenery ahead, murmuring involuntarily, "It truly is the Emerald Holy Land." The maps that Solun had previously purchased from the black market and the Adventurers Guild outlined only the outer areas of Silent Forest. He had not known that deep within the forest lay such a wondrous and unimaginable sight. It was as if a meteor had fallen, smashing into the depths of the forest to create a vast basin, known as the Emerald Holy Land. The Silent Forest was situated in the cold northern lands, and its vegetation largely consisted of coniferous trees such as various firs and cold pines, all blanketed by frost and snow, presenting a dominating hue of grayish-white. Yet beneath this waterfall, there was a burst of lush green teeming with life and a pleasant climate. From the sky above, it resembled an emerald embedded in a grayish-white expanse. Solun didn't have time to appreciate the scenery before him, as the small boat they were in began to free fall over the waterfall, and they leaped for their lives. Yuda grabbed Solun's hand, laughed heartily with a face full of joyous and mischievous smile, "Ha ha ha ha! Mr. Solun, do you know? My most favorite thing when I was a child was jumping off waterfalls." Solun listened and smiled slightly, his eyes also glittering with fascination as he gazed at the waterfall with its several hundred meters of drop. Free falling through the air, there was an inexplicable sense of exhilaration in his heart. After a few breaths, the two of them hit the water with a plop. The gurgling sound of water filled their ears, accompanied by the rush of flowing water all around. Yuda didn't rush to surface, instead, she pulled Solun along for a long underwater swim. After the waterfall's turbulent flow entered the forest, it quickly became calm. The water was exceptionally clear, and with eyes open underwater, the world beneath the surface was visible in great detail. There were swaying aquatic plants with roots clearly seen, little red fish joyfully accompanying the two uninvited guests, semi-transparent shrimps startled and swiftly retreating. The play of light and shadow from plant life above the water's surface was reflected below, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. Everything in sight was crystal clear. As Solun swam underwater, that sense of exhilaration within him grew stronger. It was as if the countless days of accumulated frustration were being cleansed by the crystal-clear river water. Only then did he realize that since coming to this world, he had never observed and experienced the beauty of nature so closely before. In that moment, every pore in his body felt refreshed. Solun tilted his head slightly and saw a radiant, smiling face. Yuda pointed towards the surface. The two surfaced and climbed ashore. This was a serene and quiet deep forest, with the chirping of birds by their ears, and the scent of flowers in their breaths. It was like a small woodland path on a summer day, with dappled tree shadows on the ground, a comfortably warm temperature, and a gentle breeze caressing their faces. Underfoot lay a path of moss-covered stones stretching into the depths of the woods. On the side of the path stood two rustic stone pillars carved with mysterious patterns, resembling the torii gates in front of Japanese shrines from Solun's previous life. Around these pillars, somewhat hidden in the piles of earth, were several pottery jars used for offerings. They seemed aged, with the marks of time leaving mottled traces upon them. Solun took a moment to look. The runes of alchemy and the prohibitory system of the Dala clan were vastly different, yet he discerned that these carvings on the stone pillars contained some form of high-level power of laws. Seeing his interest, Yuda explained, "Those are ritual pillars, built specifically for the elves who guard this forest. They can avert disasters and bring blessings. They are also enchantments blessed by deities that protect our Dala tribe, repelling anyone with malice towards us." After a pause, she called out, "Let's go, Mr. Solun." After giving the pillars another thoughtful look, Solun followed her. Passing through the two stone pillars, it was like crossing through an invisible barrier, and he faintly sensed something. But before he could ponder it, they had only walked a few steps when suddenly, several beast-skin-clad sub-humans sprang out from the trees above. From their elevated position, they recognized the newcomers and excitedly shouted in unison, "Sister Yuta!" Yuta clearly knew them and cheerfully greeted back, "Kola, is it your group's turn to patrol today?" "Yeah." "Sister Yuta, what brings you to the Holy Land?" The one named Kola was a rabbitkin girl, seemingly young, around 13 or 14 years old. She was armed with a bow and arrows, carrying a quiver on her back, appearing ready for patrol. And beside her were several other Dalul youths of similar age. The group jumped down, and upon seeing Solun, a human, everyone's eyes immediately showed caution and wariness. Kola asked, "Sister Yuta, why did you bring a human into the Holy Land?" Yuta introduced him, "This is Mr. Solun. He is my lifesaver and a benefactor to our Dalul tribe." Despite her explanation, the wary gazes of the young ones towards Solun did not diminish, and they began to speak all at once. "Lately, there have been a lot of slavers in the forest. The Green Tiger tribe and Black Bear tribe to the north have been attacked by those despicable humans. Many of our people died." "Yes, Sister Yuta, humans can't be trusted. Some humans have already attempted to scout the perimeter of the Holy Land recently. I heard that there are humans eyeing the relics in Cursed Valley, and the clan leader even specifically instructed us to patrol carefully." Solun stood by, listening to Yuta and the group of young patrollers communicate in the Dalul language, but he could not understand much. However, from their expressions, he could tell that these kids didn't seem too welcoming towards humans entering the area. Yuta, having heard some of those bad news, and aware of their concerns, patiently explained, "Mr. Solun is different, he is the brave warrior foretold in the prophecies you know." Hearing this, Kola exclaimed in surprise, "Ah! Another brave warrior from the prophecy? But, a human just arrived yesterday." The elders were very happy and even gathered everyone to welcome that human. Upon hearing this, Yuta frowned immediately and asked, "A human came yesterday?" "Yes." Kola said, "That human saved the Frost Fox tribe during a slave-catching raid, and even brought back a sacred object." The elders said that she is the warrior foretold in the prophecy. As she said this, she looked at Solun with a skeptical gaze, worriedly uttering, "Sister Yuta, don't be deceived by this human. The adults always say that humans are very cunning and lie better than foxes." Yuta was immediately shocked upon hearing this. The human brought back a sacred object. "MHM." Kola nodded earnestly and responded excitedly, "It's the spear of Mabarianak, I saw it with my own eyes yesterday." At this, Yuta was truly surprised. She had assumed that Mr. Solun by her side would be the person from the prophecy, but it appeared he might not be. The brave warrior, adherent to the ancient covenant, will save his people and bring back a sacred object. Could the prophecy be referring to someone else? But what about the covenant? Mr. Solun had said that he was the heir to the Isaac family. For a moment, Yuta felt conflicted, unable to figure out what the problem might be. However, no matter how she thought about it, the return of the sacred object was ultimately a good thing. Solun, seeing Yuta's expression become quite strange, asked, "What's the matter?" Without doubting Solun in the slightest, Yuta translated the previous conversation for him. "Stay updated through Empire." Solun also found it odd, someone came with a sacred object. Upon hearing this, he immediately felt there was something fishy going on. The covenant of old was signed between Sir Isaac and the ancestors of the Dalul tribe. The brave warrior following the covenant mentioned in the prophecy would most likely be Mr. Jing. Now that another one had arrived, what was going on? If Solun wasn't very familiar with Mr. Jing, and didn't know Isaac only had 2 daughters, he might even suspect there were other heirs to the Isaac lineage. So, what exactly was happening now? Bringing back a sacred object also seemed to fit the conditions of the prophecy more closely. Yuta couldn't figure it out either, her face full of confusion. However, in her eyes, whether Solun was the brave warrior from the prophecy wasn't important. He had saved herself and her people multiple times, and that was a fact. Chapter 257. The Verses of Yishang. Solun and Yuta strolled along a forest path, as if entering a fairy tale world. There was a strong sense of layered greenery before their eyes, with shades of new green, light green, dark green. The flowers and plants in the forest, when observed with the all-seeing eye, revealed many that were rare outside, even extinct, only documented in alchemical texts. Solun found everything very novel, and Yuta enthusiastically introduced it all along the way. They followed a cobblestone path deeper into the forest and, after walking a few kilometers, their view suddenly opened up. It was only then that Solun realized they had left the forest and were standing on a gentle slope covered with grass. The scene was a verdant green, dotted with charming little flowers of purple and red. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance that relaxed every pore. Below the slope, a meandering stream flowed past, astonishingly reflecting the sunlight in scintillating, multicolored glimmers. Giant trees lined the riverbank, each with triangular roofed cabins nestled in their branches, reminiscent of dwarven homes from fairy tales. Children from the Dala clan were playing on the grass by the river, their laughter reaching their ears. A scene of tranquility. As if all the world's beauty was within sight. Solun's gaze became fixed for a moment. Looking at all this familiarity, Yuta's crystalline eyes revealed a happy smile. "Mr. Solun, we have arrived." Solun nodded. The beautiful scenery seemed to cleanse the filth from his soul, calming even the restless emotions at the bottom of his heart. He attentively felt that fleeting sensation and whispered to himself, "Is this the law of nature?" Contemplating this, Solun removed the clown mask from his face. The breeze touched his face. The news of Yuta and another entering the Holy Land had already been sent to the central tribe by the patrolling sentinels. They had just stepped out of the forest when a group of Dalal children, not yet fully grown, came running from afar. There were those from the wolf, bear, and leopard clans, among others. They shouted loudly, "Sister Yuta!" Yuta seemed to be very well liked in the tribe, many people knew her. She waved happily at the group of youngsters. Lowering her hand, she explained to Solun with a smile in her eyes, "To become a qualified druid, one must receive long teachings from the elders in the central tribe. I've lived here since I was very young and only left 2 years ago." After a pause, she pointed to the youngsters and said, "They are all apprentice druids sent from various tribes to learn in the Holy Land." Solun realized then why the souls of these children seemed so strong. Most were at the second or even third rank, a significant step above the average of the Air clan members he had met in the White Deer tribe. In a blink, the group of youngsters had rushed to them with the wind. In their enthusiastic welcome to Yuta, they also cast cautious and wary glances at Solun, the human. Solun was aware but didn't mind, his face wearing a friendly smile. Yuta knew that her tribe's people weren't very welcoming to humans, and she introduced him seriously, "This is Mr. Solun, my savior and also the savior of the White Deer tribe." At her words, the glare in the children's eyes softened a bit. But before she could finish, the leading Wolf Clan boy noticed the Wolf Clan amulet hanging around Solun's neck. His eyes sharpened with disbelief as he asked, "Sister, you gave your life wolf claw to this human?" Yuta blushed slightly as if recalling something, and responded with a gentle smile, uttering. Their conversation was in the Dalo language, which Solun didn't understand. But in that moment, he definitely felt the gazes that had eased becoming hot and angry. Solun felt puzzled. What had Yuta said to make these kids suddenly become hostile? Yuta didn't translate what she had just said, she just smiled and introduced the Wolf Clan boy who seemed the most hostile toward Solun, "Mr. Solun, this is my brother Arku." Solun asked curiously, "Your real brother?" "Yes." Yuta wore an indulgent expression, "He's just a mischievous little rascal, don't mind him." Hearing this, Solun took a closer look. The sister is pretty, and this young wolf tribesman is also quite handsome, just with a trace of youthful naivety on his face. Feeling slighted by his sister's words, Arku retorted with defiance, "Human, do you dare to fight with me?" At those words, the energetic young tiger and leopard demi-humans behind him were also eager to try, shouting out loud one after another. The druids of the Dala clan all learned the human common language. Though these apprentice druids might not be too fluent, their emotions were clearly expressed. Solun understood as well, were these guys looking to beat him up? He found it somewhat baffling and didn't know why he had attracted the ire of these young druids. Before Solun had a chance to ask, Yuta interjected, scolding the group of brats with annoyance, "Arku, Gale, quit it. Mr. Solun is very powerful, even if you all teamed up, you couldn't beat him." Solun glanced at her, could this way of breaking up a fight be adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, a spark lit in the eyes of the boys, who clamored for a duel on the spot. Arku, not to be outdone, said arrogantly, "Humph, how is that possible? I am the future #1 warrior of the White Wolf clan. I must make this human understand my strength." Yuta gave him an exasperated look, using her disdainful older sister's voice to mock, "You can't even beat me, and you want to fight Mr. Solun." These sentences were all said in the common language, and Solun understood clearly. He stole a glance at Yuta and felt that there was something off about the way she was breaking up the fight. Yuta, however, seemed unperturbed as if it were a customary affair in the Dulu clan, laughing, "Don't mind them, just a bunch of brats. Sometimes a good thrashing is all they need to behave." Listening to this, Solun was somewhat exasperated and didn't really intend on physically disciplining the impish youth. Pausing for a moment, she blinked meaningfully and added, "In our Dulu clan, Arku is the king of the kids. Giving him a thrashing could save you, Mr. Solun, a lot of trouble." Hearing this, Solun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How much did this sister actually want her brother to get beaten up? With Yuta, the elder sister intervening, the challenge never came to pass. Nonetheless, the number of Dulu tribe's people who came to watch this human, Solun, continued to grow. And there were even more young ones who wanted to duel with him. Solun also realized that it might be because of the wolf claw amulet Yuta had given him. Yuta didn't seem to mind, and naturally, neither did he. Meanwhile, from the village beside the riverbank, a familiar face approached Solun, calling out from a distance, "Mr. Solun, long time no see." Solun recognized him instantly, Elder Pasu. This man was none other than the Bear clan elder who had purchased the slaves at the auction in Gadrant harbor previously. Previously, he had been concerned about some mishap that had befallen the returning Dulu tribe's people from across the sea. Now seeing the person in question, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Pasu greeted him warmly, "I didn't expect to see you again." With that, he said to the Dulu tribe's people gathered around, "This is the human warrior who saved me and our people before, Mr. Solun." It was only after this that Solun felt the gaze of those in the crowd soften. Discover stories with Empire. Many of the older Dulu tribe's people even smiled kindly at him, and Solun responded politely. After introducing him, Pasu added, "Mr. Solun, we'll catch up later. The clan leader and elders have been informed of your arrival and are waiting for you." Solun nodded, He indeed needed to take care of some official business first, to deliver a message to Mr. Jing and to inquire about the clan leader's mental aberrations. A group of people walked toward the village. Crossing the colorful little river over the shallow stone shoal, they entered a forest of sulan, primarily comprising elm and ash trees. Although not dense, the trees were massive. Dozens of people could wrap their arms around a single tree, and nestled in those giants were little tree houses, colorful like mushrooms. Solun saw heads popping out of the houses, peering curiously at him, a human being. The people of the Emerald Holy Land Dulu tribe had almost never seen a human in their lifetimes. Oh, that was until before yesterday. Now he was the second. Solun had also been wondering who the warrior in the Dulu tribe's prophecy might be. To his surprise, as he walked, he actually encountered them. There were not many man-made structures in the treehouse village, just a few stone paths laid out. But in the center of the village stood several conspicuous large black steels. Each of these steels was the size of more than a dozen blackboards. Due to the long passage of time, the steels were covered with moss and vines. And at this moment, a person in a red cloak was standing in front of the steels, carefully examining the inscriptions. Even from behind, Solun recognized in an instant that this was a human being. Because the Dulu dressed in animal pelts, while a red cloak was a fine textile from the human world. However, even more coincidentally, Solun knew this person in the red cloak. The crowd walked past, and the noise caused the cloaked person scrutinizing the steel to turn their head. It was a young girl with flaxen pigtails and freckles on her face. Katya. Solun had been wondering all along about who could be the prophesied person of the Dulu tribe. He had never imagined it would be the noble young lady who had returned a ring and given him a star amulet. Katya also saw Solun, and it seemed she was surprised to see another human. After sizing him up for a moment, she seemed to recognize something. Although Solun was not wearing a mask, the aura he emitted and the amulet at his waist made her feel familiar, so she ventured, "Mr. Nicholas." Seeing that she had recognized him, Solun didn't pretend not to know her, responding, "Miss Katya, what are you doing here?" Hearing his response, Katya's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, as if she had encountered an old acquaintance in a foreign land. "Ah, it really is you." She trotted over joyfully, chattering like a magpie, "I was with my family's guards, searching for meteorites in the forest. By chance, we ran into a Dulu tribe slave catching squad. Coincidentally, I was able to help out a bit. Then, they invited me to be a guest here. Solun, suddenly understanding, nodded to himself. So that was what happened. He was well aware that the girl had come to the ice plains to find meteorites. Encounters with slave hunters in the forest were not unusual. Seeing a familiar face, Katya was thrilled, but her expression suddenly paused. As if remembering something embarrassing, her fair neck tinged with red and she asked timidly, "Last time I got drunk, you had to take me home, Mr. Nicholas. I didn't do anything too rude, did I?" Solun smiled and shook his head, offering reassurance. Seeing the two recognized each other, Yuta and Pasu, as well as the Dalo tribe's people, were all taken aback. So the two warriors knew each other? Yuta, who was well acquainted with Solun, asked directly, "Mr. Solun, you know each other?" Solun nodded, "Yes, we met twice before in Blizzard City." Yuta, "Oh." Katyusha blinked at the appellation, seemingly curious about the name Solun. Solun didn't elaborate much and just gave a dry laugh. Having too many enemies, he had gotten used to using aliases. He then said, "The clan leader is waiting for me to visit, we'll talk more later." Katyusha nodded politely, "Okay." After walking a few steps, Katyusha returned to the stele, apparently planning to continue studying the text on it. Solun took another look, those peculiar symbols were Dala script. Katyusha could understand Dala script? And she seemed to be enjoying it. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Katyusha wanted to share her joy, her face full of excitement as she introduced, "Mr. Nicholas, this is the poems of Iang." Iang was once one of the greatest wandering poets of the Dalo and even the entire continent, who had travelled in the world of humans and left behind many exquisite poems. "My family is also fortunate to have some fragments. I didn't expect to find complete poems here." As she spoke, like an enthusiastic fan, she generously bestowed her praise, "Oh, these poems are simply wonderful. Mr. Nicholas, when you're less busy, let me read you these marvelous verses. It will definitely be the most delightful experience in the world." Solun nodded. It was only then that he realized the stele was inscribed with poetry. On his way there, Solun had also learned a lot about Dalo customs through Yuta. A distinctive trait of the Dalo was that although they had a written language, their heritage, especially spells, had no written record. In their words, interpretation of predecessors' text can indeed enable successors to rapidly understand abstract concepts, but it also limits perspective and solidifies certain trains of thought. Each person's insights are different, and the world they perceive is not the same. Even when looking at the same text, the understanding is different. The Dalo people believe that everything they have is a gift from the gods, and anything recorded in writing is bound to be misinterpreted. Not relying on written text is the only way to come closer to the divine will. This was also the most crucial reason why after the Battle of Cursed Valley, high-ranking Druid warriors could no longer commune with the deities, and the lineage ended abruptly. It sounds unbelievable, even a bit superstitious. But since many top-tier Dalo warriors existed, this method of heritage must be reasonable to some extent. Solun speculated that divine decree might be something akin to enlightenment, which can be intuited but not verbally transmitted. But there was one exception: poetry. Poetry was not just some marginal literary skill but one of the actual rules that could encapsulate divine nature. The natural deity worshipped by the Dalo is said to be a higher deity that embodies nature, poetry, and peace. Solun didn't yet understand the differences between these deities, but from Yuta's description, the natural deity seemed to rank much higher than the fallen angel once in Dawn City. Because of this belief, historically, the Dalo tribe was known to produce many wandering poets, a wise race. The top warriors of the Dalo were almost all great poets. Though Solun was not knowledgeable about poetry, he knew from texts that the poems created by these top-tier wandering poets were no different in essence from the arcane secrets of the field of alchemy, containing certain special rules and spells. He had also heard Mr. Jing mention the poems of Iang. In some areas, their value might even rival Isaac's alchemy notes. The Dalo steles before him were indeed priceless treasures. Some things in the Dalo Holy Land didn't surprise Solun. What he wondered more about was why Katyusha understood Dalo script. Although he had met this young girl more than once and had a fairly good impression of her, the reasons for her presence were crystal clear. But all causes and effects were as perfectly crafted as a story. This noble young lady gave Solun a feeling that was not only unclear but became even more blurred and mysterious. Chapter 258. Devouring Demon Totem. Solun followed Elder Pasut through the dense forest and came to a giant tree. This was a vast ash tree, probably the largest tree Solun had ever seen. The trunk's diameter exceeded 30 meters, with lush leaves reaching skyward like a green island bustling with chirping birds. It was in full bloom, its branches hung with willow-like twigs decorated with clusters of small white flowers. A breeze scattered the white petals through the air, reminiscent of falling snow. At the base of the trunk, there was a tree hollow framed by a three-tiered stone arch shaped in the form of the character. The moss-covered stone frame, engraved with ancient patterns, invoked a sense of sacred solemnity in anyone who saw it. Pasut and Yuta approached the giant tree and solemnly prayed with hands clasped. After praying, Yuta introduced it to Solun. This is our Dalo tribe's divine tree, as ancient as our sacred land. Our ancestors say that the great god of nature once blessed it personally. Solun also looked askance, sensing that this tree was indeed different, exuding a vibrant spiritual aura. The branches swayed as if to welcome him, the guest. Yuta continued, "Let's go inside. The clan leaders are in there." Solun nodded and followed him into the tree hollow. Once inside, it revealed a whole new world. The space inside the tree hollow was larger than it appeared from the outside and very tall, with a spiral staircase winding up against the wall, reaching up to the height of 3 or 4 floors. The walls were lined with dense cabinets filled with various herbs, and many dried medicinal herbs hung from the ceiling. Inside the tree hollow, there was a large rectangular wooden table lit brightly by magic stone lamps. By the time Solun arrived, 7 or 8 people were already sitting on chairs. Judging by their faces, they were all quite old. These were the elders of the Dalo tribe. Only 2 fifth tiers. Solun sensed the soul fires of these people and clearly identified 2 among them as 5th tier. One of them was in the main seat, an elderly deer tribesman with a long beard. His antlers were large, about half the size of his body, and he had a demeanor of untroubled wisdom, probably clan leader Mona. Next to him was an old lady with grey wolf ears, likely the wolf granny whom Yuta often mentioned timidly. No wonder the Dalo tribe seemed so weak. There were only 2 fifth tiers, and both were quite aged. However, what drew Solun's attention was a broken spear displayed in a prominent position inside the room. The all-knowing eye glanced at it and realized its significance. Morabrianak spear, damaged. Description: one of the 4 holy artifacts of the Dalo tribe, a divine weapon bestowed by the god of nature. In its complete state, it could be thrown over long distances, bypassing obstacles and defenses, piercing any object within the user's sensory range not higher in law than the spear, and inflicting additional law-piercing damage. After the attack, the divine spear returns to the thrower's hand. Only those with divine power of nature can wield it. Is this the holy artifact that Katya brought back? Solun thought to himself as he looked on. Its effects seemed somewhat similar to his black scythe, disregarding target's defenses not exceeding those of the weapon's laws. Even the laws contained within this divine spear might be higher. It indeed qualified as a powerful weapon, but alas, it was damaged. Solun did not linger his gaze. Though the spear had no side effects, it did have usage restrictions. It was a sacred artifact exclusive to the Dalo tribe. As Solun entered, Elder Pasut introduced him. "This is Mr. Solun." The elders of the Dalo tribe, already aware of Solun's background and purpose, stood up in unison and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, warrior, for rescuing our tribe's people of the Dalo tribe. Elders are too kind." Solun politely responded. At that moment, clan leader Mona stood up, clearing his throat twice and went straight to the point. "Elder Pasut told us Mr. Solun is the heir of Sir Isaac." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked at Solun with anticipation. No one understood better than these elders the significance of that 1,000-year-old pledge to their Dalo tribe. The warrior who arrived yesterday brought back a holy artifact, which was a big surprise. But upon questioning, they realized she was not the pledged one prophesied. And this young man in front of him, mentioning Sir Isaac, also brought new hope. Solun nodded and said, "Yes. For some special reasons, I am a disciple of Lady Syria, Sir Isaac's wife." Now that he had met the clan leader of the Dalu, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Yet, as he openly declared this identity, a room full of Dalu clan sages all showed a look of surprise. What? Lady Syria's disciple? If that were true, this generational difference seems ridiculously high. Were they people from their ancestors' generation? But, how could this young man be the disciple of a lady from 1,000 years ago? Solun did not allow them time to speculate wildly. His lineage was indeed hard to explain in a few words, so he paused and added, I have also heard Yuta mention the noble's ancient oath. But I think, the pledged one may not be me. Before he even finished speaking, Yuta gave him a surprised look. The elders also simultaneously showed expressions of astonishment, fearing that their hope would turn out to be in vain again. Probably due to the pressure of their clan's potential extinction, Solun could see the intense hope in their flickering gaze. He didn't beat around the bush and directly said, my elder sister, who is also the biological daughter of Sir Isaac, Ophelia Fay Isaac, is still alive. She entrusted me to come to the noble's sacred land to discuss matters regarding the oath. Very few people in this world knew Mr. Jing's identity, not even all the members of the Jing organization were aware of it. Who would have thought a person from 1,000 years ago was still alive? When Solun revealed this, the entire room fell silent. Initially, when Solun said he was Lady Syria's disciple, they were skeptical. Although they wouldn't doubt a hero who had saved their tribe, the claim, after all, seemed far-fetched to anyone. But now, he was also claiming that Sir Isaac's biological daughter was still alive? This news was like a massive bomb, causing shockwaves in everyone's hearts. A group of composed sages couldn't hide their shock. For a moment, the large treehouse was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. People looked at each other, seemingly at a loss for words. Seeing that they remained silent, Solun delivered Mr. Jing's exact words. Lady Ophelia also said, the Isaac family will always remember the oath and will defend the friendship with the Dalo tribe with their lives. He hadn't expected that these words, once spoken, seemed to have touched some mysterious prohibition. Suddenly, Solun felt a force sweep over him, which refreshed his spirit and made him lightly exclaim, was that just now the power of nature? He looked around the room, as if it was the divine trees will responding to the vow. Only then did he realize that the oath from 1,000 years ago was not so simple. Solun had originally thought it was something like a covenant contract, but it seemed to involve a very high level of legal force. Oath is the most secretive and sacred part of the Dalo tribe, even a source of their power. It is said that when the deities bestow on them the divine power, the warriors of the Dalo tribe are subjected to prohibitions, and this is a form of oath. Abide by it and benefit, violate it and suffer. This was something even Yuta hadn't clarified. Was that, the divine tree responding? The ancient oath has indeed come true. The great nature deity has not forsaken his devout followers. The people of the Dalo tribe in the treehouse were more sensitive than Solun. Obviously, they too felt that sudden surge of natural force, and they started praying excitedly. After enduring hundreds of years of the darkest times, they thought the night would last forever. At this moment, they suddenly saw the dawn's early light. Solun saw devout and excited tears in the eyes of Yuta and these Dalo elders, and his heart could empathize. The clouds were swept away, and all that was left was a light of hope. After a while, when the prayers finished, the elders of the Dalo looked at Solun, and their eyes instantly changed. Previously it was polite, grateful, respectful. Nowadays, he regarded them as warmly and affectionately as one would a relative. Solun felt this was quite nice. He had a good impression of the Dalo tribe and didn't mind being treated as a friend. Yet, there was still one issue. Due to seniority, everyone in the room, except for the dear tribe chief Mona, was younger than Solun by several generations. Despite Solun's repeated refusals, he was still invited to take the main seat, sitting next to the clan leader. Now that the divine tree had recognized Solun, no one else harbored any doubts. Everyone was visibly excited, discussing fervently and asking questions about the pledge and the heir of the Isaac family. However, Solun himself didn't know much and could only honestly say, I don't know much about the pledge. Lady Ophelia is still in seclusion recuperating due to some health issues, but after some time, she will personally visit. The elders of the Dalo tribe, upon hearing this, were overjoyed. The appearance of the pledged one meant that the prophecy was about to be fulfilled. Recently, the continuous bad news had been suffocating them. Now, they finally saw hope. As they chatted, clan leader Mona took out a brass scripture cylinder, carved with secret inscriptions, from a wooden box in the treehouse. Under everyone's gaze, he opened it and took out a yellowed parchment scroll, solemnly saying to Solun, this is the pledge scroll handed down within our tribe. Now that the heir of the Isaac family has arrived, we witness the renewal of this pledge. The scroll was unfolded with a sense of ceremony, and the room filled with solemn faces. Solun saw that the contract's contents were simple, roughly stating the eternal friendship between humans and the Dalo tribe. Looking at the signature at the bottom, his gaze slightly hardened. It was the name signed by a demigod 1,000 years ago. Merely seeing those few characters brought a profound sense of history and responsibility washing over him. Solun took the quill pen that Yuta handed to him, signed his name, and pressed his handprint. Read the latest on Empire. On the scroll, the magical glyphs flashed and disappeared. Originally, he felt it would be more appropriate for Mr. Jing to undertake this covenant. But during his previous visit, he had contacted that senior sister of his. Because of the reasons related to bloodline dormancy regression, she was still recovering her strength and needed some time. Apart from bringing these words, she specifically told Solun that he could represent the Isaac family in making certain decisions. Such as, signing the pledge. Mr. Jing didn't treat Solun as an outsider. And Solun himself didn't have any reservations. Being the heir of the Isaac family, adhering to the pledge was only natural. After the pledge was signed, the other elders left first. Only Yuta, Deer Tribe Chief Mona, and Wolf Granny, the 3 Dolo Tribe's people, remained in the cabin. Solun had a personal issue as well. He directly brought it up. Aside from the matter of the contract, I have a personal issue for which I need to request the seniors' help. I would like to know if your tribe has a way to resolve anomalies in spiritual power. Deer Tribe Chief looked at Solun and asked, does young friend Solun have some problems with his spiritual power? Would you mind if this old one takes a look? Of course not. Solun extended his hand. The Deer Tribe Chief's hand emitted a green light as he checked, his brow furrowing. Then, he motioned for Wolf Granny to take a look. Their gaze towards Solun also appeared very complex, akin to the astonishment of expecting a cat in the cage but seeing a tiger instead. Seeing that their expressions were not very good, Solun knew that things might not go smoothly. After the examination, he asked, Elders, is this issue rather troublesome? Indeed, it is quite thorny. Deer Tribe Chief pondered for a moment and said, this situation is likely because young friend Solun you listened to the whispers of a dark deity. Those high-level pieces of information are not bearable with your current understanding, which has caused the anomaly. There, his slightly murky yet wise eyes glanced at Solun, and you've been forcefully suppressing this negative spiritual power with your will. This is causing it to potentially lose control at any time, bringing you trouble. It was no wonder he was the clan leader of the Dolo tribe, his words pinpointed the issue precisely. The Dolo tribe was a people of divine belief, having once come into close contact with deities. Thus, in some ways, they understood the power of gods better than the magicians did. Solun listened attentively, waiting for a solution to be proposed. The Deer Tribe Chief continued, your willpower is incredibly remarkable, but this has actually exacerbated the distortion issue. Solun nodded in agreement with the statement. He had been aware of this problem quite some time ago. Suppression would only make the issue worse. It was like using dams to stop floods, a temporary solution at best, never solving the root cause but potentially making it more severe. Yet, he had no better alternative. He asked, Elders, can this problem be resolved? The Deer Tribe Chief said, there is indeed a way. Upon hearing this, Solun was overwhelmed with joy. He had held no hopes initially, but now he received a definite answer. The Deer Tribe Chief slightly shifted his tone, then added, there are 2 methods, but neither can completely resolve the issue, only try them for now. Having a method was good news. Solun, with a sincere expression, looked at the elder, please, tell me. The Deer Tribe Chief continued, the first method is for you to stay in the sacred land. Here, under the protection of the natural god, the influence of the whispers of the dark deities will be suppressed. The dense natural power will also help soothe those negative spiritual forces. Over time, it might not completely solve the problem but will at least prevent backlash that endangers your life. Solun frowned slightly upon hearing this. When he had entered earlier, he had distinctly felt a sense of relief and had already speculated that the old clan leader's method might work. But to shy away in a corner of this fascinating world for a lifetime would indeed be a pity. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, the Deer Tribe Chief smiled and said, our Dolo tribe's sacred land is always welcoming to friends. However, you young people should aspire to explore the exciting world outside. Thus, you might be more interested in the second method. Solun did not hide his thoughts, earnestly saying, please enlighten me. That would be drawing the devouring demon totem. The Deer Tribe Chief slowly explained, originally, mental distortions are not too troubling for our Dolo tribe. Our tribe has inherited a secret technique of totem mysticism involving the drawing of special totems that bear abnormalities the body cannot handle itself. It's like adding an external container to the body, absorbing all negative spiritual forces. However, your issue is a bit special. The source of the whispers comes from the dark deities, which means the grade of the totem needs to be very high. Totem mysticism. Solun heard some knowledge beyond his understanding. Listening to this tone, it seemed possible, yet also not. The deer tribe chief continued, as you see, our Dalo tribe's tradition is broken. The kind of totem that can perfectly solve your mental distortions would need at least a 7th level druid to draw it perfectly. Solun's eyes slightly flashed with contemplation. This was similar to what Mr. Jing had said. He did not feel regretful, since the old clan leader had mentioned this method, there were evidently some viable alternatives. Indeed, the deer tribe chief then said, the tribe has passed down some incomplete secrets of totem mysticism. I am not sure I can resolve the issue, but I can draw a totem to temporarily suppress the distortions. Temporary suppression, hey. As Solun digested these words, part of his mind set about devising a plan. If there was a way to solve this problem, then he should pursue that goal. If the conditions were not met, then he would find a way to meet them. In an instant, an idea struck him. A 7th level druid or higher. The strongest in the Dalo tribe was only 5th level, but that didn't mean there hadn't been any before. A thought crossed Solun's mind. He remembered what Yuta had mentioned about the ancient relics in the cursed valley north of the forest. The top elites of the Dalo tribe had all perished there. Solun speculated that the relic might be like the Dawn relic, a passage to another dimension. Therefore, the mass demise of the elites could likely create a cursed space. In a cursed space, he might encounter a former druid. He planned to seek the Heart Stealer, and it was a good opportunity to explore. If there truly was a cursed space, and considering his current relationship with the Dalo tribe, the possibilities were vast. Chapter 259. Eclipse. In the treehouse, Solun sat shirtless on a woven bamboo mat. Wolf Granny was next to him, preparing the materials for the totem drawing. She went up to the loft and rummaged around, gathering demon beast blood essence, crystal cores, minerals, and herbs. Dozens of ingredients in total, which she crushed together in a trough. Soon, she had created a blackish paste. The deer clan leader used a wooden spike to draw the totem on Solun's body. As he drew, he chanted spells, and a gentle glow, similar to fireflies, began to envelop him. He harnessed a natural force far greater than his own strength. Solun saw that the source of this power seemed more like, it came from the divine tree. The drawing process was complicated, and even Solun, who was proficient in rune drawing as an alchemy magician, found it baffling. While drawing, the deer clan leader said, this totem can only contain laws of not very high levels. But as long as divine whispers don't frequently occur, under normal circumstances, it could keep you safe for 3 to 5 years. After that, you can come back to the sacred land, and I will draw a new totem for you. Solun nodded in agreement. The totem was somewhat like an external attachment device for him to manage the flow of rivers. Once filled, it would need to be replaced. Without using the ability of Death's Phantom, it could probably last 3 to 5 years. However, Solun naturally still wanted to use his second stage talents. He then asked, if it's a higher grade totem, could it permanently solve this problem? Yes. The deer clan leader provided a definite answer, adding, if it's a great druid of the 7th rank or higher, they can create a permanent totem with spirituality. Then, you wouldn't need to change the totem at all. Instead, you could cultivate the spirit within the totem. The spiritual power within the totem could then assist you whenever you need it. For example, if you need a surge of spiritual power to break through a bottleneck when advancing to a higher rank, it would be an excellent aid. Wolf Granny, who was standing by, seemed to think of something and sighed slightly, interjecting, if the clan's holy artifact, Fal's Holy Grail, were still here, solving this problem wouldn't be so troublesome. But alas, the holy artifact is also lost now. Holy Grail. Upon hearing this, Solun showed a thoughtful expression. Although the holy artifact was lost, having another method to completely solve the problem was also good news. He quickly thought, and there was a spearhead in front of him, the Mubrianak spearhead. He could ask Katyusha later where she found this item, as there might be related clues. Moreover, if that great battle took place near the ruins of Cursed Valley, maybe the cursed space might provide clues about the other holy artifacts of the Dala clan. At that moment, the deer clan leader, seeing Solun frowning in deep thought, assumed he was worried about the spiritual imbalance problem. He smiled, shook his head, and shared a different perspective. In fact, to us druids, spiritual power distortion isn't entirely bad. Young friend Solun, you don't need to totally abandon those things. Even deities possess greed, jealousy, anger, and other negative emotions. All things in existence, they are part of nature. Without darkness, there would be no light. Similarly, people can't completely rid themselves of emotions beyond rational ones. Pausing briefly, he continued, thus, spiritual distortions have their negatives, but also their positives. If used well, it is a powerful force that can rapidly enhance your strength. Strong negative spiritual energy means, correspondingly, your inherent beneficial spiritual energy is strong. Of course, the premise is your willpower prevents you from becoming completely enslaved by emotions. Listening to the deer clan leader's words, Solun pondered thoughtfully, nodding occasionally in approval. The spiritual distortion indeed caused his spiritual power to surge at a much faster rate than harvesting and meditation could achieve. If it did not threaten his life, it truly was a shortcut in cultivation. It took about half a day to finally complete the totem. The totem drawn on Solun, called Eclipse, looked simple. It resembled a sun outlined in black lines. The center was empty, surrounded by spreading coarse black lines. Solun felt the pattern looked somewhat familiar. His physique was also very lean now, with highly defined muscles that were knotted in blocks. The black sun pattern tattooed onto his body resembled the ultimate boss Orokai from the past life arcade game King of Fighters, exuding an aura of heroic fierceness. With the complete totem tattooed onto his body, he distinctly felt it contained a high level of natural force, which absorbed the uncontrollable spiritual power. This was far more effective than the clown mask he had made himself. Internally, Solun estimated that using Death's illusion a few times would likely be sustainable. This trip to the Dala tribal sacred land was not in vain after all, as this was the best solution he knew of to address mental distortions. Upon finishing the totem tattoo, Solun didn't plan to stay in the wooden hut any longer. He put on his shirt and sincerely thanked them, "Elders, thank you so much for solving a big problem for me." Hearing this, the two old men both showed kind smiles. "Dear tribe chief said, Solun, my young friend, you are too polite. Compared to the hope you have brought to our Dala tribe, this little favor I did seems quite trivial." Solun responded with a polite smile. After a pause, dear tribe chief thought of something and added a piece of advice, "Also, my young friend Solun, you should pay more attention to this. It's normal for people to experience emotions and desires, you shouldn't always suppress them. A bit of relaxation will make your situation better." "Okay." Solun nodded. Seeing that they were about to leave, Yuta also said with a smile, "Chief, Wolf Granny, we'll be heading out now. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire." Wolf Granny, who had already noticed the wolf claw amulet hanging around Solun's neck, held a meaningful smile on her face. Yuta, you take Mr. Solun for a stroll around the sacred land first. The tribe will have a banquet later." Yuta obediently responded, With that, she led Solun out of the wooden hut. The two elders from the Dala tribe watched the young duo's retreating figures, their kind smiles growing warmer. The path from the Divine Tree to the Rainbow River village crossed through a dense forest. They didn't walk fast. Once out, Yuta's steps became noticeably more joyful. Before this, the survival of the tribe hung like a dark cloud over everyone's head, with every member of the Dala tribe tense. Most critically, there was no sign of improvement in sight. But now that the one who follows the vows had arrived, it seemed like everything was getting better. Thinking about it, Yuta's face filled with a radiant smile. After they had walked a bit further, she sneaked a glance back at the wooden hut, as if breathing a sigh of relief. Solun, seeing her like this, teased her, "Wolf Granny seems quite kind, why are you so afraid of her?" Yuta patted her chest and said, "Mr. Solun, you don't understand. Wolf Granny is actually very strict. As a kid, if my friends and I couldn't remember the effects of the herbs, we would always get spanked. If we fell asleep during prayers, our ears would be pinched and scolded. If we scraped our legs jumping off waterfalls, despite the pain, we would still get scolded." She tilted her head, recounting her childhood embarrassments, her eyes full of happy smiles. Listening to her continuous chatter, Solun envisioned a scene: a strict teacher, instructing a group of mischievous wolf cubs, tiger cubs, deer cubs. He too, slightly curved his lips upward. I've never seen so much laughter on her face before today. Pausing a moment, Yuta then looked at Solun with a curious face, her eyes full of wonder. I didn't expect Mr. Solun to be a disciple of Mr. Isaac too. No wonder you are so formidable. Solun looked at her pretty face and chuckled. There was only a hard mud path in the forest, and the two of them followed it further in. It was like the early summer sun filtering through the gaps in the treetops, warming their bodies. The green grass beside the path was lush, dotted with small white flowers. Above them, amidst the green leaves, hung heavy fruits, orange, red, yellow, purple, and some that were slightly unripe. In the forest, a couple of deer leisurely grazed on the grass, glancing at the two intruders before returning to their munching. Everything here was so peaceful and comfortable. Solun strolled through the forest, momentarily mesmerized. Unknowingly, the two of them walked back into the village. Probably because they knew Solun's identity, the people of the Dalo tribe seemed very enthusiastic. As he walked by, people nodded at him one after another. But everyone was very quiet as if they were listening to something. Solun followed everyone's gaze and saw a girl in a red cloak standing in front of the huge black stele, engrossed in the poetry inscribed upon it. Solun's interest in this noble young lady, whom he had met 3 times, grew. Her presence always felt shrouded in mystery. He wanted to probe her background and casually ask where she had found that holy artifact. This whip-toting girl seemed completely captivated. Her serious little face occasionally furrowed in concentration or paused in thought, as if utterly fascinated by the poetry on the stele. Solun watched without hurrying to greet her, his gaze slightly intensifying. Because right then, he saw a visible special aura enveloping Katusha. It resembled an elemental barrier, yet it wasn't any of the elements of earth, wind, water, or fire, but rather seemed to rhyme with the laws of nature. Red cloak, steel, primitive village. She stood there, as if integrated into this beautiful painting. The heavens and the earth resonated with her. Anyone looking would feel as if she truly belonged there. Yuta tugged at Solun's arm and gently shook her head, whispering, "Don't disturb her, she's roaming within the poetry." As she spoke, her eyes also showed a complex expression. The elders in our tribe say that only those who truly understand the poems on the steles can immerse themselves in the stories of the poems. This lady has a profound understanding of poetry. Solun listened thoughtfully and also stood there quietly. Although he did not understand poetry, he knew it was like laws. Only those who truly understand can comprehend its subtleties. At that moment, a faint yet clear recitation sounded next to his ear. It was a poem. How could I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. When you lengthen time itself within the immortal poetry. As long as there are humans for one day, or people have eyes. This poem shall grow and bestow life upon you. The voice was rich and melodious, lingering in the air. She recited a poem as if singing a song, more so as if narrating a story. Katyusha stood in front of the stele, having finished the entire poem. She then sighed deeply. This poem is truly beautiful. It was only then that she seemed to emerge from that wondrous state. She noticed Solun and another behind her. Katyusha looked back, immediately showing a delighted expression. "Nicholas, sir." Just as she began to speak, her eyes twinkled with cunning, fluttering her eyelashes. "Should I address you as Mr. Nicholas, or Mr. Solun? Whichever is fine." Solun didn't feel embarrassed, and responded casually. In noble etiquette, it is rude to use a pseudonym with a lady. But Solun didn't mind. He felt he was just an ordinary person, unable to blend into that so-called high society. Plus, he also felt that Katyusha was probably a pseudonym as well. At least, among the top nobility memories he had stripped away, like dukes and marquises, there was no lady named that. And this lady, who could casually produce a holy artifact, surely was not some minor noble. As neither were telling the truth, it wasn't awkward. Katyusha, extremely astute, seemed to perceive what Solun was thinking and spoke softly. "I didn't mention a false name, you know my family indeed calls me Katyusha." Looking at her teasing demeanor, it was as if she was saying, "You're deceiving a young lady, tisk tisk." On hearing this, Solun felt slightly embarrassed and changed the subject. "I just heard you reciting the poem, it sounded very pleasant. You are quite a talented poet." He was also testing her. Despite claiming to be an apprentice astrologer, her prowess in poetry seemed astonishingly high. Katyusha, while seeming indifferent to the compliments, modestly said, "I'm not that impressive." She pointed towards the stele behind her, her face suddenly revealing a fan-like fervor. "The predecessors from Clan Dalo who wrote these poems are the truly incredible ones. These poems record the most wonderful stories in the world, they are the poems with real souls." Solun nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced at the stele, but regrettably he could not read the Dalo script. Even if he could read, this man who followed the death rules was rough and only understood fighting and killing. He couldn't appreciate the intricacies encrypted in the poetry, nor the romantic sentiments. At that moment, Solun noticed Katyusha's curious gaze falling on Yuta standing next to him, and then he remembered to introduce, "This is Elder Yuta, from the White Wolf clan's druids." Katyusha politely and sweetly greeted, "Hello Sister Yuta, my name is Katyusha, it's very nice to meet you." Although upon first seeing Katyusha, Yuta felt a strange sensation, as if fate would heavily intertwine their paths in the future. But having returned the holy artifact and saved her tribe's people, the warrior couldn't evoke any suspicion in her heart. She also courteously responded, "Miss Katyusha, hello." Chapter 260. I'll bite you to death. Only two humans were in the Emerald Holy Land, and they happened to know each other. So, it was only natural that Katyusha stayed by Solun's side. The three of them wandered around the village, chatting. Before long, the sun set in the west, and the skies were bathed in red. The tribe's people lit a roaring bonfire by the river, mountains of fruits and vegetables were piled high, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasting meat. The Dalo tribe's people sang and danced, welcoming the two human friends of the Dalo. However, because of Solun's unusually high status, aside from exchanging pleasantries with the Deer tribe chief and Wolf Granny, none of the elders or youngsters found themselves able to strike up a conversation. Those who did come over had to perform a great ceremony. The excessive formality actually made Solun feel somewhat uncomfortable. Katyusha was in a similar situation. Although regarded as a friend of the Dalo tribe, she knew no one here. It so happened that the two of them sat together, Solun on the left with Yuta and Katyusha on his right. Perhaps sensing Solun's restraint, the Deer tribe chief and the elders didn't mingle much. After some pleasantries, they left the space open for the young people to interact. The wooden table was laden with fruits special to the sacred land, probably dozens of types, many of which Solun had never seen before. It wasn't just him, even Katyusha, the noble lady, had not tasted them. She chewed slowly and savored, clearly enjoying the experience. Yuta occasionally peeled some of the larger fruits and passed them to Solun, who, being a brusque man, didn't fuss over manners like a noble lady might, eating heartily with juices flowing freely. Katyusha, being gregarious, quickly became familiar with Yuta as well. The three of them chatted happily and aimlessly. Katyusha enlightened Solun and Yuta about many of the strange and eccentric happenings within the top echelons of the Rue England nobility. Yuta shared many stories of the forest. And Solun felt that since his arrival, all he'd done was fight and kill, leaving him seemingly without any stories to tell. Thinking about it, and looking at Katyusha's bright red cloak, he decided to tell a twisted version of Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf to set the mood. Katyusha listened with zest and after the story, remarked with curiosity, "Wow! Mr. Solun, your story is so strange. Shouldn't it be the brave prince who happens by, defeats the Big Bad Wolf, and saves Little Red Riding Hood?" Solun replied with a smile but no words. Just as Katyusha finished speaking, she suddenly noticed her own red cloak, and belatedly realizing something, she fixed Solun with a profound gaze. I see it now, you are alluding to me." Her tone was playful, showing no sign of taking offense at all. She bared her white teeth, playfully threatening to transform into a fierce wolf. "Ah! I'll become the Big Bad Wolf, and Mr. Solun, you'll be the first one I eat." After the laughter, Solun also asked, "By the way, Miss Katyusha, didn't you say you were an astrologer? How come you're also a poet?" Yuta, sincere in his admiration, added, "The elders also say Miss Katyusha is a very talented poet." The two aren't contradictory at all. Katyusha blinked at him before responding, "Astrology is about deducing the laws of change in everything under the heavens, while poetry is the vessel for recording all the interesting stories in the world. Romantic love, grand wars, brotherly feuds, joys and sorrows, all sorts. I am an astrologer who also loves poetry." As she spoke, she gazed upward at the sky, her eyes dreamy, and her voice growing softer. "Ever since I was young, I've had a dream, to be like those great traveling poets, to journey across the entire continent, to experience the full spectrum of life, and to write the world's most beautiful tales. The sky above Emerald Holy Land was exceptionally enchanting. Tonight the stars dazzled, vast and deep. Listening to her, Solun casually remarked, "Such a dream should be quite easy to achieve for Miss Katiusha, shouldn't it? A noble lady from a prominent family could choose her own path. Worry-free about her livelihood, pursuing poetry if she wished." At those words, Katiusha seemed to recall something, dimming the sparkle in her eyes, "Not at all." She didn't answer directly but muttered, "I can only write my dreams into my stories. There's a girl as ordinary as the ugly duckling, unremarkable in appearance, naive yet merry, loving poetry and all things beautiful. In the end of the story, she will inevitably become a great poet." As Solun listened, his expression became somewhat odd. Was she not talking about herself? Freckles, braids, her attire not particularly extravagant. If it weren't for the occasional flashes of wealth and well-bred behavior, she wouldn't seem like a lady from a top noble family. Talking about writing stories, Solun felt if he were to write one, he would definitely not create a protagonist like the one Katiusha described, so utterly ordinary. In his story, the hero would surely have to be handsome. Otherwise, how could he immerse himself in it? Moreover, how could he expect the readers to get absorbed in it? The three of them chatted about a wide range of topics. Solun also inquired about the origin of Katiusha's spear. She explained it was a family heirloom with many years of history. It was said to have been found in the belly of a strange fish hauled up from the sea by fishermen. She mentioned that her family's treasury contained many such curious and mysterious items and warmly invited Solun to visit her family's castle sometime. Upon hearing that, Solun was reminded once again that Katiusha was certainly a top-tier noble. But he was also curious, among the hereditary dukes and marquises of Rue England, only a few families were of such high standing. Which one did she belong to? The feast continued, and amidst their conversation, a commotion stirred among the crowd. 7 or 8 burly members of the Dalo tribe suddenly approached, carrying a large square wooden box. Yuta said excitedly, "Look, that's the poet's honey wine." Solun saw it instantly, a seal on the large wooden box. Hearing it was wine, he was also curious, what kind of wine was it that it deserved such treatment? Katiusha, who had clearly heard of it, was full of expectation. The ancient books record that this is the legendary wine said to make poets' inspirations gush forth. Yuta nodded, "Yes. It's brewed from the spring water of sacred lake and the nectar of the divine tree, and it needs to be cellared for many years before it's finished. It's only taken out from the sealed cellar and used during very important rituals. I've grown up listening to the elders talk about it, but have never tasted it myself." Clearly, this was to entertain the pledged one. Continue reading at my virtual library empire. Katiusha, clever as she was, guessed something and blinked her eyes. "Earlier, the clan leader Grandpa said he would give me some when I left. I didn't expect to taste it ahead of time thanks to Mr. Solun." Hee. Solun felt, too, that he was benefiting from Mr. Jing's good fortune. The sealed wooden box was opened, and inside was an enormous clay jar. The deer tribe chief personally broke the clay seal, and a rich fragrance of fruity wine rushed forth, instantly filling the entire river bend. Even though Solun was not fond of alcohol, the scent triggered a craving in his stomach to have a taste. With the honey wine seal broken, Dalo tribe members, led by the deer tribe chief, performed a prayer, praising nature for all it had given them. Once the prayers were over, it was time for carousing. A large cup filled with wine in a bamboo vessel was handed to Solun. Solun's all-seeing eye glanced at it, quite surprised. Kavarsil's poet's honey wine. Detailed explanation: in myth and legend, the divine wine said to coalesce the divinity of poetry when drunk, an incomplete recipe passed down from the Dalo tribe, a top-notch wine, which after consumption gives a temporary insight gain. The higher the degree of intoxication, the easier it is to fall into a state of epiphany. It is tremendously beneficial for the inspiration of poetic creation. It really does have special effects, actually enhancing insight temporarily. Solun felt like he was gaining new knowledge. This was the first time he had seen alcohol with an enhancing effect. And it was on insight, of all things, which is the most ethereal and elusive. Katiusha, holding her wine cup, was full of expectation, yea, the legendary divine wine. From the expression of the young miss, one could tell that this was something incredibly precious. Solun responded to the toast by the deer tribe chief and the Dalo tribal elders, and everyone drank together. Then he took a big gulp himself. The drink was slightly cool at first, and just as he tried to savor it, a complex burst of flavors exploded in his mouth, reaching his taste buds, and in an instant, it was as if he tasted sweet fruitiness and the heat of alcohol, like a thundering herd of horses, yet like a gentle stream trickling softly. That level of complexity was indescribable. And the wonders continued. The potency of the drink was immense, leaving one with an almost otherworldly feeling. It was a very pleasant experience, as if one wasn't drinking wine, but downing a mouthful of rainbows from the heavens, giving one a sublime feeling of floating in the clouds. It brought surging emotions that one wanted to express. That was the inspiration for poetry. However, Solun's knowledge of poetry was not profound, and as he didn't drink much, the sensation quickly flickered away. But something magical immediately happened to Katiosha beside him. The alcohol hit her hard, and with just a sip, her face instantly flushed with redness, her neck becoming rosy as well. She looked incredibly shy, adding 3 parts of allure to her demeanor. Yet unlike the others, a marvelous halo of light condensed around her. Seeing this, not just Solun but even the Dalo tribal elders couldn't help but look with shock and admiration. Katiosha seemed unaware of the changes occurring within her, covering her mouth as she belched daintily, "Ah! Mr. Solun, this wine has quite the kick." Solun was caught between laughter and tears. Last time in Blizzard City, he had drunk with Katiosha and knew that this girl didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol. This wine was fiercer than anything he had ever had before. Moreover, the poet's honey wine was an irresistible temptation for poets. The more intoxicated one was, the more inspiration for writing poetry would flow forth. Clearly, Katiosha was experiencing this, and although she spoke in a dazed manner, she picked up her cup again, eager to try. "Mr. Solun, Sister Yuta, let's toast." Then, the little cup-greedy girl gulped down a big mouthful. Solun and Yuta exchanged smiles and clinked their cups together. It's not often one gets to drink such fine wine, and he was feeling a bit tipsy too. This wine was truly top-notch. Moreover, Solun was amazed to find that the state induced by the wine actually made him feel surprisingly good. Those negative emotions, unexpectedly, settled down, as if he too was enjoying the soothing sensation of roaming through the ocean of poetry. Solun couldn't stop himself from having another cup after cup. After a few drinks, he too could feel that inspiration for creation was bursting forth, growing stronger and stronger. Countless rhythms, words, and themes, like fragments scattered across the sky, flashed through his mind. It seemed that just randomly gathering some of them could form a marvelous poem. Solun felt that, as a lousy chicken in poetry, one could only imagine how splendid Katiosha must be, since even the dear clan leader never tired of praising her poetic prowess. At this moment, the girl who loved her drink had cheeks flush with a rosy tint, her eyes slightly glazed with tipsiness. The milky halo of light that surrounded her grew increasingly intense. As she continued to drink, Katiosha turned her gaze from the starry sky and suddenly asked, "Mr. Jing, may I include you in my story?" Solun replied offhandedly, "If I am the protagonist, I wouldn't mind." Hearing this, a thought seemed to strike Katiosha, and her brows twitched slightly. Though tipsy, her consciousness was not dulled, a mischievous spark flashed in her eyes as she chuckled, "You're quite greedy. But what if I want to be the protagonist in my story?" Solun, also feeling a bit woozy, replied casually, "Ah, then let the story be a romantic love tale." Katiosha, utterly carefree, burst into laughter, shaking her head like a tambourine, "No way. Astrology tells me that I will be the brightest star in the sky. Love is an unnecessary distraction that would only slow down my sword-drawing speed." Solun watched her slightly drunk and boastful demeanor and remembered a saying, "How can you write a story that moves one to tears without having experienced a love that pierces the heart?" To his surprise, Katiosha didn't argue and mused, "That does make some sense." She tilted her head and thought, her eyes growing a bit hazy, "Once I figure out how to write our story, I'll tell you about it later." Solun was indifferent, "Oh." As they drank, their spirits soared higher. Katiosha became more and more intoxicated. Suddenly, as if she had caught a bout of inspiration, the glow around her coalesced. Excited, she exclaimed, "Wow, Mr. Jing, Yuta's sister, I am going to recite a poem for you." Solun nodded with a smile. Yuta, too, was a bit drunk, her pretty face colored with a joyful blush, and said with a smile, "Sure." However, expecting nothing more than a poetry recitation, they thought nothing more of it. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. As soon as Katiosha started to speak, the heavens and earth seemed to change. Wind. She seemed intent on composing a song in praise of the wind and pondered for a while before uttering just that one word. But as that single word left her lips, the air around them trembled violently and suddenly began to blow. The night wind crept up their collars. Solun, though woozy, was suddenly captivated by the thought, word becomes law? Is poetry really that powerful? Not just him, but the revered elders of the Dolo tribe nearby were also staring, slack-jawed. The deer clan leader and wolf granny exchanged a glance, full of wonder. What a towering talent! The breeze gently stirred Katusha's skirt, as if responding to her call. Suddenly, amid the haze of intoxication, Katusha's tone grew fierce. Great wind! Nobody had seen the face of the wind. Be it you or me. But among the stirring leaves, the wind is passing through there. Katusha sang what sounded like a beautiful ballad, her words spreading out around her. The wind spirits seemed to respond to her, playfully darting around the forest and the treetops, rustling. The vast expanse of the riverside bonfire was filled with the pleasant sound of her poetry recitation. The Dolo tribe's deity in their faith embodied the divine tree, and their bloodlines carried the legacy of the free-spirited and romantic wandering poets. Everyone at the feast was intoxicated by the beautiful melody of Katusha's recitation. For the first time, Solun realized that listening to poetry could be such an enjoyable experience. It was as if his soul was being gently massaged, and he felt completely relaxed. By then, the wind had picked up, but it remained gentle. The wind spirits lifted Katusha into the air, where she began to float slowly. Solun felt as if he too were drunk, light as a feather. No, it wasn't just a feeling. He was truly floating. Wrapped in the wind, he was lifted into the air. Yuta was, too. Katusha, with blurry eyes, slurred, Mr. Jing, Sister Yuta, the night is lovely tonight. Shall we go look at the stars together? Yuta, also lost in that exquisite drunken state, agreed, sure. Solun echoed the response. Katusha was delighted. The three of them rode the wind upward. Once aloft, Katusha didn't forget to wave to the deer clan leader on the ground, sweetly saying, Grandpa clan leader, we're going to look at the stars. The deer tribe chief said kindly with a smile, good. Just be careful not to fall. A response came from afar, we will be careful. Hearing this, Wolf Granny, who watched the three fly away, smiled contentedly, youth is wonderful. The three flew higher and higher, the bonfire below growing more distant, until they reached the treetop canopy of a dense forest. There's a treehouse on the western treetop. I used to climb up here to watch the stars when I was a child. Yuta pointed in one direction, and they arrived at the top of a redwood, towering dozens of meters above the nearby trees. There was a treehouse on the treetop, resembling a gigantic bird's nest with no roof, just several wooden planks. From here, the brilliant Milky Way was in full view. The three descended, and Katusha, freed by the effects of the alcohol, laughed heartily, her voice echoing throughout the dense woodland. The wind spirits hadn't forgotten to bring them candied fruit and fine wine. The trio continued to toast and drink copiously in the little treehouse atop the tree. The night was enchanting, with hints of romance permeating the air. Fueled by the wine, the three lay back and stared at the sky, gradually spacing out. Katusha slurred her words, Mr. Solun, do you know? I've never been this happy in my life. I'm feeling pretty good too. Solun also felt amazing at the moment, as if lying on a cloud, with his mind seeming to overflow with brilliant inspiration. This soaring sensation grew more intense as the alcohol took hold. Solun deeply savored this marvelous experience of wandering in poetry. Mr. Solun, could you recite a poem for me? Sure. If life deceives you, don't be sad, don't be in a hurry. In gloomy days be calm, and believe, happy days will come. Wow! Did you write that? No. Katusha, probably really drunk now, lacked any noble lady's restraint and clung to Solun's side, unabashedly pressing up against his neck as she spoke, very intimate. Solun's ear was warmed by her breath, but he didn't mind her. However, looking at the girl with braids in front of him, he felt a strange illusion, seeing a beautiful purple-haired woman. It seemed familiar somehow. At that moment, the girl, a bit fuzzily, asked, Yuta, do you like Mr. Solun? Solun's mind hadn't even caught up yet. Yuta's response came dreamily from beside him, She said this as if asleep, the two very close together, with a large expanse of skin touching. Back at the Emerald Holy Land, Yuta had changed into Dalo tribe attire. The simple leather clothes were thin, like hot pants and a tank top, leaving much skin exposed to the air. This contact made Solun feel as if his arm had plunged into a swath of warm, soft flesh. Solun himself could hardly keep his eyes open, but upon hearing her words, he likely smiled. The conversation of drunkards can suddenly lose all response. The three fell silent. Katusha, who had the weakest tolerance for alcohol, had already slipped into a drowsy haze. After a while, she finally uttered some mumbled words. I think, writing a love story might be nice too. With that, complete silence fell upon the treehouse. All three seemed to be sleeping. The potent after-effect of the poet's honey wine stirred desires. In his hazy consciousness, Solun thought he grasped something warm. It felt smooth to the touch, so he stroked it. Hey, it seemed to be a back. Instinctively, he turned over and felt it again. It still wasn't the satisfying touch he was seeking. Half asleep, Solun couldn't open his eyes, but his unreasonable hand moved back, carefully distinguishing, until he felt a slightly raised, moist warmth. He pinched it. Oh, so it wasn't a back. Being drunk was frustrating, his mind knew what he was doing, but his body wouldn't obey. It was these actions that probably woke the deep sleeper, and a plaintive grumble reached his ears. Mr. Solun, you're being very inappropriate. I don't mind you taking advantage, but you're actually dissatisfied with me. Only after a while did he hear murmurs and sleepy babbles close to his ear. I'm going to turn into a big grey wolf, and bite you to death. Solun felt he might have been bitten. As by a wolf in a grand red robe, or perhaps a white wolf. Gentle to the bone. That night, endless sweet dreams.